getting Shannon in the room, and she's covering for Kurt. Okay, I've got to go on another call real quick to see if I can resolve the problem.
Okay.
We're still waiting for a couple commissioners too, so.
So it does look like we're live on the site now.
Great. Just to let everybody know, we're waiting to get a couple people in who are going to be speaking early in the meeting, so. For those of you who are just jumping on, it's going to be, we'll probably start 4 or 5 minutes later while we wait for extra people to come. Steve, you'll give the expenditure report in lieu of Erica this time, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. Thank you. Just checking. Just to let everybody know, we are going to start in just a few minutes, but we're waiting for a couple more people who were having a little technical issue getting everyone on. So glad you're here, and we'll start soon. Michelle, you know you're muted, right?
Okay, we've resolved the technical issue that we were running up against. And so the last few folks should be able to join the meeting here in a minute. And we will be able to proceed.
That sounds great, Michelle. Thanks for the help. And we'll wait. We can wait a couple more minutes. It's only 8:03. So we hope to be going by 8:05 or 8:10. So.
Shannon was the one that I needed to get moved into the room. So I think I have everybody that I needed to move over.
Okay.
Room.
Great. And we have one more commissioner to come in, but I think that we'll have that person in just a minute. So Shannon is all set to go. Are you ready, Shannon?
I'm ready.
Yay. Well, we are waiting for one other commissioner, but I think that we can go ahead and get started, and he'll be here in a minute. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you all for being here and for being patient with us while we get our electrical things worked out. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the June 18th Commission meeting to order. We each represent the whole state, but are appointed one from each of Oregon's 4 congressional districts, or the east and west side of the state at large. I live in Langlois in the 4th congressional district on the south coast. And this month we are welcoming our new commissioner, Commissioner Khalil, to our first regular meeting. So let's start with introductions, and we will skip Vice Chair Woolley for just a moment because he's still getting connected, and go to Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everybody. Mark Labhart. I am the Eastern Oregon representative. I live in Central Oregon in Sisters.
Thank you. And Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, good morning. I'm Jill Zarnowitz, and I live in Yamhill, and I am appointed from District 1.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink. I think you're muted, Bob.
I clicked on it, but it didn't go. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Good morning, Bob Spellbrink, District 5 representative from Siletz, Oregon.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning. I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I'm in Paisley, Oregon this morning, and I'm part of Congressional District 2, and I'm welcome the new commissioner.
Thank you. And Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, I'm Kathy Ann Khalil. I'm Western Oregon at large. I live in Portland, and I'm really excited for my first meeting. I will say, I was told to say this up front, I have to leave at 4:30 for a family wedding tonight. So balancing all sorts of life and commission and all of those things, but really excited to be here.
Great, welcome. Commissioner Woolley, we will have introduced when he comes. So Director Melcher is not here today, but we have the Deputy Director, Shannon Hearn. So will you introduce yourself?
Yeah, good morning. Apologies for the delay. Director Melcher and Deputy Director Kleiner are at the ODFW budget bill work session this morning. So Director Melcher will be joining us soon. I will kick us off with the director report. And as Chair Wall said, I'm Shannon Hearn. I'm the Deputy Director for Fish and Wildlife Programs.
Thank you. Michelle, would you like to introduce yourself, and if there's anything about the operation of the platform that we need to know?
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm the Executive Assistant for the Director and for the Commission. We definitely ran into just a small glitch this morning. Thank you for your patience while we worked through that. You know, if we have any problems and we get kicked off, which I'm hoping that we've got everything resolved, just go ahead and sign back in with the same link that you used this morning. But I think that we've resolved everything and we're not going to have any more technical problems. Have a good morning.
Thank you, Michelle. Just for logistics, or wait, before I go to logistics, it looks like Vice Chair Woolley is on. Would you like to introduce yourself? Whoops, you're on mute.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I'm Greg Woolley. I'm Vice Chair of our commission. I represent Congressional District 3, which includes the Portland metro area.
Thank you. Just for logistics, it looks like it could be a long meeting. We will take occasional breaks and stop for lunch when we get to a good break point. We have an executive session scheduled in case we need it. Commissioner Khalil mentioned that she is leaving at 4:30 for a prearranged event that was scheduled before she was on the commission. Just a note, if I drop off the internet, Vice Chair Woolley is set to be chair. So thank you again for being here, and to staff for all the preparation for this meeting. And our thanks again to Martin Nugent and Kevin Blakely for the biological information and Oregon Endangered Species Act information and framework as background for July's marbled murrelet hearing that we got yesterday. It was very helpful information from both of you, so thank you. And with that, let's go to Deputy Director Shannon Hearn and the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Wall. First up, as usual, we have submitted our field reports in written form. Those are posted on the ODFW website as well. I encourage people to go read those, both the public and commissioners. First up for presentations is Steve Bergman. He's our Administrative Services Division Administrator. He's filling in for Deputy Director Kleiner, and he'll give the expenditure report. Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Shannon. And good morning, and thank you, everyone. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, for the record, my name is Steve Bergman. I am the Administrator of the Administrative Services Division here at ODFW. This morning, I have the privilege of presenting the department financial report, which should be in each of your packets and will be posted online shortly. The financial report is broken out into 3 sections. The first section is a financial report summary. The next is a budget update. And then the third section is an audit updates section. To cover the overall summary portion of the update, overall department-wide expenditures continue to be below spend rates and remain within available revenues. The pace of expenditures is right where we expect it to be at this point near the end of the biennium. License revenues continue to be very strong. Although license sales decreased slightly from 2020, we are still up quite a bit in year-to-date license sales revenue. Year-to-date license sales revenue for 2021 is 15% greater than 2020, which translates to roughly $5.4 million more than last year at this point in time. A slight dip in May license sales too is expected because thanks to our information and education division efforts to encourage customers to apply early for controlled hunts, we were able to distribute some of those sales more evenly across the various months leading up to our big controlled hunt deadline, sales deadline, which was May 15th for the applications. ODFW's unrestricted cash balance is also doing very well. It currently sits at $68 million. For the budget section of the update, ODFW's budget bill, House Bill 5009, had its work session with the Ways and Means Natural Resources Subcommittee on June 15th. The bill was moved to the full Joint Committee on Ways and Means for approval and is being reviewed by that committee this morning. As Deputy Hearn mentioned, Deputy Kleiner and Director Melcher are currently attending that meeting. In terms of the budget that was moved to that committee for review, I did have a couple of highlights I thought I would share. That budget as written right now is at about $432 million, which represents an 8.5% increase over the 1921 legislatively adopted budget. Incorporated into this budget is approximately $45 million in general fund dollars, which includes the establishment of the Habitat Division. So it's very exciting. It's a very promising budget, and we're all eagerly going to be tuning into the full committee this morning as well. After the full committee on Ways and Means, ODFW's budget bill will make its way to the governor's office for signature. So that would be the final step in the budget process. In terms of audit updates, the only update we had was that Marina and Company the external audit firm hired to conduct an audit of ODFW's charter and guide coupon book process has completed. The final report was issued to the department here recently. The report will be presented next to the ODFW Audit Committee, which Commissioner Spellbrink is part of. We really appreciate his participation. The ODFW Audit Committee will review this report and potentially finalize it at its July meeting. Overall, the report highlights opportunities to strengthen internal controls in ODFW's administration of the coupon book program. And it also identifies potential opportunities for increasing ODFW's federal sport fish restoration apportionments. So a lot of exciting work there. With that, this concludes my update this morning. I'm happy to take comments or questions. Thank you.
I don't see any commissioners' hands questions, but it's great to continue to get the good news on the budget and the revenue coming in.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Steve. And next, our newest regular update is the Climate and Ocean Change Report with Davia Palmieri. So I'll let Davia go.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Director Melcher, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator here in the Director's Office. And as Deputy Director Hearn mentioned, this is our second update on the Adapting to Climate and Ocean Change report for the Commissioners. And so as I mentioned at the first update, we really focused there on the climate and ocean change policy that the Commission adopted last year and how that work is shaping the rest of what ODFW does. So for this report, I'm going to sort of step up one level to the interagency cooperation that went into the climate change adaptation framework for the state. And then as we go through time here with these reports, we'll get more detailed reports on specific subject areas. Dr. Braby, you'll hear from her today, and then again in August on ocean acidification and hypoxia. So as I mentioned, we're going to talk about this state agency climate change adaptation framework, which was released in early 2021. And I wanted to start here with the idea that this is not new. It's an update to a 2010 framework. So the state published at the end of December of 2010, the Oregon Climate Change Adaptation Framework. The governor requested that this framework be updated, and there's been 23 state agencies participating together since about 2018 to work on this update. And it was planned for publication in 2020 as a 10-year update, and we were a little delayed by the pandemic to have our public process all done virtually. But the goals that we really came together on for this framework were to avoid creating a wish list that is something that the agencies put out and say, this is what we could and should do, and then it ends up on a shelf, which is somewhat what happened with the 2010 framework. And the idea of the framework is to incorporate climate adaptation into the work of state government across the board and everything that our agencies are doing. And the trigger for starting this update was really an interest in balancing out the state's emphasis on reducing greenhouse gas emissions and solving the climate crisis. This is really taking the approach of what are we going to do to adapt to all of the change that is baked into the system. And so before I get into the new framework that was released earlier this year, I wanted to go over some important definitions that appear in the framework. The first is mitigation, and that is all about reducing the flow of heat trapping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere by reducing the sources of those. And so the graph that you see here is Oregon's greenhouse gas emissions by source since 1990 and projected forward to 2050. And so the red line there is the projected emissions with current policies, and by current policies, that's before the governor's executive order of 2020. And then the yellow line is where we need to be to meet the various goals that were set out in statute. And so a lot of the work of the state agencies right now and the legislature is about reducing emissions, and we call that mitigation throughout this work. The next is sequestration, which is all about enhancing the sinks that accumulate and store greenhouse gases outside of the atmosphere. And so the image that I'm showing here should be familiar to you all from early earth sciences, and it's the carbon cycle. And so what sequestration is all about is pulling more carbon out of the atmosphere and storing it at the bottom of the ocean or deep in the earth. And so there's sort of natural processes that can sequester carbon, and there are industrial processes that various technologies are being developed to work on that. And then the last piece and what we're talking about today is adaptation. And this doesn't really appear in ODFW's climate and ocean change policy because it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And for the purposes of the state adaptation framework, it means long-term transformative actions implemented to adjust to life in a changed climate. So it's not about stopping climate change or influencing emissions. It's about what are we going to do and how are we going to change our lives and how we do the work that we do. And I thought this graphic was really powerful. In the center of it has greenhouse gases, aerosol emissions, and land use change, so those sources of emissions. And sort of cascading out from that is all of the impacts that we are going to and are already experiencing. And something that I think it's important to note for fish and wildlife is that many of the impacts to fish and wildlife appear sort of on this outer ring. And so there's a lot of layers of forces that are affecting fish and wildlife and how they experience the impacts of climate change. So this slide is a reminder slide back to the ODFW climate and ocean change policy. One of the sections of that policy is about leading on statewide coordination, recognizing that what decisions are made about land and water in the state are going to influence fish and wildlife and their ability to cope with the impacts of climate change. And so our policy directs the department to focus on coordination and working with the other state agencies to identify priorities around the state and work towards those shared priorities. And so I'm calling this out because I'm hoping to put the statewide adaptation framework into the context of this coordination that the department sought. So as these 23 state agencies sat down in 2018 to start figuring out what's the most useful pathway for a new climate adaptation framework, we put together some guiding principles. The first of which is that we need to be flexible and really rely on adaptive management and scenario planning for the future. And so this graphic that I have here is about adaptive management and integrating climate change into what we do. And somewhat, this is how we do our work already. And we really need to be incorporating climate information into that and be flexible through time. Recognizing that climate change is a stress multiplier that exacerbates existing political, economic, social, and environmental tensions throughout the state. So that this is where we're really acknowledging that climate change is not a problem to face on its own, that it is a problem that adds different forces and change into already existing problems that the state is trying to solve or systems that the state is involved in managing. And then finally, climate change will not be borne equally by all people. The state must tailor our programs and investments to address inequities. And so you'll see that human equity is built into the framework throughout everything that the framework recommends. So getting into what the state adaptation framework is, it lays out 5 primary tasks that the state government should be planning for. And I'll say right here that this is a framework for state agencies and state government. So a somewhat internal to our state enterprise and how we operate. And there was public process in adopting this, and we got some great feedback from the public, but it's really focused on how the state enterprise will function rather than the state of Oregon in its entirety. So the first piece is a recommendation to establish a multi-agency leadership structure that ensures wide-ranging benefits, reduces conflicts between agency missions, and looks to achieve balance across the state's natural resources, economies, and communities. And so I've used ODFW's graphic here to link it to our recommendations. And so this recommendation of the framework really is all about providing structure and direction to make this level of institutionalized coordination happen. So seeking to have some top-down direction on how we are going to determine those priorities. The second recommendation is all about coordination, and this is really the heart of what ODFW's climate and ocean change policy is all about, improving interagency coordination and information sharing, evaluating, prioritizing, and developing a range of tools to support effective interagency communication and collaboration. And this runs the gamut from being able to share information better, and this can be as simple as the new Microsoft 365 integration, getting all of the state agencies able to communicate with each other through Teams, and go to as complex as shared geospatial information, the development of shared downscaled climate models, so that the work of each state agency is being driven by the same information about climate change. The third recommendation is about integration. So the idea here is that climate change is not a problem to be addressed on its own, and needs to be considered and integrated throughout everything that we do. So agency operations, we've called out missions, authorities, programs, plans, and budget requests. And so we'll talk more about this, but as that leadership structure comes together from recommendation 1, we expect that one of the first tasks will be to integrate climate adaptation planning into the next round of agency budget development. The fourth recommendation is that we undertake a statewide climate vulnerability assessment, a comprehensive assessment that can integrate across sectors and agencies to identify key vulnerabilities, sources of resiliency, and opportunities for action. And the information generated by this assessment can inform the previous opportunities on leadership and coordination, and help us identify as a state the highest priority areas for work in each sector. And the fifth pillar, I guess I'll say, of the framework is equity. And it's all about ensuring the use of best practices in DEI when engaging communities to make certain that the state's future investments are targeted where they are most needed. And so the framework itself includes a pullout section called the Climate Equity Blueprint. And the blueprint is designed to be something that state agencies can use. It's a series of questions that an agency can ask as they develop a new program or a new opportunity to ensure that they are making sure that they are rolling those things out in an equitable way. So within this equity pillar, there are 4 additional pillars about building internal capacity, embedding equity into design, leading meaningful community engagement, improving data collection and use as it relates to equity. So those are the 5 primary recommendations of the state adaptation framework. The framework also seeks to lay out some high-level goals and strategies, and those are organized by sectors. And so within those 23 state agencies, we did segment out into a couple of different sectors. And just for example, the Department of Fish and Wildlife participated on 2 of these working groups. Department of Forestry participated on 2 or 3 of these working groups to put out a high-level goal for the state in each of these sectors as it relates to climate adaptation. And another way to think about these is if we've successfully adapted to climate change, these are the outcomes we will see for these sectors. And there's a lot of detail in this section of the framework, and we have a link to it on the agenda if you want to review these in detail. But I've just called out the natural world sector as one of the primary ones Department of Fish and Wildlife is engaged in. There are strategies called out within those, as well as actions. And so here I've called out all of the strategies identified for the natural world. And I hope none of these are surprising to you. This is not necessarily something new, but it really is an opportunity to highlight the areas of the greatest need for our state agencies to be working together on water security for in-stream and consumptive uses. And the graphic you see here is from the Oregon Water Vision, and the ongoing collaboration between our agencies on planning for the future of Oregon's water. Support functioning of terrestrial ecosystems. And here I've called out one of the specific actions just so you can see that kind of progression from goal, strategy to action, which is to identify areas of high connectivity of land cover, species habitat, and potential climatic refuges. And I think you'll see that the Oregon Connectivity Assessment and Mapping Project that ODFW is working on kind of falls within this category. So having it in the framework gives us an opportunity to make sure the other state agencies are aware of that work and have opportunities to participate and elevate it. Supporting ocean health and blue carbon ecosystems, managing wildfire risk, and controlling invasive species. So those are the primary strategies called out in the natural world section. So this framework was published in early 2021. So we did not expect that this would be something that we publish and then we're done. There's recommendations here that are ready to be implemented. So the next step is establishing that adaptation leadership structure as recommended by the framework. As the session starts to wind down, the opportunity to get moving on this with the support of the governor's office is ahead of us. The Department of Land Conservation and Development, I have been remiss in not mentioning them yet. They've been the primary coordinating body for this adaptation framework. They have a staff person who has been shepherding this work for the last few years. Their budget has a policy option package number 111, all about continuing this adaptation coordination. That DLCD's budget has moved a little further along in the process than ODFW's. And so we're quite confident that this will be in DLCD's budget for the next biennium. So we'll continue to have that institutionalized coordination through DLCD. The POP that they have put in for also includes financing for a contractor to take on that comprehensive vulnerability assessment and look across all of the sectors of Oregon. The next big opportunity here is to look at the framework and the priorities identified in it as we develop the 2023-2025 agency budgets. So ODFW will be doing that, but it will also be done across the state agencies. And then, as I mentioned, this is the state government's project and direction to the enterprise. And so there's huge opportunities to engage beyond state governments to talk about these priorities with federal and tribal governments, local governments, and all of our non-governmental organizations that work with us. That's kind of what's next for the adaptation framework. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Davia. So I see that Director Melcher's back. That's a really good sign for our budget bill. I'll let him segue in and then introduce Dr. Brady.
All right, thanks, Shannon. Thanks for standing in for me. And yes, our budget just went through the full Ways and Means with no questions, no comments, and unanimous support. So happy to report that, and we'll be on our way to the floor of the House and then the floor of the Senate and then ultimately on the governor's desk. So with that, we will, go ahead.
Director, can I ask a question of Davia?
Absolutely.
Hi, Davia. So I'm just curious why the 2010 plan set for a decade. What was going on there?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley. I'm not sure I have a great answer for that. In developing this second version of the framework, we tried to take a slightly different approach and focusing on integration into other work, because I think there is a tendency for climate adaptation plans to be so big and so overwhelming with the task that they're almost not useful for an individual doing a planning effort. And so we did try to make it slightly different to make it more of a framework and less of a here's what we need to do, sort of a list of climate adaptation actions. But I was not here in 2010, so I can't provide much more context than that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think Chair Wall also has a comment there.
Davi, and it looks like Commissioner Khalil is also trying to ask a question. So I'll ask mine and then we can switch. Could you go back, Davia, to the slide that has the vulnerability assessment on it? I have a question there and then I have a general question.
Sure, I'm opening that back up now. Okay.
And my question here is, when we're looking at especially our infrastructure, because that's something we've talked about several times, and the vulnerabilities there, are we talking about vulnerabilities to our own infrastructure across the state because of climate change, or also what we can do with our infrastructure and how we can do it, find ways to operate differently or whatever to avoid any vulnerability to water, habitat, fish and wildlife? I'm just curious if we're looking at both of those, or right now if it's primarily looking at the vulnerability for our own infrastructure.
Thank you, Chair Wall. If I'm understanding your question correctly, I would say that it's looking at everything and it's not necessarily an infrastructure vulnerability assessment. And this is part of the reason to bring on a professional contractor to work on this full time, is that we're looking at every person in Oregon, every sector of the economy in Oregon, and all of our natural resources. And so defining the scope is going to be one of the challenges for this project for sure. But I would say for sure that it is not exclusive to infrastructure. And so one way to look at this graphic would be, you could put, fish populations at the top if you wanted to, and say we're going to look at how exposed our fish populations are to the impacts of climate change, how sensitive they are, and how well they can adapt to those changes. And that kind of gives you your impact on fish populations. And then we will turn that into an assessment of the vulnerability. And then we've added this equity layer to look at how that affects human populations, and then get to the resilience there. But we could also look at commercial fisheries in that same exact pathway. And then we could look at fish hatcheries in that same exact pathway. And so it is really designed to cover the full spectrum, from infrastructure to humans to fish and wildlife.
Thank you, that helps. And I continue to appreciate that the leadership at ODFW is bringing this topic to us in each of our meetings, and the leadership that ODFW has shown. And that kind of leads to the second question that I have, which is, we're in a position now, it sounds like, where there's a chance to restart, if you will, or boost the work to get the agents across the agencies more integrated. Do you see the situation a bit different now, and that there's more urgency and interest in that very activity?
Chair Wall, can you clarify as to now versus when else in time?
It seemed like a year and a half ago or a year ago when we were talking about this, there was a real leadership role for ODFW, and that continues in putting together the policies. And now we're at the implementation, and a big piece of that is how the agencies integrate across the agency boundaries. And so now that the legislature is about to end, do you see this as the other agencies are also, is there an added urgency, or do you see more headway in that whole integration across agencies?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I think the end of session gives us more time because this is proactive work that needs to be done to do this integration. And I think you'll see as well that other agencies in their responses to the governor's executive order on greenhouse gas reductions, that was March of 2020. And the commission adopted the climate and ocean change policy in July of 2020. So we were a little ahead of the game. That policy was mostly ready already. So you'll see coming out soon, Department of Forestry has a draft of their initial climate change plan, and other agencies are also on that pathway. So I think, yes, we have a great opportunity now, perhaps more so in the future than in the past.
Thank you. Thanks. And
Hi, can I ask a question? Hi, Davia. First of all, I just want to say I am really excited to see how integrative this is, and I really appreciate the focus on equity. This is more of a comment than a question, and then there's a question. I love that you're thinking about who is involved in the different processes. I would also encourage thinking about who leads those and who champions them. We all know that different voices speak with different weight, and that can do a lot to help equity processes. And I also wonder if, and maybe you mentioned this, but there was a lot there, if measurable indicators of success or metrics have been established, specifically around the human dimensions work, around the equity work, and if so, what some of those might be, and if not, what your process might be for developing those.
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioner Khalil. Nice to meet you. I would say that there are not metrics identified in this state adaptation framework. And that is somewhat intentional in that the framework is kind of operating at a slightly higher level to try to provide direction to existing processes in the development of new programs. So the climate equity blueprint encourages organizations to identify metrics when they're in those processes, but the metrics themselves are not called out.
Thank you.
Okay. Unless there are other questions of Davia, then we'll move on to Karin, Dr. Braby, who's going to talk to us about the Oregon Territorial Sea Plan, which is not directly related to climate adaptation, but it certainly has a nexus. So we thought we would throw it in under this particular topic. Karin?
Thank you, Director Melcher and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about this today. And I am joined by my colleague, Dave Fox, who will talk to you about the latter slides in this presentation. The nesting of this topic under climate and ocean change policy is absolutely appropriate. And so I really appreciate Davia's introductory remarks related to the climate adaptation framework. As she mentioned, the framework has a key principle of encouraging multi-agency coordination and collaboration on achieving outcomes. And the Territorial Sea Plan is an early example of interagency collaboration and management and responsibility for some of our key natural resources. And here, of course, we're talking about one section of the Territorial Sea Plan specific to rocky habitat along Oregon's shore. Also, just wanted to tie into Davia's mention of the 3 areas of action around climate, which include mitigation, sequestration, and adaptation. And I would say that this is really an adaptation story. This is about making sure we have management areas in place so that we can understand and have resilience as we see changes across the shore. So with that, Dave is going to be controlling the slides. So please, let's go to the first one, or the next one rather. And so overall, we're gonna share with you a little bit more about rocky habitat, where it is along the coastline and in the territorial sea. Here is a statute that is cited that gives you a range of statutes that govern this territorial sea plan for the state. And this particular revision process that we're in right now has been happening since 2018, is set to more or less conclude this first cycle this year and early next year. And it's been a reevaluation of rocky intertidal habitat and management, as well as addition of concepts and management proposals for subtidal habitat as well. So early next year, we will likely be bringing some site designation proposals back to you for consideration and action. Next. So Oregon's rocky habitat, coastal rocky habitat, is a remarkable ecosystem. Many, hopefully, of you have visited. It is an area that is incredibly diverse. Biodiversity is very high. It's a very productive area. It provides nursery habitat, haul out habitat. It's a great place for people to visit and observe firsthand some of the ocean's treasures, and has become a really important living laboratory for students, for academic researchers, to really experiment and understand some of the ocean processes. The rocky intertidal is like a thin line along our coast. It's 41% of Oregon's shoreline in linear miles. But you'll notice in this map that shows the kind of pink red areas that it really is just a ribbon along the coastline of habitat. Next. In addition to this thin ribbon of the intertidal above the low tide mark, subtidally or below the ocean, we have additional rocky habitat that is also very important to Oregon's ocean and to Oregonians' interaction with the ocean. And this includes both rocky reef areas that are also very productive, and kelp beds that we really value in Oregon for a number of reasons, need a place to hold on in the ocean, and that is in rocky areas where their holdfasts can hold tight. And they in turn provide habitat for a variety of species that we know and enjoy in a number of ways, including groundfish, rockfish, lingcod, cabezon, those types of species, and a whole host of invertebrates. Offshore rocks and islands are very numerous in Oregon, and so we see those as we're driving along 101 and enjoying the beautiful vistas or walking along our favorite beach. But they're important for ecosystem function for the reasons I've already mentioned, but also because they're isolated, protected areas for seabirds and sea seals and sea lions to haul out, protected from disturbance from us, from humans, and really important to the ecosystem as well. Next. So we are presenting the Territorial Sea Plan and Rocky Habitat Strategy because the state has identified that rocky habitat management is important and has been prioritizing this activity since the early 1990s. Here, I'll share a couple of reasons why this management is important, and it's becoming more important year after year. I've already described ecological importance of these habitat areas, including their importance to fish, birds, mammals, invertebrates. They tend to be ecological hotspots, both intertidally and subtidally. And I've shared how scarce these habitats can be. So 41% of Oregon's linear coastline is intertidal, but if you look at the footprint in space, the acres of space that rocky habitat consumes or comprises, in the subtidal, rocky reefs are only 7% of the territorial sea, and a much smaller portion of that in the intertidal, only about 1,300 acres. And because of this scarcity of habitat, when you introduce humans and human interest in these areas, They are a locus for us. They're interesting and our favorite spots for folks to visit. But because of the scarcity, that means that our impacts can be particularly significant. As we see changes in the ocean related to climate and ocean change, these areas, these rock reef areas, are not only having impacts from human use and visitation, but they are also subject to some of the major aspects of change. So we have heard already as a department, we've shared with you our observations about reductions in kelp beds and key species like abalone that resulted from the marine heat wave that started in the early or the mid 2010s, around 2014. We're still feeling the repercussions of that single event today. I've shared with you before science and management issues related to acidification and hypoxia. Something that we haven't talked to you about very often, if much at all, is sea level rise and how that impacts the ecosystem and our management. And so I'll pause here and describe a little bit this map that's shown in the slide. This is Boiler Bay, key research site, visitation site, just north of Newport on the Central Coast. And the map shows a blue line offshore in the water. Thanks, Dave. Dave's pointing out with the cursor there. And that is our current extent of the intertidal today. The darker blue, a little bit closer to shore, and even thinner ribbon along the shore is the projected footprint of the intertidal in the year 2100, so 2100, just 80 years from now. And you can see that that space has contracted significantly in the projections. So that means that a scarce habitat today will become even scarcer in the future because the upland processes will not compensate for that loss of intertidal as the oceans rise. And so both for the species that live there, for the humans that visit these areas, that is going to become a more scarce habitat and more impacted. Additionally, as we see temperatures in our climate increase in the inland areas, we have seen folks flock to the ocean for recreation. And that's been true not only of heat waves inland and escape from wildfire events and so on, but also with the pandemic, that the outdoors are so important and have been so important in the last year and a half, providing people an opportunity to get back to nature in a safe way. And so we'll expect that human use and visitation will increase over time and further impact those scarce habitats. So with that, I'll just end this concept with the fact that with management and public awareness, we hope to build resilience. That's an adaptive process of management. And so with that in mind, Dave will continue with describing the territorial seed process that's been occurring.
All right, thanks, Karen, for providing that great context about this important habitat. For the record, again, I'm Dave Fox. I'm with the Marine Resources Program in Newport. So the rest of the presentation, we'll talk about our current management of rocky habitat. We'll talk about revisions to the Rocky Shores Habitat Strategy, and then how those revisions might result in potential action for this commission in the future. So the Territorial Sea Plan provides a framework for the coastal and ocean resource management in Oregon's Territorial Sea. It's developed and maintained by the Ocean Policy Advisory Council, which we generally refer to as OPAC. And OPAC's been around for about 30 years now. It's a legislatively created advisory body that consists of representatives from coastal and ocean stakeholder groups, state agencies, local governments, and tribes. And its main role is to provide advice to the governor and to state agencies concerning matters of ocean and coastal resource management. The Land Conservation and Development Commission is the body that's been given approval authority and adoption authority of plans developed by OPAC or other types of advice developed by OPAC. And the Territorial Sea Plan was originally adopted, as Karin said earlier, in 1994. One key element or key aspect of the Territorial Sea Plan is in itself, it doesn't have kind of an implementation authority. So instead, the plan is implemented by individual state agencies in relation to their individual authorities or jurisdictions in the ocean or coastal environment. And there's a statute cited here that actually provides for that implementation and requires that state agencies' programs and rules be consistent with the Territorial Sea Plan. So the Rocky Habitat Management Strategy is a component of the Territorial Sea Plan. It's called Part 3, or it's Chapter 3 of the plan. Its overall goal is to provide a framework for long-term protection of ecological resources and biodiversity in Oregon's marine rocky habitats while allowing for appropriate use. So it's a balanced conservation and use goal. Under that goal, there's a number of kind of detailed objectives, but I think a main point about these objectives is that the strategy envisions achieving its conservation goals using both regulatory and non-regulatory management measures. And on the non-regulatory side, that involves things like public education, raising awareness about the vulnerability and sensitivity of these habitats, providing stewardship messages, and it's just generally ensuring and helping that the public can enjoy these areas without causing undue impact on the habitat. The implementation of this strategy is really contained in two major components. One is a series of kind of overarching framework policies and principles that kind of guide management coast-wide. They apply to all rocky habitat. And then the second part is the site-specific, what we call management designations. So these are specific sites that have independent regulations or management measures within them. And these management designations that we have along the coast are called marine gardens, marine research areas, and marine habitat refuge. And part of the strategy revision, we're changing the habitat refuge name to marine conservation area. So if you look at the current landscape, prior to any of this revision, we have 14 of these sites currently designated along the coast. There's 7 marine gardens, 6 research areas, and 1 habitat refuge. And the designation of these sites actually predates even the original 1994 strategy by quite a bit. The first 6 of these areas was actually designated by the Fish Commission back in 1962, so almost 60 years ago. So there's quite a historic legacy of these sites along the coast. And these sites are all described in the ODFW Sport Regulation fishing book, and there's an example page here. There's 5 pages of maps in the marine section of the regulation book that describe these areas along with other types of designations and describe the regulations in each. So management of rocky habitats is really kind of a multi-agency affair, each with different jurisdictions for different aspects of management. And some of them are listed here in this slide. But just to give an example, even harvest regulation requires 3 agencies to fully implement. ODFW for the marine invertebrates and fish, Department of State Lands for harvest of seaweed and subtidal environments, and Oregon Department of Parks and Recreation for harvest of seaweed in intertidal environments. So now getting into the revision process for the strategy. So OPAC is guiding and directing this revision, and to accomplish that, they appointed a working group consisting of stakeholder representatives and state agencies and a federal agency. And that working group really performed all the legwork for this and brought recommendations back to the council. So this started about 3.5 years ago with some public listening sessions along the coast and in the valley to try to learn what the public concerns were about these sites. Remember, the original plan is getting on to be 25 years old now, so this is the first time of kind of trying to see what new concerns have arisen since then. Then we entered into the first phase where we revised those framework policies and principles that I talked about. So that was completed in 2019. Then in the second phase, we started focusing on these individual site designations, and OPAC made a decision during this phase to address that by inviting proposals from the public. So there was a solicitation to the public for proposals for designation of new sites along the coast. So that culminated in the end of last year with the submission of proposals. And we're now in the final phase where we've reviewed those proposals. OPAC's made some decisions on them, and those will eventually later on this year go to LCDC for consideration for adoption. So that will really be the completion of this kind of phase of the strategy revision. But the strategy, recognizes that ecosystems aren't static, that human use isn't static, that management needs aren't static as well. And so they designed in a kind of an ongoing iterative process of soliciting proposals and reviewing those to see if new sites might be designated off into the future and not wait for kind of a full plan revision 25 years from now. And that's planned to be on about a 2-year cycle starting in 2022. And one thing I wanted to point out, there's been a very public process throughout this. In the last 3.5 years, there's been in excess of 50 public meetings to address various aspects of that, and public meetings will continue into the future. So now getting into the details of some of the proposals that were submitted. So as I said, they were submitted at the end of 2020. There was a total of 12 submitted. They're laid out on the map on the right. There's some abbreviations on the map. Let me go over those. MCA stands for Marine Conservation Area. MG stands for Marine Garden. And MRA stands for Marine Research Area. So as I said earlier this year, the agencies and working groups reviewed these, and there was a review loop with the public, and recommendations were developed for OPAC. And then last month, OPAC had a meeting where they made decisions about these sites. First of all, there were 2 sites that OPAC considered to be well enough justified to kind of meet the level of need for designation. Those would be a new marine garden at Coquille Point and a new marine research area at Cape Blanco. Those are both shown in green on the south coast. And then there were 6 proposals that OPAC recognized that these had merit. There was a lot of good points about these, but they didn't really quite meet the level of justification, or they had some insufficiencies in them that really need some further work. But because these were close to completion, OPAC, instead of just outright rejecting those, decided instead to ask the state agencies to work with the proposers later on this year and early next year to see if some of those insufficiencies could be resolved, or if they could actually meet the level of justification needed to be considered for designation. And then finally, there was 4 proposals that OPAC decided not to move forward, shown in red. Okay, a little more detail about those 2 sites that are moving forward. The first is Coquille Point, which is proposed as a marine garden. Coquille Point is just off Bandon. The photo on the top shows the point with some offshore rocks adjacent to it, and a part of the town of Bandon is in the background. The goal of the marine garden is to protect rocky habitat resources to support public enjoyment and learning opportunities while maintaining ecological integrity. This site, like many of most of the marine gardens along the coast, is an easily accessed site. It receives a lot of human use, human visitation, and as such is susceptible to human impact. This is especially true of this site because the rocky intertidal area is very small. So you get situations, you get concentrations of lots of people in very small sensitive habitat area. In addition, this site has some extra concerns. There's seabird nesting colonies on these rocks, and many of the offshore rocks where seabirds nest are isolated. You can't get to them on foot. But these, as you can see in the photo in the lower left, at low tide, you could walk right up to these rocks on foot. And the little inset photo shows an example of a portion of a seabird nesting colony. In this case, it's Brandt's cormorants that are nesting on the rock. So all these nesting colonies are very sensitive to human disturbance. So the proposal for this site proposes both regulatory and non-regulatory management measures. On the non-regulatory side, there's already a group at this site called Shoreline Education for Awareness, and it consists of volunteers who go down to the site at low tide. They interact with the public. They provide interpretation about the intertidal and about the seabird colonies, answer their questions. But while doing that, they also provide stewardship messages, and they help the public enjoy this site and understand, how to enjoy it while minimizing impacts. On the regulatory side, its proposal is the same as the other marine gardens on the coast, and those have restrictions of not allowing the harvest of intertidal invertebrates. And marine gardens have an exception to that. They accept single mussels can be taken for bait by fishermen, and also not allow the harvest of marine algae or seaweeds. At second site, Cape Blanco is being proposed as a marine research area. Cape Blanco, as shown in the photo on the top, is a dramatic headland on the south coast. It has a very extensive rocky intertidal area on the western side of the Cape. And then in the photo on the lower left shows part of the northern side of the Cape also has an extensive rocky intertidal area. The intertidal area in the north is easily accessible by people. The one on the west side of the Cape is a little more difficult to access. So the goal of the research area is to maintain the natural system to support scientific research and monitoring while maintaining ecological integrity. So Cape Blanco is unique. Many consider it to be a kind of a boundary between northern and southern oceanographic regimes for this part of the California current ecoregion. And as such, it has representative species from both the north and the south, and it has a very high biodiversity. It's a long history of research at this site. Oregon State University has been doing monitoring of this site for about 25 years and various research projects as well. This proposal also has both regulatory and non-regulatory measures. On the non-regulatory, the group that proposed it will be forming a volunteer group that will provide interpretation for the public, and that interpretation will include information on the research that's going on and the importance of that research. The regulatory side is similar to other research areas where there'd be no harvest of intertidal invertebrates or marine algae. So to summarize the next steps, OPAC has formulated its recommendations. Those will go to the Land Conservation and Development Commission in this fall, likely their November meeting. And at that meeting, they'll consider adoption of the strategy revisions, including the 2 new site designations that I just described. And as I said earlier, any adopted components with harvest restrictions will require commission rulemaking action to implement. So as Karin said, we'd likely be coming back to the commission with a exhibit early next year to propose those rulemaking actions. This is the 6 sites for continued evaluation. We'll be working with the proposers this fall and winter on that. And those will then be reconsidered by OPAC in spring of next year. And if any of those get recommended for designations, those will then go to the Land Conservation and Development Commission later in the year. And that ongoing periodic consideration of new management areas will again begin in 2022 and proceed on an approximate two-year cycle. So that concludes the presentation, and would be happy to take questions.
I'll jump in with a question. I don't see everyone's hand, so I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead of someone. So this is either for Dr. Braby or David Fox. I appreciate that there are sort of area-specific plans for interpretation and education, such as at Coquille Point or at Cape Blanco. Of course, there's rocky intertidal, as Dr. Braby said, 1,300 miles. And so, we all love our tide pools and we can love them to death. And, my kids have been tide pooling since they could walk. So my question is there any more comprehensive effort currently to educate the public about how to minimize impact in the Rocky Intertidal.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair Willie, Commissioners. So there's a number of things going on. There's a number of existing sites that have established interpretive programs, and these tend to be really high use, high visitation sites, a lot of use by school groups. Examples include Uquinna Head, in Newport area, and Haystack Rock up in Cannon Beach. Department of Parks and Recreation, unfortunately, their budget situation has been bad, in the last couple of years, but they've had summertime interpretive staff that are at some of the sites. Brookings down at Harris Beach is an example where they have that. They sometimes have that on the Central Coast as well. I'm not sure how that's going to continue into the future with their current budget situation. Some of those general principles and policies in this revised Rocky Shore strategy really call for a more coordinated effort, as you alluded to, coast-wide. And there really isn't a program for that yet, but there are people, especially from NGOs, starting to work on that. And we'll probably, hopefully, state parks will be able to bring on some more budget resources to allow creation and establishment of that type of program. But there are a few things just starting. There's a brand new program called Tide Pool Ambassador program that a surf rider helped establish, and working with the Oregon Tourism Council. So there's some little starts at it to be more coast-wide than these specific sites, but it's probably going to be a long-term prospect with the hope that programs can be developed in the future.
Okay, well, thanks. I hope that more financial resources can go into this, that we're just not dependent on, small nonprofit organizations to carry the load.
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for that, David.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. I see a number of commissioners have their hands up. So Chair Wall, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, my question was a little bit about our role and whether this is something that we're seeing as very helpful for our harvest discussions and our work. Did we submit any of these, or are we mostly in a response role? I'm just curious what our role is in these Rocky habitat discussions.
So we're so ODFW has a seat on OPAC. And then we're also part of the Rocky Shores Working Group. And then we also provide staff assistance to DLCD in working on DL. I didn't mention that DLCD staffs the council. So they're the main coordinating body. Their staff are the main coordinating body for this. So we provide really all of the kind of advice and assistance to them concerning the marine ecosystem, harvest and management of marine animals, and just kind of the knowledge of the habitats and how they function in the system. So we have kind of multiple roles in this process, and we didn't ourselves as an agency submit any because there was kind of a decision by OPAC to turn this into a public proposal process. So we played the role of being one of the reviewers of these public proposals and drafters of the recommendations that went to OPAC.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks. I see Commissioner Labhart has his hand up as well.
Thank you, Director. Just to comment, Karin and Dave, I want to thank you very much for the presentation. Very comprehensive, very well done. I very much appreciate it from an information standpoint to get me up to speed on what some of the emerging issues are along the coast. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, thank you for this presentation. It's very informative. I hadn't heard about this for a long time, so I appreciate it. The 6 that are not or are being re-looked at, those were marine conservation areas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know about the marine conservation area down in the South Coast. So what are the restrictions or requirements for marine conservation areas?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioners Arnowitz and commissioners. So the marine conservation areas have a kind of a flexible management consideration. So in the proposals for a marine garden or marine research area, there's kind of pretty standard regulations that apply to those. The way the marine conservation area was set up in the strategy is that those could be set up with anything from no regulatory measures at all to, all the way up to full closures of harvest and things like that, or really anything in between. And they would be basically, the proposals needed to justify the need for the regulation to pass muster in this. And so what we have in these proposals is some variation in which regulations were proposed. And as an example, the Ecola Point proposal had, was similar to Marine Garden. It had no harvest of invertebrates, but it was also proposing some vessel closures as well on offshore rocks. Chapman Point had no harvest of invertebrates, but had some exceptions to that. Another example, Cape Lookout allowed harvest of most species and had a provision that left it up to the Fish and Wildlife Commission if they wanted to close certain species. Let's see, some of the other ones had no harvest regulations whatsoever. So it really depended on the needs of the site and kind of the justification for what's going on, what impacts are happening, to develop the proposed management regulations or recommendations for those sites.
So these were put forward by certain groups that are interested in those areas, and then they have different ideas about how they should be managed. Is that the idea?
Yeah, exactly. And generally the groups coalesced around established organizations like the Audubon Society, had some groups, but they went beyond just members. They included local citizens. There were requirements in the proposal process that they go to the local communities, look for stakeholders, try to see what the support was. Some of these went to their local town or city councils and got, council endorsement of the proposal. So there was quite a process of these groups to go through to come up with these recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Not seeing any other questions.
There are a couple of other hands.
No, I do see some hands up. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, thanks, Director. Yeah, I had a question on the Cape Blanco one. Was there some, that got the protection on that looks like it's getting increased. Was there some evidence there that showed that was that needed some extra protection?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Spellbrink. There wasn't direct evidence of say a harvest impact like a population decline, but with the goal of maintaining the ecological integrity and maintaining the natural system for the research and monitoring site, there was felt that there was a need to ensure that there wasn't a harvest impact on these research sites and monitoring sites.
Great. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, it's a neat place. I've spent a little bit of time in the area there fishing, and it's a special place.
All right. Karen has her hand up.
Thank you, Director Melcher and commissioners. I just wanted to jump in and really thank you for the questions in this discussion because you've really brought out some important themes for the Territorial Sea Plan, our connection to it, and the principles that we're trying to advance in terms of climate and ocean change management. The Territorial Sea Plan is that broad guidance to the state about what our aspirations are for management of coastal areas. And so to Commissioner Woolley's question, that's the statement of what we want to be doing and how we want to be doing it. And then each of the sites that has been developed through this public process is a statement not only of the human community's interest in these areas and what they feel is needed on the ground, but is customized to the ecosystem at that location so that whatever is needed for the resources that are there, the management and education approach is customized to that site. And so it's really both flexible and aspirational, the kind of high policy level of what the Territorial Sea Plan is meant to be, as well as on the ground implementation of it so that we have that resilience and understanding maintained and public awareness and appreciation and engagement in these coastal areas. And they have ownership in helping manage these areas for us. Lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge the many hours and weeks and months of time that Dave Fox has put into this process. He's really just put a whole lot of time and energy into it, and I so appreciate it. And I think you see today his passion about this, and we have really great results from that energy from him and other folks on the working group that have brought these proposals forward.
Right. Thank you. Thank you both. We're going to move on to a little more inland issue now. And commissioners, and as you all know, I've been trying over the last year and a half or so, actually maybe even a little longer, maybe the last 2 years or so, to insert updates in the director's report that reflect the breadth of work that we do here at the department and include things that that you all may never hear about, at least in the context of rulemaking. And so, excuse me, for this month, we have Susan Barnes, who's one of our wildlife biologists in the Clackamas office, and she's going to give you a little update on her work with Western pond turtles. So Susan, I'll hand the microphone to you.
Thank you, and I apologize for my camera problems. I had it set up here earlier, but hold on a second. I apologize. And you know what? I will just introduce myself and turn the camera off. But good morning, Deputy Director Hearn and Director Melcher, Chair Wall, and other commissioners. For the record, my name is Susan Barnes. I'm the Regional Wildlife Conservation Biologist for the northwest part of ODFW's West Region. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about Western pond turtles this morning. So I'm going to turn my camera off. So there are two species of turtles endemic to Oregon, the Western painted turtle and the Northwestern pond turtle. Both are semi-aquatic species needing both freshwater aquatic habitats as well as terrestrial habitats to complete their life cycle. The Western painted turtle spends more time in water compared to the pond turtle. Turtles are an important part of a healthy ecosystem, primarily as their role in the food chain as both predators and as prey for other animals. And because of their use of both aquatic and upland habitat types, they have an additional role in nutrient transfer. But there are many other reasons why turtles, the northwestern pond turtle, is important. Aesthetically, people of all ages and backgrounds love to see and watch turtles. They're one of the most popular critters here in Oregon that I work with.
Susan?
Spiritually,
Susan,
yes.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. We are not seeing your presentation.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Thank you. Okay.
There we go. Looks good.
I am so sorry. Okay. So I won't repeat what I said, but continuing on. So turtles are important for a variety of reasons, including spiritually, culturally. Many cultures incorporate turtles into spiritual practices. For example, turtles are often viewed as a symbol of long life, and there's a practice of giving turtles as gifts. Culturally, some cultures through time have used various turtle parts for tools and musical instruments. More recently, turtles, including pond turtles, are popular in the pet trade and by hobbyists. And the western pond turtle actually is a highly coveted species in the illegal pet trade. A single individual pond turtle, western pond turtle, can fetch up to $500 or more in the illegal pet trade market, compared to about $60 for a western painted turtle. So, and then $12 for a red-eared slider. So they're unfortunately still subject to that illegal pet trade. But historically, pond turtles were also very important as a food source during colonization of the Western United States, construction of the railroad, especially in California. There are historical records of millions of pond turtles being harvested to provide the local workforce with food during their railroad construction activities. This harvest has decimated many populations and which have never recovered. And then intrinsically, western pond turtles, they're fascinating, they're beautiful, and even if we don't fully understand them, or sometimes we won't even see them, they have a value that is not connected to the value that we humans place on them. And they are affected by our actions, both positively. We do things on the landscape. We've created habitat that does benefit them. But overall, collectively, what we have done has caused declines and local extirpations of the western pond turtle. Relatively recent genomic studies have split the western pond turtle into two distinct species. The one that we have in Oregon is now called the northwestern pond turtle, Actinemes marmorata, whereas the second species is found further to the south, Actinemes pallida. So this was important and is important for reasons which I'll be getting into more. But you can see that the northwestern pond turtle has a range distribution that extends from Washington through Oregon down to the central California, and then there's a small population in the Truckee Valley of Nevada. There are many threats, limiting factors, threats, reasons for decline. And the primary reason, of course, is habitat loss, both in quality and quantity, which has resulted in highly fragmented habitats, which is, this is the reason, of course, why most fish and wildlife species are on the decline, or the reason why they are threatened the most is habitat related. But there are other threats, other pressures upon them, including predation, and especially in urbanizing landscapes, we have higher numbers of what we call mesopredators. So not apex predators, but those mesopredators like raccoons, coyotes, crows, which are more abundant in urbanizing landscapes. Other threats include road mortality because of their ecology. Females in particular, which have to move from water to upland habitat types, are often found dead on roads, but males are also killed on roads as they move up into upland habitat. Movement barriers, not just the roads, but fences, Jersey barriers. And then altered disturbance regimes. Our past efforts to suppress wildfire and our dams and levees, which prevent flooding for human purposes and for irrigation purposes, but all these things have changed the habitat availability and water temperature, which has affected Western pond turtles. Human disturbance is a big issue, growing issue, as we encourage people to move outside, or not move outside, but recreate more outside. There's a direct link between human disturbance and pond turtles. Pond turtles are sometimes found with fishing hooks in their guts, and this leads to their death. People get too close to them while boating, and the turtles have their basking time interrupted. Invasive species, not just animals such as the American bullfrog, which is a predator, but reed canary grass is a threat. We are seeing more and more incidences of reed canary grass infested areas that have entrapped hatchling turtles inside the nest chamber, which makes it impossible for them to emerge. So that's a concern. Illegal collection, chemical contaminants. There's some evidence that certain heavy metals in particular can affect eggshell quality, but also fitness of the animal itself. And then there's disease. There's many diseases. The one on the highest radar right now is a shell disease, which is affecting up to 50% of Washington's Western pond turtle population. Thankfully, we have not detected it yet here in Oregon, but it is maybe not if, but when. And then last but not least, climate change. Of course, we don't fully understand how climate change will impact the Western pond turtle, but we suspect, and we have some anecdotal information that is already indicating that perhaps nesting will occur earlier. These are perennial water bodies are no longer perennial, and so this will affect pond turtles. And then sex ratios. So turtles have what we call temperature dependent sex determination, which in a nutshell means that warmer temperatures create or produce more female turtles. And anecdotally, that might sound good, like, oh, warmer temperatures, more females in a population is good. But over the long term, it's important to have both males and females, obviously. But one of the main concerns is that during these really hot, droughty periods, that the temperature will just exceed the threshold. And anecdotally, we are seeing more and more eggs just being cooked, like literally hard boiled inside. So as a result of all these threats, the Western pond turtle, both species have have been given special status throughout most of their range. And this is a wordy table, but you basically get the gist. Northwestern pond turtles are endangered in the state of Washington. They have 6 known populations of turtles, and most of them are head-started turtles. That's a whole nother presentation, but as you move southward through the range here in Oregon, we have our pond turtles as sensitive critical. They're protected by Division 44 rules, which makes it unlawful for anyone to take, kill, possess pond turtles. And then we of course have pond turtles identified as strategy species and in the Oregon conservation species. And all states have the pond turtle identified as species of conservation priority in their state wildlife action plans. In Canada, the species is considered extirpated. In Mexico, the species currently has no protection. And then our federal land partners have listed the pond turtle as sensitive on their lands. And then again, last but not least, our US Fish and Wildlife Service partners have the species as an at-risk species. It was for many years a species of federal concern, and due to the listing petition, the most recent listing petition submitted in 2015, the pond turtle is now on their work plan for a species status assessment for consideration for listing on the ESA. So there are many key life history traits that are important to understand when it that influence conservation options and recommended actions. So the main one being that the Western pond turtle is an ectotherm. It regulates its body temperature through its behavior, through how it selects habitat, whether it's moving from water to land to warm water, cold water. And this ability, this feature, and how it regulates its metabolic regulation really is unique in that it helps the species maximize its growth. So instead of having to devote energy toward regulating internal temperature, it can put those calories toward increasing body mass, which when you're a little turtle, you're very vulnerable. So you want to grow as fast as you can, get big to avoid the mouths of bullfrogs or non-native fish, and river otters and great blue herons. So growth is important. And this ectothermic metabolic system also allows for the turtle to survive and deal with extended periods of either cold, which we don't have a lot here in Oregon, but also drought, the hot, droughty periods during the summer. So this is really an advantageous for the species. It's also long-lived. We have records through mark and recapture data of Northwestern pond turtles being at least 55 years old. They probably live longer. Again, you need to have a long-term data set to find out what that potential longevity number is. And we're working toward it. They're late maturing animals. There's variation in the range, but generally speaking, it takes about 5 to 10 years for a Western pond turtle to become sexually mature. They have a natural high mortality rate in eggs and young, and this is not unique to Western pond turtles. Many turtle species and other taxa, including amphibians, have the same reality. But it is an important consideration when trying to figure out how to conserve a long-lived species and provide for self-sustaining populations in the wild through time. there's a need to think about the younger age class, but also the older age class, because the loss of those large sexually mature adults, females in particular, has significant implications on the survival of the species into the future. So this is another busy graph, but you can look at this more if you want to in the Turtle BMP's document. But basically what this shows is the life cycle through the season of both of Oregon's native turtles, the yellow ring on the outer being the western pond turtle, the northwestern pond turtle, and the inner ring being the painted turtle, which is our other native species. And there's a lot of overlap, but if you were to look at this more closely, you would see that the pond turtle does spend more time up on land. And there is actually some turtle researchers have found have documented some pond turtles spending up to 10 months of a year up on land. And when they're on land, they don't eat. They need to be in water to eat and swallow their food. So during that time, they're really using, well, they're either in a warm environment trying to stay cool, or they're in a cold environment waiting for the temperature to warm up. So, but at this time of the year, northwestern pond turtles are doing a variety of things. The females are coming up on land to find a suitable spot to lay their eggs, and they dig a hole in the ground, they deposit their eggs, they fill in the hole, they camouflage it super well, and then those females return to the water. The little turtles that are juveniles from previous, like last year, 2020, for example, or previous years, they're all about growing, hiding, from evading predators. They're very prone to desiccation, so they're more tied to water. Males are, after the breeding activity at this time of the year, they're also eating, growing, eating. And then as we move into the autumn months, it's all about preparing for overwintering. So more eating, putting on those fat reserves. And then the eggs from this year will hatch. Most hatchlings stay in the ground and overwinter in the nest chamber, living off their egg yolk. And then they emerge as tiny hatchlings in the springtime. That said, some pond turtle hatchlings do emerge from their nest, come to the top of the surface of the ground, and move to water in the fall. It's unknown at this time what causes some hatchlings to do fall emergence versus spring emergence. We know a lot, but there's a lot, probably more than we don't know. So then the turtles moving into wintertime stop eating, they clean out their guts, and they move to their overwintering spots. And those might be in aquatic habitats, or they might be in upland areas. So we get, in the fall time, I get a lot of reports, we ODFW get a lot of reports of turtles, pond turtles specifically, moving. Often it's being found on trails or on roads, people report them, moving from water to upland forest where they're going to spend their winter. And unfortunately, some of those people end up picking the turtles up and putting them back in the water because they think turtle has to be in the water. This is why education is so important. So they spend the winter time in the water. Often it's in a beaver dam or a bank den, or wedged under rocks or woody debris. Their turtles will be in the water for months, not coming up to air to breathe. They're living off the DO in their blood. They're just fascinating creatures. And then they wake up in the spring and they start to bask. They're all about warming up their temperature, their body temperature, finding mating, moving back to water if they spent the winter in the uplands, and then breeding, mating, doing it all over again. So ODFW has been doing a lot over many, many years, even before my time, to conserve Western pond turtles. And the main one has been building partnerships, because the conservation program, formerly the non-game, formerly the wildlife diversity, or maybe it's reversed, is so small. We cannot do it all. So building partnerships with our various stakeholders and landowners is key to managing the species, because a lot of these turtles actually still occur on, or they do occur on private lands. So we put a lot of effort into outreach and education, including the publication of the guidance for conserving Oregon's native turtles, including best management practices. And this is a document that's on ODFW's website. There's a turtle website, which the Oregon Turtle Working Group partnered with the Oregon Zoo to help create and host. And now the website is sitting on the Port of Portland's server. And that's a great resource. And we get people reporting turtles through that website daily right now, daily. But we've also done a lot of things on the ground with habitat projects, distribution surveys, mark recapture. Back about, over 10 years ago now, we partnered with OSU and the Oregon Wildlife Institute to help fund conservation assessments for both the Western painted turtle and the Northwestern pond turtle. We've partnered with researchers to answer some of our questions related to those juvenile age classes. We've been active in invasive species removal, including trapping and removing red-eared sliders, which at many sites are outnumbering pond turtles at least 4 to 1. It's not good. And then compiling data. That's an ongoing need, is to get all this historical data compiled, standardized in order to run proper analyses with it. I already mentioned the BMPs, and then a couple other projects, which I'm going to focus here on, is participation, ODFW participation in the AZA SAFE project. So what is that? Well, AZA, Association of Zoos and Aquarium, back in response to this 2015 petition to list the species, which the service reviewed and they determined could be warranted. So that's what initiated the service to place the species on their work plan. The zoos got together because they're involved in helping species survive into the future, and they're actively involved in recovery of the Western pond turtle in the state of Washington with their head starting efforts. They helped basically pull together what we call the range-wide conservation coalition, and this came from a zoo AZA effort known as Saving Animals from Extinction, and there were several ambassador animals selected. This is a global institution, and one of them was the cheetah, I believe. There were penguins, but they also selected the Western pond turtle as an ambassador animal, or a species to focus effort on and money on. And so with the help of the AZA community, since 2015, ODFW is participating in this coalition, and we meet annually. It's been virtual for the past couple of years, which is a bummer, but it's better than nothing. And together we're working toward leveraging our partnerships, our knowledge. We're learning from each other, and we're trying to move toward conserving the species, both species, the Northwestern and the Southwestern, across their range. And one of our key accomplishments pre-COVID was getting this range-wide conservation, range-wide management strategy written and finalized. and signed through a memorandum of understanding with our key partners, which are all the states, our federal land managers, as well as the U.S. Geological Survey and the Department of Defense, because down in California, there are quite a few DoD lands that support pond turtle populations. We work together to create this management strategy and sign an MOU, which ODFW signed in December. There's still a couple of entities that need to sign, and there have been some delays due to COVID, but we are hopeful that will happen soon. So if you look into this management strategy, one of the key actions that is called for, and by the way, that MOU that we signed, it does not obligate ODFW to anything other than working together. It doesn't have any financial obligations specifically to ODFW or any of the signatories. It's basically a good faith agreement that we are going to continue to work together to conserve this important species, both species, into the future. So the main emphasis of the management strategy is to manage the species and do good things on the ground. I mean, it also calls for filling some of those data gaps, trying to figure out what's going on with the shell disease in Washington, engaging our community partners. But a big one is how do we actually manage, conserve the species on the ground? So to help do that, we came up with this framework where we've defined management regions across the range. And within those management regions, we are going to define what we call priority conservation areas for pond turtles. And these are just basically areas that are either support existing pond turtle populations that are of a certain number and that have representative age classes, so there's existing reproduction going on. Or some of these PCAs actually might be places on the landscape where pond turtles are not currently present, but we want to do something in that area, that geographical area, to ensure the species have places to move and expand the population through time as the landscape changes, whether it be through urbanization or through the effects of climate change. So these PCAs are our way to try to help focus, identify areas on the landscape where, sort of like the idea of COAs in the conservation strategy, where we know we have a lot of remnant population, we have remnant populations of pond turtles, but also maybe where we want to focus efforts to ensure we have these critters into the future. Another important part of this process is to continue with our existing long-term monitoring sites. So here in Oregon, we do have a few. We have the primary long-term monitoring site in Oregon is in Southern Oregon, in Jackson County. And my former counterpart, Simon Ray, kicked that off, I think it was 28 years ago now. And now Jay Keene in our Central Point office with the conservation program is the lead on those efforts. But all those sites are on private land. And for the past 2 years, we have been denied access, which is a concern, but happens, right? So we need additional long-term monitoring sites. We have another long-term monitoring site up in the Mosier Hood management region, and my counterpart, Callie Atkins, is the lead on that. Those, again, are on private lands. And because of the ecology of these species, we need a long-term site on land that we can ensure we have access to. So this year, just actually last week, I established a new long-term monitoring site on a WWMP property in Yamhill County. And if anyone wants to have an amazing time in the field handling Western pond turtles, I invite you out next time because it was spectacular. Hundreds of turtles at this site. So one of the, after it's another, I digress. Another step in this process is, after delineating the PCAs, is to develop management plans or action plans for sites that would spell out, okay, what are we going to do in these priority conservation areas? And so this is what basically these PCAs is going to look like. So back a few years ago, California and Nevada actually went through this process. Oregon's behind. We're making progress, but when this is what our map will look something like. We're going to have these management regions and areas within each management region using certain selection criteria to highlight priority conservation areas, these PCAs, and then have a step down process with actual site management plans. But we haven't gotten there yet because we've been busy wrapping up our 3-year grant. So this is the last thing I'm going to go over here. I know this is a lot of information, but we have been busy here in Oregon implementing a 3-year grant that we received. We applied for, we received successfully, and we partnered with Washington and California and got about $500,000 through the competitive state wildlife grant program to advance pond turtle conservation. And due to a variety of reasons, the grant was extended. We don't have any more money, but we have more time. So we are finishing up the grant. And there was a lot of non-federal match leveraged. So the objectives of this grant, which we're wrapping up, the primary objective was to do good things on the ground, restore habitat. So we have 3 project sites in Oregon, one in the city of Eugene, one in the city of Albany, and the other in the city of Salem. So we've been working with our city partners on enhancing and creating northwestern pond turtle habitat. So at the site in Eugene, for example, there was an area of suitable nesting habitat that is being managed to ensure that it stays suitable for nesting. There were aquatic plantings and small wood structures placed in the water to provide habitat for small turtles, because small turtles need small habitat structures. They're not going to use these big pieces of wood. At our site in Salem, just a few weeks ago, we worked with the city and we brought nesting soil, a mixture of soil in and with dump trucks, and we created nest mounds because that site is a former gravel area. So the substrate is super hard, and we were finding through our monitoring activities a lot of nesting attempts, but not a lot of successful nests because the soil was just so hard. And from our observations, we could determine that those females, they were trying to nest, but they kept encountering big rocks, hard ground. So we brought this material in, and we're now monitoring it in a partnership with Western Oregon University to see how long it will take those female turtles to find it and use it. So that's pretty exciting. Another key objective of this project was to continue working on our data, and then do standardized surveys to feed into an occupancy model. And this actually was a big part of the project, too big for ODFW because we have such a small staff. We actually hired a contractor, Samara Group, to facilitate this objective because we just don't have the in-house capacity. And then the third objective was related to shell disease. So again, because this shell disease is such an issue in the state of Washington, we partnered with them to provide some animals some turtles from Oregon, basically as comparisons, but also to see if we could detect it. But really, Washington WDFW wanted to know what's different about their turtles versus Oregon pond turtles. So we actually caught turtles and we sent them to a local vet clinic and ran them through CT scans, which is pretty fun. And thankfully everything came back negative, but there's still a lot of questions about that. So this occupancy survey is a really important piece of this 3-year project, and it's a really important piece of what we're gonna be providing the U.S. Fish and Life Service as they kick off their species status review here in the next year or so. So just a quick summary of what this standardized survey effort has told us so far, or we just wrapped up, or Samara Group just wrapped up the analysis, and I don't have time to get into what went into the model, but we conferred with the USGS modeling experts and other scientists to ensure that we developed a robust model. So in summary, and just as a framework for what you're looking at here, each one of the black dots on the slide represents the 330 unique, what we're calling unique sites that were surveyed using a standardized protocol. The green dots are those survey sites where northwestern pond turtles were confirmed. So 330 sites were surveyed, 102 sites were found to be occupied. And just as a background, most of these little black dots, the 330 sites, were historical places where historical sightings or data exists. So places where pond turtles had been sighted previously. So the main question we were wanting to ask is, okay, of places where pond turtles have been seen in the past, are they still there? And then if they are there, is there any sign of successful reproduction, which would be shown by what age classes we have. So of the 102 sites that were found to still be occupied by pond turtles, 99 of those had adults, 43 had juveniles, and 3 had hatchlings. So you might come away from this thinking, oh gosh, there are hardly any hatchlings out there. Well, that might be true, but it's important to keep in mind that the sampling protocol is biased toward adults. And also hatchlings are really hard to see. They're all about hiding, and they're in shallow water. And so this protocol really isn't the best one to pick up those younger age classes. So just keep that in mind. That said, there are other reasons why we can believe and conclude that hatchlings and juvenile age classes are not as represented on the landscape. But through the survey effort, one interesting thing that popped out was that of the places where turtles had been sighted before, 14 of those sites are now unsuitable at all, meaning the wetlands were filled or there just was no habitat. So those dropped out. So at the end of the day, we ended up with 260 historic sites that were used for the occupancy model. And after running the model, fitting the models, and again, not enough time to get into that, but of the 260 historic sites, 40% are still occupied by northwestern pond turtle, meaning 60% are no longer occupied. So what's next? Well, as we, ODFW, continue our effort to identify priority conservation areas, we need a robust data set. And the standardized data that we collected through, and I should mention that we had so many partners across the state doing these surveys. It was not just an ODFW effort. We had trainings, and there were many, many entities involved in doing these occupancy surveys. So from that data actually needs to be incorporated into our data set. Once we do that, we're going to be identifying these PCAs. We're talking about how to define a quote unquote site as we move into trying to figure out and recommend actions. And then we're gearing up for this, for the services species status assessment and entering into the needed data sharing agreements, and basically getting our data in order so that we can provide it to the service so they can determine if the species warrants listing. In the meantime, we're going to keep doing good things for northwestern pond turtle. And this last slide on the lower right shows one of the nest mounds that I mentioned earlier that was created at our partner project site in the city of Salem and now is being monitored. And with that, I know I don't know how much time, but there is, but I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Susan. We got a couple hands up. I do want to keep moving along here, though. So I saw Commissioner Labhart's hand first.
Yep, just real quick. Thanks, Susan. I appreciate your passion. So I'm going to get on my soapbox again. The Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund has 22,000 donations that have brought in about $500,000. Part of those donations have gone to Western pond turtle projects, or now Northwestern pond turtle projects. So for those who are watching, if you care about pond turtles and you say, well, what can I do? You can donate to OregonIsAlive.org, and we'll provide more funding for Western pond turtles to do the good work that Susan and others are accomplishing. Thanks.
Thanks. Vice Chair Woolley.
And thank you, Director. And we'll try to move things along here. First, thank you for that presentation, Susan. I do want to express appreciation for the department for integrating these sorts of presentations into our meetings so that we can all learn more about the species that we don't get to develop policies around, on an annual basis. So thank you for that. Regarding the shell disease, Susan, is there either an understanding or at least some speculation at this point of the cause of the disease?
Yes, that's a great question. It's being attributed to a fungus, and I apologize, I don't remember the scientific name of it, but it's basically a fungal disease that penetrates the shell and extends down into the bone. But I guess to answer your question, it seems to be linked to the head starting effort, basically captive care environments. And so there have been quite a few modifications of animal husbandry practices at both the Oregon Zoo and Woodland Park Zoo, where these little turtles are being head started. And what that means is growing the turtles faster than they normally would grow, keeping them awake, not allowing them to winter. So there's a faster growth period and rate. There's been changes in water and substrate, but not all of the head started turtles have this shell disease, and some wild turtles at these six populations have also been found with the shell disease. So it's not clear yet what is really contributing to it, and also if there are other environmental factors that are causing it to manifest.
So are some of these captive turtles being released into the wild? Is that a way that it's spreading into the wild?
Now, when I say the head started turtles, these are wild turtles that are removed from these Washington sites. They're removed when they're hatchlings. They're taken into the zoo environment, and they're reared to be and grown up in about a year to be the size of about a 3 or 4 year turtle, so that they are too big to be eaten by bullfrogs and too big to be eaten by great blue herons. And then they're released back into the wild.
Okay. Then just one other quick question. So you mentioned that the near extirpation of these species during railroad construction. Are there is part of the research and monitoring actually developing some sort of current population estimates, and are there numerical goals for increasing numbers?
That will be, there are numerical goals in WDFW's recovery plan, because they have the species listed as endangered. They have recovery plan goals with specific numbers for a certain number of sites. Here in Oregon, we do not have that because our classification is sensitive critical, and we don't have certain population goals for, I can't think of any non-game species that we have population goals for, to be honest. Those are reserved for game species. That said, part of the species status assessment and maybe the Conservation Coalition's effort and in the step down process with these PCAs and site plans, I believe that population goals, or at least maybe not specific numbers, but maybe percentages of different age classes, will be defined.
Okay. And then just one last thing, you mentioned sort of volunteer efforts, and that those seem to be real popular and fun to do. And is that an annual? It sounds like the one for this year already occurred, and then there won't be one till next year. Is that right? Or?
Well, there are things going on this season that someone could still get involved in. Things were a little scaled down because of COVID, but there are volunteer opportunities that are occurring to check for nests and also visual encounter surveys. One of our partners, actually through the OCRF funding, received funding to do surveys in Yamhill County. So there's an opportunity to engage even now and become trained in how to look for turtles, where to look for turtles, and there's plenty of opportunity.
Okay. I'll talk with you more about that, offline outside of the meeting.
Great. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, thank you so much. This is one of my Western pond turtles, one of my favorite animals. And so this was very wonderful to hear about. I'm curious about the education side of things. All of my interaction with the education side of this project has been kind of, at will or when possible. I was wondering if there was, what the education strategy was for, mitigating some of these behaviors related to pet ownership and moving the turtles and all those kinds of things. And whether if that's at the safe level or if that's being implemented on a state-by-state basis.
It's, well, I can't speak to Washington and California, but it is a big part of my job and what my counterparts do, as well as our partners through the Oregon Native Turtle Working Group. It has been from day one, and the Oregon Conservation Strategy, the first version, 2006, really helped bring that together. So as I mentioned, the first Native Turtle website was hosted and it was developed by and hosted by the Oregon Zoo. And Jane Hartline, who's still involved in the working group, was a key person in that to help make that happen. So through that website, have you seen the website? Okay. So
very familiar.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that website it's just a launching point for more resources, but we've done other things through the working group. And then ODFW through this 3-year CSWIG grant, we worked with Samara Group to create an invasive species Don't Let It Loose poster. But we've through the working group created educational posters related to turtles and boating, like stay away, basically, or stay a certain distance. Please report your turtle, enjoy them, but at a distance. We have done social media outreach as we, there's opportunities there. It's just, there's so many topics of interest. It's hard to get the time or the space or whatever it's called.
So primarily from an awareness building kind of phase right now.
I'd say a lot of awareness has already been built because, so I've been in this job since 2004, and since the onset of, since the first publication of the conservation strategy till now, I haven't run the numbers, but the number of calls that I receive related to turtles has increased dramatically. Like I get calls daily, and people, we've done so much great awareness on invasive species issues. I have people finding red-eared sliders, getting to the website, calling me, emailing me, and bringing it in, which is great.
Yeah.
It just creates a lot of work. Like I cannot keep up, but it's great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like Commissioner Spellbrink has his hand up, and Commissioner.
Yeah, this was more just an observation. I'll be quick about it, but maybe Commissioner Labarre could respond. But I noticed that a lot of the funding for the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund comes from the checkoff on hunting and fishing license. Is that right?
Commissioner Spellbrink, there's we certainly do receive several $100,000 a year from the income tax checkoff, but that is not, that fund does not go to the OCRF. It actually goes to our non-game wildlife related program. So separate and aside from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund.
Yeah, I think you might be referring to when you get your fishing and hunting license, there's a box you can check for OCRF. Is that correct, Bob?
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
Okay, and yes, you are correct. That is the majority of the funding so far for OCRF has come from hunters and fishers with their checkoff. So
that's cool. I just thought I'd make that observation. So, I mean, I enjoy seeing the hunters and fishermen support the other non-game wildlife too. So just thought I'd make that observation. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Commissioner. All right. Well, thanks, Susan. We're going to move on then to the next stage of our agenda, which is adoption of temporary rules. So you all should have a, I believe there's 23 temporary rules that have been adopted since our last meeting in April, and those rules require ratification by the Commission.
You're ready for a motion then, is that correct?
Just a second. I have one question I'd like to ask Kurt, and sorry I was muted. On rule number 10 on the smallmouth bass in the coquille, could you say just a bit about it? What we're doing with this temporary rule is increasing the options on our methods to harvest these smallmouth bass. And it sounds like that would mean that it's not getting better there. Could you just say a little bit about that situation if it's really not getting better and heading in the wrong direction?
I'm sure, Chair Wall and commissioners, the So the situation, and I'll just give a little more background since we have brand new Commissioner Khalil with us, but smallmouth bass were apparently introduced into the Coquille River system probably within the last half a decade or perhaps a little bit longer ago than that. And they have taken off, and they've been, you know, as smallmouth bass seem to be in many of these habitats, they've been very successful and very productive. So we now have a established and fairly robust smallmouth bass population in the Coquille system, which has a number of impacts, not only to native salmonids in that they prey on juvenile fall chinook and juvenile coho and juvenile steelhead, but also impacts on other species like lamprey and perhaps other amphibians. And so we have embarked over the last several years, not just in researching and documenting this, but also in some removal efforts to remove smallmouth bass, recognizing that we would never likely be able to remove them entirely, but at least hoping to have some mitigative impacts or benefits to the other native species. And we've done that through electroshocking. Of course, we have no bag limits or size limits on smallmouth bass. And over the last couple of years, we've also expanded the opportunity to actually include freshwater spear fishing, which, believe it or not, there are folks that are interested in that kind of activity. So that's what this rule is about. And as to whether we're actually having a benefit, I think, I don't think there's any evidence of that yet. I don't think there's evidence that is helping. I don't think there's evidence that is hurting either. So we're continuing with that work. And of course, we're partnering with the Coquille tribe because they are keenly interested in this issue as well.
Thank you. It looks like Commissioner Zarnowitz has a question.
Oh, I couldn't see the hand up. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I just have a question on Rule 15. Was this set in temporary rule rather than during our regular season setting because of, I guess because we didn't at that time know the actual amount of fisheries available for the tribe?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz, that's basically correct. As we manage, of course, our fisheries that have impacts on spring chinook and other species as well, but we, of course, update that management as the season progresses, as we have not only the pre-season forecasted runs, but also the actual in-season run size updates. And so typically, these are treaty Indian fisheries. They will be updated with in-season information, and we generally do those not under permanent rule, but through temporary rule because of the high probability that anything we set in advance will need to be changed.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see other hands up, so we can get a motion on this one. Is there a motion?
I would move to ratify the 23 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda.
Is there a second?
I second.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 23 temporary rules in today's agenda. Are there any last questions or discussion? Seeing none, could I have a thumbs up for those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks unanimous, and we'll move on then. Thank you, Director. So that takes us, commissioners, to other business, commission updates, and public forum. I think what makes some sense is if we try to do those three. We don't have other business unless there's something that I haven't heard about yet. But I think we'll do those three and then take a 10-minute break and then start with the exhibits. So on other business, seeing no other hands up or issues, let's go to commission updates, and we have two of those. The first one is Vice Chair Woolley giving a quick update on the beaver management and trap check work that he's been leading.
All right, thank you, Chair Wall. So our facilitator from Kearns and West has completed interviews of our committee members. Commissioner Zarnowitz and Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and I held a status update and project launch meeting with Kearns and West and also some of our staff just this week. And we received summaries of key points that committee members made during their interviews. We also received a tentative meeting dates for the actual first meetings of the two committees. And again, this is tentative. We need full confirmation, but it would be June 28th for the Beaver group and June 29th for the Trap Check group. Also, in terms of scheduling, meeting every 3 weeks for 2 hours per meeting over a period of 4 to 6 months. Our commission representatives on the committee will provide monthly updates on each month that we meet as a commission. We don't normally meet in November, and it's because there's a lot of interest in this from the public. So we want to make sure that the public is apprised of how that develops. We tend to wrap up in December. Since we may or may not meet in November, the meeting schedule could roll over into January. They're not public participatory meetings. And we've also talked about how to utilize the expertise of a group of scientific advisors on an as-needed basis. So I just want to thank everybody for your patience, and we're ready to roll on this. It's really exciting. Also, just a special call out to Michelle Tate. At some point, she stepped into the process, and she's been a great expediter, especially around the government procurement and contracting. If anybody's ever dealt with government contracting, it can be a long and arduous process, and it went a lot quickly because of Michelle's intervention and connecting the dots. So thank you very much, Michelle. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Appreciation to all three of you commissioners who have been working on this. It's great to have it started. There is a lot of interest on this one and where it's going to head. So thank you all. I don't see any other hands up on this one, Commissioner Woolley. So thank you. And then we'll do the other commission update, which is Commissioner Labhart wanted to talk about wildlife response.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. And I've briefed both Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and Director Melcher about what I'm going to propose here. I'd like to propose to the commission that we consider forming a commission designated work group to see if we can further expand efforts regarding how Oregon reacts to public wildlife encounters. Let me give you 4 recent examples of what I'm talking about and propose an option for your consideration. Number 1, as we know, there was a black bear yearling encounter recently in Southern Oregon that resulted in the death of the bear. It garnered a lot of press and even a legislative hearing. I'm not going to comment on the background of the situation in Southern Oregon, as I don't have all the facts regarding the situation. And these encounters can be quite contentious, and resolutions are sometimes complicated to resolve at best. There was a request at the legislative public hearing to form a legislative task force. I don't believe that materialized, though. Number 2, bear public encounters in the Cascades and the Willamette Valley increased this last week. North Willamette Watershed District staff have received numerous reports of multiple sightings of bears in Government Camp, Welch's, and Wilsonville. In Welch's, the yearling bear traveling with another yearling and adult sow were frequently a large garbage pile on the back deck of a home with temporary residents. One resident proceeded to shoot and kill one of the yearlings. OSP, Oregon State Police, are investigating the event, and staff have received numerous angry reports from the community members about the shooting. media requests regarding the event have been deferred to OSP. Number 3, Chinchimney Wildlife Center in Corvallis has been keeping ODFW staff updated on the capacity of their wildlife intakes. They have seen an estimated 30 to 40% increase in calls this year, mostly from the Salem area. They have been attempting to triage which wildlife they will intake, partially based on the geographic area. They foresee reaching capacity and increasing having to turn people and animals away. Chinchimney is currently the only rehab facility that serves the Salem area. Also this week, district staff are responding to bear issues across the eastern region. And it sounds like from Commissioner Keogh, there's also Western pond turtle encounters are having issues around the state with people picking it up for pets. So my request of the commission is maybe we can do more to lead and facilitate the effort to help mitigate issues with public wildlife encounters throughout our state. In some cases, these conflicts result in dead animals, bad press, frustration, and hard feelings among the public. As I understand, there's a network of about a dozen rehab facilities in Oregon that operate under an ODFW state and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service federal permitting process. For example, Portland Audubon Rehabilitation Facility takes 3,000 to 5,000 injured and orphaned animals in any given year and respond to approximately 15,000 phone calls from folks regarding wildlife encounters. Many people have no idea what to do when they encounter what they perceive as an orphan fawn, a baby seal on the beach, a bird striking their window, a cougar on their trail walk, a coyote just ran off with their cat, or a raccoon that is constantly raiding their dog's food bowl, or a bear in their garbage can. They call the city, they call the county, they call an agency, and that entity may or may not be able to respond on short notice as they are busy doing other tasks, or they transfer the matter to another entity who gives them a different answer. One question I ask is, how do we engage the public in living with wildlife in their communities through more focused education? Investing more in urban wildlife education, and in particular encounters between humans and wildlife, needs greater attention, in my opinion. Some see urban wildlife as a nuisance, others see it as an encounter and a humane interaction, and do the wrong thing in the name of humane treatment. Recommendations I would suggest that we appoint a work group to review the pros and cons of Oregon's existing wildlife response network, including the regulatory framework, responding efforts, funding, communications, non-lethal interactions, public engagement. Provide recommendations to the commission or the department on how to address these issues by late fall of 2021. Develop better communication system between the response agency and the general public. Simply put, who do you call? Expanded training for agencies who get the calls. Public wildlife encounters, ODOT, state parks, counties, city police departments, sheriffs, vets, BLM, Forest Service, Park and Rec District, and the list goes on and on. Develop or expand a, quote, what I would call living with wildlife outreach program tailored to urban communities. How to prevent wildlife conflicts, urban wildlife stewardship, and what to do when a problem happens. Considering using the OCRF as a potential funding source if additional funding is required to implement the recommendations from the work group. There are probably other ideas that commissioners in the department might have. I may have gotten some of this all wrong, but I believe we need to give some more attention to this issue for the good of the wildlife who face these encounters, and to hopefully resolve this matter without having the legislature pass a future bill giving us similar direction. I'm thinking of a small group, very small, that can meet in maybe 2 or 3 meetings late summer and prepare recommendations for implementation before 2022. Representatives could include, but not be limited to, a representative from the rehabilitation centers, one of the 14, a representative from the Humane Society, a representative from OSP, ODFW Public Affairs, ODFW Wildlife Division, and a rep from the commission. So that's my thoughts, and hopefully I can get support for that from the rest of them. Thank you.
Looks like we have a question from Vice Chair Woolley and then from Commissioner Khalil. So go ahead, Vice Chair Woolley, you first.
Thank you, Chair Wall. So thank you for that presentation, Commissioner Labhart, and just for your initiative on following through on this issue, which we know is really important to a lot of Oregonians. So you mentioned a dozen facilities in Oregon. But my understanding from staff is that there's only one place where something like a bear can be relocated, and that would be Paws in the state of Washington. And so what I've been hearing from wildlife advocacy organizations in terms of a potential long-term strategy is to develop a facility right here in Oregon, because Washington has their own bears and they have capacities of what they can accept from out of state. And so there's a lot involved in, planning and funding such a facility. So I'm wondering if that is something, beyond the education that needs to occur around this. Is that's also something that you're considering, or something that you've also heard about as a potential long-term strategy to address this issue?
Yeah, I'm sure Director Meltzer can respond too, but I think you're correct on bears, that there is only one in Washington for bears. The other rehab facilities are for, I brought in a bird that struck the window, brought in a fawn. There's a number of those facilities around Oregon. So you are correct. And I don't profess to say that what I'm proposing just with education, we can have further discussion on other issues too, regarding wildlife encounters and facilities and so on. So we could expand it, so, at least from my perspective.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, thank you. This is super interesting, near and dear to my heart. I would recommend also including someone in that council or committee from the Oregon Zoo. They do a lot of public awareness building around coexisting with animals, particularly coexisting with carnivores. Again, not a question necessarily, but a recommendation that with an education plan like this, looking at possibly a behavior change strategy intentionally, as opposed to relying primarily on knowledge. A lot of this intersects with work that I've seen on empathy for animals, that, folks take the perspective of an animal and think that they know what the animal needs. It is different from what the animal actually needs. And so using a behavior change strategic framework for looking at this might be more successful and engaging for the different audiences.
Okay.
Commissioner Labhart, I have a question about your focus on urban interactions rather than statewide.
It could be statewide. It's just that most of the encounters that I've heard about mainly are involving urban wildlife, not in the encounters with rural communities. But it can happen in rural communities too. I live in a very small community, and when they have a fawn, they pick up the fawn and they take it down to the city and go, what do I do with it? And then the city calls ODFW and says, leave it alone. It's not, take it back where it was. But people just don't realize. So yeah, you're right. It could be rural too. So we could address it as a statewide issue rather than just primarily an urban issue.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
You're muted, Commissioner.
Sorry, and Commissioner Zarnowitz was before me, but I would like this to be statewide as well, especially given the amount of new people that are engaging all over the state because of COVID and meeting the outdoors. I'm seeing quite a few conflicts in a variety of ways. So I echo Commissioner Wall in hoping that we could do some sort of a statewide thing. Great job, Commissioner Labhart, for bringing this up. Way to go.
Commissioner Zarnowitz, thank you.
Yeah, and the South Coast, the Rogue has reported a lot of bear problems with the people who are boating and camping along the Rogue. So it is a statewide issue, and that's an education effort and teaching people how to put their food in protected ways and that type of thing, and don't feed bears as well. So I agree. This has been, Fish and Wildlife departments have been dealing with this problem and the bad press it gives for years. And it's, I think it's a good effort to try to figure out a way to smooth the problem out and educate the public at the same time.
Yeah, and I don't want to diminish anything at all. And clearly the department needs to hear this, that there's no perception that the department, is doing anything wrong here. This is just a huge issue. And maybe we can add a little bit to the current work that the department is doing, around the state to try to do some more to address this issue. So they're doing the best they can, but there's, Oregon's growing and wildlife interactions are increasing all over the state. So maybe we could do a little bit more.
Thank you. And thank you for your initiative on this one. I'd like to do two things. One is get a sense of the commission, and I think that's beginning to shape up. And, I've heard some already on that, but we should get a sense of the commission about moving forward with this. And the second one would be whether those of you who are listening to this have an interest in being the commissioner that is on the work group or joining Commissioner Labhart on the commission if we are on this work group, if we have a couple people. It might make some sense though first to just check with Director Melcher to see if you had any comments or anything you wanted to add.
Well, yeah, thanks, Chair Wall. And I do. I think, one of my roles, of course, is always balancing and triaging the work, if you will, as it relates to staff time and staff resources. And so, and I apologize, there's an individual outside my window with a backpack blower going. So hopefully that's not distracting you all as much as it's distracting me. But, and so in doing that, I just want to mention that we do have the other two work groups going on right now, which are professionally facilitated discussions. We have only so many folks in the wildlife division, as well as a number, as you all are aware, a number of retirements and other transitions that we're going to be working our way through. And the other thing that I really wanted to highlight for you all is that we're really optimistic that the Recovering America's Wildlife Act is going to pass during this Congress. And, we've always thought that that will be a prime opportunity for us to engage in some of these other wildlife related issues that aren't necessarily related to conservation, but are clearly related to what we do every day. And the issue of wildlife rehabilitation, of course, our model in Oregon is that we have private sector or nonprofits that do wildlife rehabilitation. The department does not. Under the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, that's something that we may want to entertain, whether that's through our own facility or through just support of the private nonprofit facilities work, and expanding that to have some capacity for bear rehabilitation with the objective of reintroduction into the wild, I think is very valuable. So just a caution on the workload and also the optimistic outlook on perhaps additional funds to support this work.
And if I could just respond, that's why I was thinking we'd wait till later this summer or fall to even form. And I don't think that we need a professional facilitator. I think one or two commissioners, we could help facilitate that. And I'm hoping that we could do it in 2 to 3 meetings max. So I'm very, very aware of the workload that staff has. So.
Thank you. And I did neglect to also mention that we will be here in the next several months embarking on the process of standing up our habitat division and other new programs here at the department. But so anyway, yeah, I appreciate the timeline flexibility, Commissioner.
There's a couple real quick comments, Director Melcher. Well, one thing, Commissioner Khalil, I think, had her hand up again, and I think she got missed. But secondly, it was said that there is no public perception that the department is doing anything wrong. Well, actually there is, and I'm not speculating whether that's the case or not, but there is, a need to build, it gets back to the communication, for the public to understand the justification of the decisions, science-based decisions that the department makes around this issue, and to build that public trust. And so there are, maybe misconceptions, perceptions about the department's policies around abandoned, distressed, orphaned wildlife. And so, that is something that we need to take in consideration as we move forward with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley, and Commissioner Khalil. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah,
it's fine. I just, the moment we started talking about statewide, it made me think that there are going to be a lot of different audiences here with a lot of different motivations, et cetera. And just cautioning that as soon as you get that, you balloon out to that level, it's necessary to start differentiating your messaging, et cetera, based on all those different audiences. So kind of a scope and scale thing.
Good point. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I'm slow on the unmute today. I guess a couple of things. I know that Commissioner Woolley and I sort of did a listening session that he had put together about how long ago was that?
About 3 weeks, something like that.
Or longer. And that was really, I think that one of the things that I think could be kind of unique about what Commissioner Labhart is asking us to do is that given the extra issues that we've really been seeing in the press lately, I think that even Commissioner Woolley and I kind of having that listening session and really paying attention to each other is to the concerns is helpful for the department, not meant to add burden to staff. So I guess my question for Commissioner Labhart is, what is the action you're wanting? Are you wanting a motion on this in this meeting, or do you want to put this off for a couple of months? And it sounds like Commissioner Khalil, sorry if I get your name boggled, might be a good partner on this with her expertise in these areas. Tell me what you want, Mark, Commissioner Labhart.
And if I could just interject, please, no motions during other business. That would be preferred.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that we could get commission direction. This is something we want to proceed on. And if it is, I can work with staff and maybe Commissioner Khalil and putting together a motion for next meeting. Today was just here it is, what do you think, kind of a thing. So I've heard a number of comments that I've written down, and maybe we could propose it for action for the next meeting. I mean, this is no hurry where it's not any kind of emergency or anything. We've got time. So we need to do it right. So I can work with staff and talk to them about ideas and put together something for next meeting for a possible motion for the commission.
And can we get a thank you all on that interesting conversation? And can I get a sense of the commission, whether you would like Commissioners Khalil and Labhart to work on a few of these pieces, look at some of the unknowns and uncertainties that are still out there, like the Recovering America's Wildlife Act. We might know more about that. We might know for sure whether the legislature is also going to do a work group, and we would want to make sure we weren't doubling or intersecting. So is there a sense that you would like to hear about this next time, maybe in the form of a motion?
So maybe I can, I didn't mean to volunteer Commissioner Khalil, so she has to volunteer. I just thought maybe, so I apologize. I have no authority to appoint somebody or volunteer.
You're fine. Yes, for all wondering, it is Khalil. But yeah, I made it 2 hours and 47 minutes without volunteering for anything. So I think that's great for me. But I'd be happy to, that's where it ends. I'd be happy to help.
I'm getting a sense without a motion that people would like to hear about this one again in a bit refined, look at some of these other points. So thanks to all of you, and we can leave it at that. And we will go then to, and thank you again, Commissioner Laphart, for your initiative on that one. Can we go to public forum? And we have two people here for public forum. Let me flip back to the name so I have a chance of getting them right. The first one is Native Fisheries Conservation Program, and Lyle Curtis would like to speak about that. And Mr. Curtis, it looks like you're here and you'll have 3 minutes, if you will.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to commissioners, director. Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Oregon Anglers Alliance. It's a new group. It's about a year old. It's exploded. It represents about 65,000 people at this point. Myself, I'm Lyle Curtis. I'm a third generation fish culturist. I enjoyed a 32-year career with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And during my career, I observed the priorities of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife shift from in the fish culture side, or the fish side of things, from propagation to what I call a wild fish ideology. The shift began with a wild fish policy, which was ultimately determined to be deemed to be overly restrictive, and that was replaced by the native fish conservation policy. The intent of the native fish conservation policy, as stated by at least one of the authors, was to provide a balanced fisheries management approach. But subsequent interpretation of the native fish conservation policy has resulted in highly restricted hatchery management, and the balance between wild and hatchery has been lost. These changes, as they occurred, moved through public process, but the working class anglers, they had other priorities, other distractions, and they didn't really have a voice as these policies shifted or these interpretations shifted. The result's been a lot of anglers have disappeared, along with robust consumptive fisheries. I feel this has caused damage to ODFW's funding and support. We're also losing the cultural benefits provided by involvement of people in the natural environment. One of the salient selling points with the implementation of wild fish policy was that by removing hatchery fish, wild fish populations would then expand. We're 30 years down the road, largely this has not occurred. And over this period, a lot of scientific study has been conducted, often with a preconceived notion that hatchery fish are a threat. Work supporting the notion is lauded. Work that the results of don't support it, those are often ignored. And the result is the hatchery product is treated as a critical threat. There are approaches that provide the opportunity for increased consumptive fisheries without impacting wild populations, but these are largely ignored as well. Wild fish management at this point has evolved to where individual basins are being treated as unique populations. OAA and myself greatly value wild fish, but this micromanagement approach is outside the native fish conservation policy's original intent. Management based on the health of an SMU, as stated in the native fish conservation policy, would allow for improved harvest opportunity while conserving wild populations. PHOS is the most salient limiting factor for hatchery programs. And it should be applied to the overall SMU, not individual basins. A healthy SMU will commonly contain many basins, and a balanced approach would be to designate select basins for significantly increased hatchery production. Basins outside those harvest emphasis areas would be managed conservatively to protect wild fish. We believe this approach will likely move.
If I could ask,
I'm sorry?
if your time is up, so if you could just wrap up soon.
Okay. 30 seconds?
Okay.
Okay. We believe this approach will likely move angling pressure and harvest away from wild reserves. Benefits would include increased angler participation, satisfaction, increased funding and support for ODFW, and ultimately provide more protection for the population as a whole. Fish are a supportive element for a wide array of species in all environments. Healthy populations of both hatchery and wild fish are needed to help support environmental health. And finally, the ideas I've presented are condensed and not intended as a blanket. Potential management strategies are numerous, and there isn't a silver bullet. Our goal is to present that there are more reasoned, policy-based approaches to fisheries management that allow for increased harvest while simultaneously preserving our wild population. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think you know that with public forum, we hear ideas that wouldn't otherwise be on the agenda. So there may be questions, but we won't take action today on public forum items. So commissioners, are there any quick questions before we move on? I see one from Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Hi, Lyle. I won't get too deep in the weeds here like I'd like to actually on this, because I think everyone knows this is, I'm a pretty avid recreational sport fisherman anyway. And, but one thing was on the SMUs, I went to my file here and I pulled up like a basic overview of the native fish conservation policy here. And it does talk about there, it says shall manage for sustainability of natural produced native fish at the level of the species management unit, which it defines as a collection of populations from a common geographic region that share similar genetic and ecological characteristics. And I guess I would, down the road here, I'd like to see it, you refine the definition of that more, see exactly what basins that are lumped together or whatever. Anyway, we'll look at that later on. And I would just recommend, I was looking at this policy here and I see it was adopted by the commission in 2002 with an added interim criteria in 2003. So none of us commissioners were there at the time it was adopted. So it'd probably be a good idea if we, went back and looked it over and looked at some of the considerations in it. I know the paper that I had in my file was a big, really basic overview, and it contains an awful lot of language in it that we probably ought to look at. One of the three goals it speaks about right here, it says, one of the three goals of the policy is to foster and sustain opportunities for fisheries consistent with the conservation of naturally produced fish and responsible use of hatcheries. That's one of the policy's goals there. But anyway, we'll look back at this in more detail later on.
Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink. Commissioners, are there other questions? And if not, we will go on to, thank you, Mr. Curtis, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The next one is native mountain whitefish, and Chris Foster is the presenter.
I apologize. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. It's a little faint, but
okay.
Yes.
The picture, unfortunately, is not working, but I'm Chris Foster, lifelong Oregonian. Family goes back to the 1840s. Been an angler education instructor for 35 years. Spent a lot of time in the Metolius River Basin, starting in 1957. I caught my first fish at age 8. I sent a packet. I don't know if you have it, but it contained some current fishing regulations, a color picture of the native mountain whitefish, some updated information, also an article of Ben Bulletin by Leanne Ross. And in there is some commentary by Brett Hodgson of the band ODFW, and also a picture of 16 illegally caught bull trout in the Metolius River. The Metolius River, how many of you have been up the Metolius River, fished it or walked it? It's a beautiful river. If you get a chance this time of year between June 15th and July 15th, wildflowers, butterflies, it's a beautiful spot. I didn't care about much of that until about 20 years ago. I always went fishing hole to fishing hole. Right now, the native mountain whitefish are not protected. They have been around as long as the trout, bull trout. The current regulations allow them to be killed. There is no reason for that. They are a salmon and trout species. They do not interfere with the trout or bull trout. In fact, they are a food source for the bull trout. If you look at in that commentary, that one article by Leanne Ross, you'll see Brett Hodgson reported they, meaning the native mountain whitefish, have been here thousands of years, if not longer, and they're an integral ecological role in the fish community. I also spoke personally with retired ODFW biologist Bob Hooton, and I asked him, is there any issue with the native mountain whitefish interfering with trout or bull trout habitat? He said, absolutely not. And the Metolius is only about 28 miles long. It gets hammered. It compared to the Deschutes River is 175 miles long. The Crooked River about 125 miles long. This is a short river. The native mountain whitefish, the regulations need to be changed to catch and release all species. I just conducted 2 classes with the Black Butte School of Fly Fishing on that kids pond, which is an outstanding effort by ODFW. Allows kids and parents to fish, kids under 17 to catch fish. We took 22 kids and introduced them to fly fishing, and they caught quite a few fish. So, and there's plenty of places to fish with bait and spinners, and I have nothing against that at all. I do that kind of angling myself. But Subtle Lake, there's the kids pond, all kinds of areas around Central Oregon. So my recommendation is change the regulations to catch and release all species. Black Butte School released 2,000 Chinook smolts recently. And really, the Metolius River should be changed to fly fishing only, similar to Fall River. Fall River gets 5,000 stock fish, and it's designated fly fishing only. That would be my 2 requests. Thank you.
Thank you, and for your succinctness. Are there questions, Commissioner, for Chris Foster? And I know that you forwarded one thing. Did you forward the article as well that you referred to?
Yes, I did. I'd be happy to forward it again if for some reason it didn't arrive, but.
I saw a reference, but not the article itself, but I can look for it. Thank you, Mr. Foster. And again, to you, Mr. Curtis. That's it on public forum. Commissioners, let's take a break. It's 11 o'clock. Can we come back at 10 after 11 and we'll start with Exhibit A, the minutes, and work our way right through a few of these exhibits before lunch. Thank you. 10 minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. I think we have most of our commissioners back on. Could we start right? Michelle, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Can we start right in with Exhibit A, which is the commission minutes? And is there anyone who has a motion on the minutes from last time?
Sure, I'll move to approve the April 23rd, 2021 meeting minutes with continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
I will second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve the April 23, 2021 meeting minutes with authority to correct grammar and punctuation. Those in favor? I think we have everyone. Let's move on then to Conservation and Recreation Fund project approvals. And we will hear again from Davia Palmieri.
Good morning, Chair Wall and Dr. Melcher and members of the commission. Again, for the record, I'm Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator in the Director's Office. And I'm here to talk to you today about the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, which many of you all are very familiar with. And just a quick update that the bill that removes the sunset for the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund and appropriates general fund of $1 million for the next biennium did pass out of the Ways and Means Natural Resources Subcommittee yesterday. That's House Bill 2171. So there's progress on that front, and we're optimistic that the Conservation and Recreation Fund will carry on past June 30th. This won't be the last commission exhibit related to that project. And special thanks to Commissioner Labhart for his relentless engagement to help to get us to that point. So just one bit of background here, the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee, you've seen this before. Just wanted to highlight for the commission that we have filled the nearshore and coast range ecoregion position. Kelly Timchak joined the advisory committee in April, so she's been to a few of the meetings now. Kelly is from the Gold Beach area and works with a watershed council there, and in her past has worked for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. She's a great asset for us on the South Coast. And another quick update on the fundraising status. We are likely to end this biennium having generated just over $500,000 from private sources. And as Commissioner Labhart mentioned earlier, over 22,000 individual contributions, averaging about $8.50 for each of those contributions. Also, it came up earlier about the contributions from hunters and anglers through the electronic licensing system. That makes up just under half, so it's not quite a majority of what we've raised to date for this program. And a large chunk of what we have raised to date has come from large, over $1,000 restricted donations, where a donor approaches the Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee and the fund and has an interest in a specific project that we are working on through the Conservation and Recreation Fund, and contributes to the OCRF specifically for that project. And so this table summarizes those gifts that we've received in the early stages last fall for the Sea Otter Reintroduction Project run by the Alaka Alliance, for the Gilchrist Wildlife Underpass Project with the Oregon Hunters Association and Oregon Department of Transportation, the Link Creek Learning Project with Trout Unlimited and Caldera, the Western Bumblebee Atlas with Xerxes Society. We have a recent contribution from the Oregon Zoo, and I think this one's really interesting in that the zoo has had limited capacity to run their own grant program and found that the Conservation and Recreation Fund had identified projects that align with their program's interests. So they identified multiple projects to support with the restricted gift. And most recently, Sustainable Northwest with $30,000 for the Holton Creek RNA. And as a reminder to the commission, in January of this year, you approved a slate of Conservation and Recreation Fund projects that included about 20 projects that we did not yet have funds identified for. And having that project list generated this second half of the table here, where organizations saw that list, the projects that were identified already, and said, here's where I want my money to go. So that's been a really powerful mechanism that we've identified in at the early stages of the Conservation and Recreation Fund fundraising campaign. We had a lot of donors say, well, why would I want to support the Conservation and Recreation Fund when this advisory committee and the department will decide exactly where my dollar goes, and I can just donate directly to another project. And so having this pathway of having restricted gifts for a specific project has really opened the door to broader donations. I think it's important to ask, why should this matter to us that we can get these? And the program is set up as a matching opportunity where we can get access to more general fund for the Conservation and Recreation Fund if we generate more money from the private sector. And so a $10,000 donation, just as an example, for a restricted gift for a specific OCRF project has the potential to, and it's becoming even more and more likely every day, release some portion of general fund. And so having observed this and seen the progression of the fundraising campaign over the last year and a half, the advisory committee started talking earlier this year about trying to incentivize more gifts of this type to try to grow the overall pool of Conservation Recreation Fund dollars and access more of the general fund that's appropriated to the program in the next biennium. And so the concept that we put together is that restricted gifts that we receive for an approved project will then be matched with 30% more by the advisory committee. So essentially that with our $10,000 example, $10,000 for a specific project can generate $10,000 of match from the general fund. 3,000 of it, or 30%, would go to that same project. And that leaves 7,000 additional dollars for other OCRF projects in the future. And so this creates a great way to incentivize donors to see the OCRF as a value added way to contribute to conservation and recreation projects that are of interest to their work. It also incentivizes our project proponents to talk to their donors about the Conservation and Recreation Fund and this opportunity to bring in more support for their project. So that leads to why we're here today. As the advisory committee was working on this idea, we're sort of coming towards the end of the program with a sunset date of June 30th of this year. So the advisory committee wanted to bring forward one project to use this approach, see how it works, and then reassess from there depending on what the next biennium looks like for the advisory committee. So today I'm here to seek the commission's approval for expenditure on the project called Forest Park for All, which is with Forest Park Conservancy. So the project has initial support from Keen Footwear that can come through the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund, and has an opportunity to grow to $300,000 over the next 2 years. So the leaders of the project are Forest Park Conservancy and Love is King. And the main selling point for doing this project in Forest Park is that Forest Park is a gateway from Portland to other parks, natural areas, and outdoor opportunities in the future. The project itself is aimed at creating a network of volunteer ambassadors within Forest Park, and then as the project grows, eventually throughout Oregon, who are trained to break down barriers to nature and outdoor recreation, first just by their presence in the parks, trying to diversify the use of the parks to create a safe and more welcoming environment. And second, to be trained in interrupting racist or harmful behaviors in parks to continue to grow that welcoming culture. I'll note that in the application, there's a couple of places that it says interrupt anti-racist behavior, which is a typo and certainly will be fixed in the materials as we go forward. And overall, the project is all about seeking to create a safe and welcoming environment and grow the population of stewards for Oregon's outdoors. So more details on what the project actually is, we'd be supporting a series of workshops for volunteers that covers the history of the environmental movement nationally and in Oregon, ways to shape the future by creating anti-racist and inclusive cultures in the environmental movement, giving these volunteers tools to interrupt racist or harmful behavior that they encounter in the park, and conflict resolution that's really focused on love, empathy, respect and personal responsibility in the parks. So the goals of the broader project of a $300,000 Forest Park for All project are to train 100 ambassadors within Forest Park in the first year. And then in the second year to train 150 ambassadors in Forest Park and 200 elsewhere in the state. So trying to create a large cohort of trained ambassadors. And ambassadors in Forest Park is an existing program. So this is a way to sort of add to and create greater value in those positions. They're going to seek to quantify the current diversity of the staff of the park and the users, and then increase that diversity by 10 and 20% in the first 2 years. And finally, one of the kind of the broadest impacts they're seeking to achieve is taking this workshop curriculum and having other organizations throughout Oregon adopt it and spread it more broadly. So recognizing that this is a $300,000 project, and I mentioned we know we have $20,000 to spend right now on it, an initial agreement with Forest Park Conservancy will allow them to partner with Love is King to design the curriculum and host workshops for their current volunteers, crew leaders, ambassadors, staff, and board members, and then host a hike and heritage event with this first group of trained ambassadors. So this project, like I said, is kind of designed to be a pilot of the new way of incentivizing more donations. And so the advisory committee invited an application from Forest Park Conservancy in March, and it kind of percolated up from the committee's outdoor equity committee that's been working on this. A subcommittee of the advisory committee, including 4 members, reviewed the proposal using the existing scorecard from the previous application review periods, and it received a total score of 50 out of 60. And I'll comment here that that is in line with all of the projects the advisory committee has approved in the past. Scores have been generally above 48 or so out of 60. And it's not a perfect score, likely because it received lower scores on the conservation elements of the Conservation and Recreation Fund. But the committee members are really committed to the idea of this kind of work as kind of step one in bringing more people into the conservation movement and seeing their role as stewards of Oregon's outdoors. So the subcommittee recommended approval of the project, and the full advisory committee reviewed and voted to recommend it for expenditure at the April 2nd meeting. So today we're recommending that the commission approve expenditure of up to $300,000 for the project Forest Park for All, including $20,000 immediately, $6,000 contingent on appropriation of general fund to the OCRF, and that would be the 30% match commitment initially, and $274,000 contingent upon the receipt of future restricted donations. And that $274,000 would be broken up in 70% restricted donations and 30% from the general fund. And that concludes our presentation.
Thanks, Davia. Very interesting pilot project or test project of this notion. Commissioners, are there questions? It looks like we have one right away from Vice Chair Woolley and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Well, the OCRF just keeps getting better and better, and I just appreciate just first of all just the innovative ways that we're developing to stretch the dollars. It just shows that we're just continually thinking about how we can leverage to build the fund. And also just another shout out to Commissioner Labhart for your tireless cheerleading for the OCRF. Thank you so much. In terms of this project with Love is King and the Park Conservancy, I mean, this is a highly progressive contemporary with the national conversation that's going on about safety in the outdoors. So I think this is a really big thing for the department in just helping to assure that parks and natural areas are a welcoming place for everyone. So just really hats off for the committee for prioritizing this. I think that it really puts us in the forefront in this effort. And I've been on two different committees or two different panels, discussion panels about this topic, addressing this issue. And so this is really, we're really in the front lines of this. And I just really commend our department and the committee just for this effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I just want to agree with everything that Commissioner Woolley just said. And then my question is, Davia, I'm so curious about how, and if they said who would do this, I missed it in your presentation. Becky on allergy medicine today. I'm like, if I add more caffeine, will that counteract the dullness in my head from allergy medicine? But what I was wondering is, I'm super excited that this might spread across the state, and I'm curious how that would happen in the future, and whether or not some of the partners that are funding matching this are interested in that as well.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. The partners I mentioned, Forest Park Conservancy and Love is King, have actually already started a relationship with Trail Keepers Oregon, which has a more statewide presence than Forest Park Conservancy. And that is part of the initial growing the project phase. If we do bring in enough restricted donations to grow the project, that the first step would be to move into the Columbia Gorge Recreation Area, partnering with Trail Keepers Oregon.
Can I just add to that quickly? So I know the executive director of Love is King, and he's continuously scouting out activities around the state. He's in the Steens, he's in the Klamath. There is an intention of this expanding statewide. This particular project at the moment is adjacent to a large metropolitan area, but I know kind of the way that Love is King roams around the state, and they have every intention of just utilizing this as a model and spreading this throughout Oregon.
Thank you. Davia, I wanted to mention, and this is a comment more than a question, because the couple questions I had left, you definitely answered in your presentation. So, but I think that I would like to mention that I applaud that the way this is going, and this builds on what others have said, but this broadening of the constituents that we're working with and supporting, I think is an important step, and I applaud that we're doing that. I think that it's innovative, and I like the idea that we are pairing the work on safe and welcoming and making these natural areas more available to a broader set of Oregonians is terrific. And that you have not lost track of what the other purposes as well in the OCRF, which is the increasing the number of stewards for these natural areas for fish and wildlife. I think it's as if we can keep that pairing, it seems like a way to go. And so I applaud this effort and what you and others in this, Commissioner Labhart and the advisory committee, have done. I see one more hand from Commissioner Woolley, and then.
Oh, no.
Okay, then I see no other hands. So could we look at the motion, please? And is there somebody who would make a motion on this one?
I'd like to make the motion. So I move to approve expenditure for the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund of up to $300,000 for the project Forest Park for All, including $20,000 immediately, $6,000 contingent on appropriation of general fund to the OCRF, and $274,000 contingent upon the receipt of future restricted donations.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded as Commissioner Woolley read into the record. Is there any other discussion or question on this issue? Seeing none, could we have those in favor with a thumbs up? Thank you. And thank you, Davia. Great presentation. And we'll move on then, commissioners, to Commissioner Labhart, you had your hand up.
Well, just very quickly, just for public information, Representative Ken Helm, each legislator is given $2 million from the, I think it's called ARPA or something like that fund. And he has dedicated 1 million of his 2 million to OCRF. So if that goes through the final process, which we think it will, we've got word that it will, OCRF will be starting with $2 million to start the new biennium. So pretty good news. So if you see Representative Helm, you might thank him because he has really stepped up to the plate. And he could have given it to, you know, Bluebirds Forever or something like that, but he decided to do a statewide project for OCRF. So a big thank you to him. So.
Wow. The good news on this program just keeps coming in. Thank you. The motion carried unanimously. So let's move on, please, to Exhibit C, which is the Restoration and Enhancement Board recommendations for project funding. And we have Kevin Herkamp from the STEP and Recreation or Restoration and Enhancement Program Coordinator. So go ahead, Kevin.
All right. Hopefully everybody can see my screen.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Kevin Herkamp. I'm the ODFW Restoration Enhancement Program Coordinator. Today, I'll be presenting R&E projects for your approval from Cycle 1 of the 21 to 2023 biennium.
Kevin, we actually don't see your screen shared.
It says you've started screen sharing, but there's nothing on there. There you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley.
Sorry about that. Somehow it paused on me. So I will, today I'll be presenting the R&E projects for your approval from Cycle 1 of the 2021 to 23 biennium and the 2021 to 23 R&E and STEP Program Operations Fund. During their meeting on March 16th, 2021, the R&E Board recommended 11 projects for funding, totaling $936,000 and $936,064 during Cycle 1 of 4, and an administrative funding for the biennium. The 11 recommended projects include one restoration project totaling nearly $12,000 and 10 enhancement projects totaling nearly $925,000. The board also recommended the 21-23 biennial R&E and STEP program operational funds totaling about $1.2 million and including funds to continue work that was approved during the 1921 biennium. The restoration project recommended for funding is for repairs at the Noble Creek Stack Hatchery. This hatchery is run by volunteers through the ODFW Salmon Trout Enhancement Program and is located in the Coos Basin near Coquille. The hatchery raises fall Chinook to meet the needs of anglers in Coos Bay and beyond. This grant will provide funds for facility maintenance on the 40-year-old facility, including repairs to the concrete in the raceway, bringing the electrical system up to code and replacing the roof. While most of the routine operations and maintenance is taken care of by volunteers and community donations, grants like this from R&E program are an important part of keeping the operations safe for volunteers, students, and fish. R&E also funds the purchase of fish feed for this facility. An example of the enhancement projects funded by R&E include the proposed 21 to 23 fishing facility improvement bundle. In 2017, the department began an effort to prioritize R&E investments in fishing facility development. In 2019, a dedicated project manager was hired to work with the agency partners to develop, design, and implement these projects. The bundle before you represents the latest effort to proactively improve access for all Oregonians in priority locations, including Yellow Jacket Lake near Burns, which will see an undeveloped rutted access road on ODFW land turned into a gravel parking area and an ADA accessible fishing dock next to a popular U.S. Forest Service campground. The John Day area will see 3 ponds dredged to restore fishing opportunities. The ponds are located in a state park, a city park, and at a U.S. Forest Service campground. Improvements of these ponds will also upgrade ADA accessibility. Empire Lakes and Coos Bay will have an ADA fishing dock added within this very popular city park. The recommendations before you include $936,000 for cycle 1 projects and $1.2 million for program operations. This totals just over $2.17 million for cycle 1 requests and program budgets are approved. If those budgets are approved, $1.8 million will remain for the 2021 to 2023 biennium. Arnie staff recommends the commission approve the recommended request presented to you today. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Commissioners, are there questions for Kevin? It looks like Vice Chair Woolley and then Commissioner Labhart. So go ahead. You're on mute, I think.
You're right, Chair Wall. Am I jumping ahead to ask about specific projects at this point, or no?
I think that's fine.
Okay. So just a question about, just a curiosity question, just for my own education about the Tui Chub project, and just when were they introduced and from where is one of the questions. And then also, because there was discussion about ending this project, are there potentially are we looking at for the next biennium budget, are you considering some sort of non-R&E funds, maybe general fund, to continue that project?
Yes, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley. So as far as the date on when Tui Chub were reintroduced, I am not certain exactly on when that is. I'd have to look back through the application, but we did a large project back in, I believe it was 2006, late or mid to late 2006 to 2009, in that time period, treatment of the lake. And they have subsequently been reintroduced in about the last 5 to 10 years, where the district has been monitoring that. And about, I believe was stated in the application, about 2017 or so was the first time we really came to R&E and asked for funding to start doing additional monitoring work on that. I don't know where they are from. They could have been, as far as I understand it, they could have been remnant from the previous treatment or brought in from adjacent water bodies. As you know, and are aware that there are a lot of examples of people moving fish around within systems through kind of what's been affectionately known as bucket biology. So I can't answer that side of it fully. Hopefully that gives you enough information. We can get some additional information out to you if you'd like. As far as continuation of the funding, we have opened the dialogue with the district and with Fish Division to identify what our options are moving forward. Some of that may include having more open dialogue with the R&E board. There was part of the concern that was brought up was that not much evidence was presented to the board this time about what has the previous funded effort yielded for us? How has that affected management? What is it looking like going forward? And how is the department jumping in on this? So as far as future funding sources, that has not been identified.
Okay. Okay.
And I think there was one additional part of that question. I'm trying to remember what it was. Sorry.
Those are actually the two parts of the question. So thank you, Kevin.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, if I could just add to that, I think in general, non-native invasive species are a growing problem in the state. And we've heard about Coquille this morning, as well as Timon Lake, and we all know about East Lake and Paulina Lake. And so funding control of these is becoming problematic, and getting resources to control these is problematic. So we've got an internal group from region and division folks looking into that to develop recommendations for later this fall, going forward in our budget process. So we'll see where that leads, but it is a growing problem that needs to be addressed.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Are these edible? Could there be kind of a, fishing derbies, no bag limit, no size limit, sort of a thing that could, similar to what we do with bass?
I'm not aware of any of them being particularly desirable for as food fish. Yeah, they're quite small and bony, and I'm not sure that that approach would work in this case. I think there is some potential interest around smallmouth bass, but I'm not sure where that's leading.
Okay. Thank you, Sean. That's all I have.
They add, Sean, just before we go to Commissioner Labhart's question, it was interesting in one of the earlier reports this morning on climate change. I think that's where Davia talked about one of the increasing threats was from invasive species in that context. So it's interesting that this is the one that you're mentioning now. So just a connection.
Yeah, and I think that's part of what you're seeing in the coquille is as we're getting these warming conditions, the smallmouth bass can move further up in the waters, and we're getting into some of their ideal temperature ranges. So yeah, it's going to be an issue.
And they seem to be moving into other rivers now, is what people are reporting.
Well, their range, whenever they're illegally introduced into a system, their range does tend to expand. But in terms of moving between systems, I think that's largely still through human actions.
People were talking about the coquille was what I was referring to. But before I go on that tangent, let's go back to, thank you, Sean. Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair. Well, that was Sean answered my question for me. That was just the question I had. The 4-3 vote there, and that the R&E board says this is the last year the members are going to support it. And my question was going to be, okay, is the department aware of that, and what are you going to do? So Sean answered the question for me. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Kevin, I had one other question. Could you just say a little bit more about the project in the John Day area on Steelhead Overshoot and what the concern was from the commissioners on that one?
Look at my notes here real quick. The general discussion on that one centered around really in the Columbia River, management is extremely complicated, and there was some discussion within the board about this has been a known problem. There's been a lot of research that's been done on it, and would spending this money on doing this research actually be able to move the needle on management and really have that that benefit added to the anglers to where we could change management and really have some sort of tangible benefit to the angler. That was really the crux of the discussion.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Commissioners, any other? Oh, we do have one. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I might just add something on the introduction of non-native species. It's been a big concern of mine. We've kind of seen this happening here over the years, and even a couple months ago, I reached out and talked to Director Melcher, and so we've kind of been discussing some things. I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed. It can have serious ramifications, and I think there's some ongoing discussions, like I think Sean talked about, as far as how to address it. But it definitely we need to address this because we've seen the ramification from it, like we've seen now on the coquille. It's just it needs to be addressed, and it's a serious issue. I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Vice Chair Woolley, did you still have your hand up?
I just raised it again, just as a follow-up to the project that you mentioned on the overshoot issue. And I'm just wondering, it's kind of a philosophical issue or question, because really, because the A&E program is funded by a surcharge on sport commercial fishing licenses and commercial poundage fees. I mean, benefit to anglers, I think, is a kind of a fundamental requirement that the committee considers when they're looking at these projects. And so I'm just wondering, with that one in particular, I mean, it could provide benefit to the species in terms of, I think it was increasing numbers of adults in the system. This is good for Kevin or Sean. Do you sense that there's an interest within the committee members in their decision-making process to look at just simply benefit to the species and the resource itself as its own entity, beyond increasing angling opportunity? And again, I mean, they're paying for this and they should receive benefits from it. That's understandable, but I'm just curious, does that conversation, are you aware of that sort of conversation coming up in the deliberation that these committees make?
Yes, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, that is discussion that does come up in their dialogue. In fact, they developed some draft, I'll call it guidance, just kind of so they'd all get on the same page about really looking forward and kind of at these fish population enhancements or restoration of these populations, and kind of how could they put their money on the ground to have the greatest value for anglers, but also to look at how do we kind of pair out some of these different projects. As the Arnie board sees a lot of different projects, from placing a large wood in the stream to large fish passage projects to some of these management questions, and really getting back to looking at that population level and how does that impact the angler. For example, if it's a species that there is no sport season on, how does that fit within their purview, and how does that return back to the angler? And so there are a lot of dialogues that go within that, as they are really looking at how do they do things like reduce competition, removing invasive species, improving habitat, securing sufficient water, whatever it is, they're looking at those broader things. So absolutely, that discussion does come up.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
Commissioners, are you ready for a motion on these projects? And if so, could we have it?
I'll move to approve the 21-23 operational funding and cycle 1 projects as recommended by the Fish Restoration Enhancement Board as set forth in attachment 2.
I'll second that.
And moved and seconded to approve this project or this exhibit with the motion read into the record by Commissioner Zarnowitz. Is there any more discussion or are there questions? Seeing none, could I have those in favor? Looks like we have everybody. Thank you. And thank you, Kevin. Interesting report.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to Exhibit D, which is the commercial coastal pelagic species fisheries regulations. And we have Maggie Summer ready to do the presentation. So go ahead, Maggie.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Thank you. I will start screen sharing. And whoops. Can I get a confirmation you can see the slides?
We can.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Again, I'm Maggie Summer, Marine Fisheries Section Leader with the Marine Resources Program in sunny Newport, Oregon, here with your annual exhibit for coastal pelagic species fishery regulations. The action item here today is for the Commission to consider incorporating updated federal regulations for sardine fisheries beginning July 1st, 2021. And the presentation includes information on sardine management, science, historic and current fisheries, recent stock status, and then the actual federal harvest specifications and management measures, which staff will be recommending that you adopt. Sardine management is primarily a federal responsibility in the jurisdiction of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, which is one of 8 regional councils established in 1976 to manage fisheries in the U.S. exclusive economic zone. The Pacific Council's territory is waters off of Oregon, California, and Washington, and ODFW participates in the council process, including via a voting seat. The council brought sardines into a fishery management plan with other coastal pelagic species in 1999, and the coastal pelagic species FMP specifies management goals and objectives, as well as harvest control rules that define how catch limits will be determined. Of note, the sardine harvest control rule includes a biomass threshold termed cutoff, below which the primary directed fishery is closed to preserve the remaining biomass for sardine reproduction and to meet ecosystem needs. The Council adopts harvest specifications and management measures annually based on the best scientific available, including an annual stock assessment, as well as provisions of the CPS FMP and input from advisors and the public. The National Marine Fisheries Service implements the Council's adopted measures in federal rule, and the Commission usually adopts the federal regulations into state rule by reference. Again, the management cycle for sardine is on a July through June year, and the Pacific Council adopted management measures for the upcoming period in April of this year. The National Marine Fisheries Service expects to publish them in a final rule during the last week of June. This is to just give you a brief taste of a little bit of the vast amount of science going into management of sardines and other coastal pelagic species. Again, the federal agency, in particular the NMFS Southwest Fisheries Science Center, is the lead on this, but there is also a lot of collaboration with state agencies, particularly the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, academic institutions such as the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, and the fishing industry. The large vessel in the photo here is the NOAA research vessel Reuben Lasker, which conducts an annual acoustic trawl survey along the entire West Coast from British Columbia to San Diego. The map at right, which you don't need to see in detail, illustrates the extent of this survey, and the lines are planned east-west transects that span from very near shore waters to at least 1,000 meters depth offshore. The inset photo is one of 2 industry fishing vessels who have been collaborating in this survey in recent years to extend the survey transects into shallower waters than the big NOAA White Ship can operate. In addition to this, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife conducts aerial surveys several times a year. There is data being collected from industry efforts authorized under federal exempted fishing permits, and there's extensive oceanographic and ecosystem science, which you've heard a bit about in previous exhibits, such as the salmon, ocean salmon regulations this spring. Kind of coming down to the level of the actual fish, a little bit of background on Pacific sardines and where they're found. These are small schooling fish. They live to 6 to 8 years on average, and they're filter feeders, feeding on phytoplankton and small zooplankton. It's believed there are 2 substocks of Pacific sardine, and here we're talking about the northern substock, which ranges from Baja California to potentially as far north as Southeast Alaska. The map on the right side of this screen shows the average area of potential habitat based on a number of oceanographic factors, including chlorophyll, upwelling, and sea surface temperature. The darker gray shading off California represents the springtime habitat, and then the diagonal shading extending up through British Columbia on this map shows the potential in summer and fall habitat when sardines are migrating north to feed in the productive coastal upwelling off of Oregon, Washington, and Vancouver. And I'll note that the potential habitat pictured on this slide encompasses the observed distribution of sardines from the sampling described in the transect lines in the last slide, but sardines aren't always occupying this full area. They don't always migrate as far north or as far west as shown here. We have talked before about the extremely dynamic nature of sardine abundance. Like other coastal pelagic species, it's primarily driven by ocean conditions and their effect on recruitment. This graph shows an estimate of sardine biomass over the last 1,700 years, and it comes from a study of sediment cores in the Santa Barbara Basin off of California. These cores included sardine and anchovy scales, and based on the scale deposition rate, the authors estimated biomass of sardines and anchovies for Baja California up to Monterey, California, which corresponds to the northern subpopulation's distribution. While only sardine is shown here, it was interesting to note that there are similar extreme fluctuations in abundance of anchovy, but the peaks and troughs are offset from sardines, very roughly inversely, but by no means a clear opposite. But they are doing a similar pattern on a little bit different time pattern. One key takeaway from this slide is that over the vast majority of the time depicted here, There weren't any commercial or large-scale fisheries, and in fact, there was no human industrial activity that may have been influencing climate and ocean conditions, and there still seem to have been extreme population swings in the sardine stock. There's a lot of interest in understanding the role of sardines and other coastal pelagic species in the California current ecosystem. And of course, they are very important prey for predators such as marine mammals, fish, and seabirds. The sardines, northern anchovy, jack mackerel, Pacific mackerel, and Pacific herring comprise the bulk of the forage fish assemblage off the West Coast. These populations, which can change by an order of magnitude within a few years, again, are really important prey supporting these dependent predators. This graph, which was also in the agenda item summary, comes from a 2020 report on results of the Southwest Science Center's acoustic trawl survey I described earlier. And it shows the estimated biomass for each of these 5 species, depicted in different colors per the key at the right. And it's very easy to see that sardines, shown in red, were dominant in the early years shown here, but declining through about 2013. And then you can see the boom in anchovy, which are shown in green, in more recent years. I'll note that there were no data for 2009 through 2011 because the summer survey on which this graph is derived didn't occur in those years. So really one of the things this shows is really more a zoomed in example of the inverse or alternating pattern of abundance between sardine and anchovy, as well as changes in the abundance of other coastal pelagic species that the study I mentioned in the previous slide found. I'll also note that this pattern with sardine and anchovy is not due to direct interaction or competition between the two species, but rather they seem to be responding to key environmental factors such as sea surface temperature and the Pacific Decadal Oscillation Index in opposite ways, with sardine generally preferring warmer phases and anchovy generally preferring cooler phases.
Maggie, before you leave that, could I just ask a question on that because it applies to that slide and the one before? Are you seeing, it looks very cyclical in the graph you showed before, and you mentioned that it's cyclical even without some of the threats and influences that we've got now. But are you seeing, my question is whether you're seeing more frequent or starting to see more frequent cycles as other, like it was mentioned when we were looking at the coastal and Columbia status, that there are more frequent cycles now, and some of them higher or lower, but are you starting to see that in this one as well?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm not sure we know yet. There's quite a bit of interest in investigating the relationship between sardines and the other coastal pelagic species and some of the oceanographic conditions, including whether we can expect the historic correlations that we've seen in the past continue on into the future, as well as the frequency of these changes, as you just asked about. It's too early to tell. I will say from here, in this study found a roughly average 60-year cycle, but even within that, there's a lot of fluctuation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to a little bit of fishery description. This has really been a California-centric fishery. It's been historically one of the largest commercial fisheries in that state. It began in the early 1900s and peaked in the 1930s with landings of approximately 718,000 metric tons. I think we're probably all familiar with Cannery Row. The stock in the fishery then declined rapidly over the 1940s and 50s, which corresponded with oceanic regime changes. The stock began to return to abundance in the 1980s, and the fishery picked up again in the 1990s and began to be managed by the Pacific Council under the Magnuson-Stevens Act, with, as I mentioned, coming into the Fishery Management Plan in 1999. In addition to limit capacity and effort in the fishery, the Pacific Council required limited entry permits for coastal pelagic species beginning in 2000. in the core area fished for coastal pelagic species at the time, south of Point Arena in north central California. In 2006, the state of Oregon required state limited entry permits for sardine based on industry request. There were 26 at the beginning, and there are now 24, although they're not being actively used due to the closure of the directed fishery since 2015, which I'll talk more about in a minute. And since 2015, while the major directed fishery has been closed, catch has been allowed on a very limited basis in other fisheries in order to avoid the significant adverse socioeconomic impacts that would result from a full prohibition on sardine harvest, which could mean that some fisheries can't operate at all. The reason for the 2015 primary directed fishery closure was that the biomass was estimated to be below the cutoff threshold in the fishery management plan. This threshold is specifically in recognition of sardines' forage value and puts the council's intent to preserve most available biomass of sardine for ecosystem needs and for sardine population growth when biomass is low into practice. Despite the closure and dramatic reductions in landings since 2015, we haven't yet seen the stock rebound. And again, recalling that long time series abundance graph, the absence of fishing isn't going to be enough to keep the population at a high level. It will also need supportive ocean conditions. In 2019, the stock was found to be below the minimum stock size threshold, which triggers an overfished designation by the National Marine Fisheries Service. And I do want to note that the terminology overfished simply means biomass or abundance below a specified threshold for any reason, not necessarily fishing. The Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act requires a rebuilding plan to be developed for overfished stocks, which the Pacific Council did in 2020. The rebuilding plan maintains the conservative and ecosystem cognizant measures in the fishery management plan. And the ongoing closure of the directed fishery on the West Coast is the key action that fishery managers can take to support rebuilding when conditions allow. This slide shows recent catch levels of sardines since the primary directed fishery closure to give you a sense of how much is being taken in fisheries under the very restrictive measures since the biomass dropped below the cutoff threshold. This table's from a report to the Pacific Council from its coastal pelagic species management team in April of this year, and it shows catch for each sector across the West Coast. Oregon catches have been added in parentheses, so you can see how much of these coastwide amounts are occurring here. And I'll just walk you through the table quickly. Each of the columns represents a sardine fishing year, beginning with the July 1st, 2015 year. And the latest one only includes data through the month of March. The fishery sectors are the CPS incidental would be sardines caught incidentally in other fisheries, in fisheries for other coastal pelagic species, such as anchovy, herring or squid, mackerel or squid. Non-CPS incidental is sardine caught incidentally in fisheries for species other than coastal pelagics, for example, Pacific hake or pink shrimp. There have been some experimental fishing permits authorized for commercial fishing in recent year, which really have been providing some information very valuable for assessing the stock and understanding more of the sardine population dynamics and biological characteristics. The live bait fishery is occurring in California. This is fishery for live sardine and anchovy, which are used then as bait in the recreational fleet, primarily by charter passenger fishing vessels. Tribal fisheries, there have been some in the past, sardine fishing occurring by federally recognized West Coast tribes, although not in recent years. And the minor directed fisheries are the ones providing sardine for some very limited specialty bait and human consumption markets. In Oregon, we just have, I believe, one operation landing fish sardines under this category. Overall, you can see what the total catches have been over the years, and in bold and parentheses, how the Oregon amounts have stacked up within those. we are taking really less than 0.5% of the total catch on the West Coast. And so it remains a very California-centric fishery. The two rows at the bottom, I should have mentioned the annual catch target and annual catch limit. I'll talk about a little bit more on the next slides, but these are really the threshold and the limit that we are comparing the total catch amounts to. And you can see that it's been well below the limit in all of these years. Back to the annual science and management cycle. Annual stock assessments by the Southwest Fisheries Science Center are a key element, producing the total sardine biomass estimate. That's the basis for determining sardine harvest specifications. Normally, the survey is a key data source, but it was canceled last year due to COVID precautions, and this hindered efforts to develop a new assessment. Instead, the Pacific Council Scientific and Statistical Committee recommended using the biomass estimate from last year's assessment for managing the fishery in the upcoming year and increasing the size of a buffer that's always applied to account for scientific uncertainty. So based on the SSC's recommendations and the harvest control rules in the fishery management plan, the council adopted the following harvest specifications. I'll note that the terms here are also defined in the appendix to the agenda item summary. The overfishing level is set by the Scientific and Statistical Committee based on the biomass estimate. The the allowable biological catch, or ABC, is set below the OFL, and this is where the scientific uncertainty buffer comes in. The purpose of setting the ABC below the OFL by a buffer is to prevent overfishing. Because there's always some uncertainty in the stock assessment and OFL estimate, again, there's always some buffer applied. Two factors determine how big it is. One is an element of scientific uncertainty, and one is a selection the council makes based on a policy risk choice. And again, the increased scientific uncertainty element meant that the overall annual biological catch was about 22% lower than it was in last year. The annual catch limit is also shown on this row. It can be set below the ABC if there is some reason to do so, such as very uncertain or slow catch accounting data. In most cases, it's set equal to the ABC. Again, because the biomass is below the cutoff value, there is no directed fishery. The harvest guideline for that fishery is 0. And an annual catch target is an optional measure. The council has been using it in recent years to trigger some additional in-season restrictions to slow the pace of the catch when overall catch approaches the annual catch limit. This amount was also reduced by the council by about 22% from last year's ACT value. And then the management measures to keep the fisheries within these specifications include the ones shown below. This is where the rubber hits the road for the fishery. For the fisheries operating off Oregon, for non-coastal pelagic species fisheries, there's a 2 metric ton sardine limit per trip. For other coastal pelagics, there's a proportion, 20% can be allowed to be sardines. Those are the same as last year, and we have not been seeing, for the most part, even those amounts be met or even close in any Oregon fisheries. So overall, that brings us to the staff recommendation, which I mentioned, is to adopt these measures by reference to the federal regulation. And again, I would just recall the bottom line that I had highlighted in green on the catch table, showing that Oregon catches in recent years have been such a small proportion of the overall coastwide catch. And the sardine regulations coastwide and in our state, we believe, are an appropriate response to the stock status and short and long-term fishing community needs. With that, I conclude and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Maggie. Really interesting report. As always, it looks like we have Commissioner Zarnowitz with a question first.
Yes, thank you. It's excellent report, and also the written report. It's good that you gave a key to all the different acronyms used, because there were more that I've ever seen in one document. But I have a question, not necessarily related to what the US does on these, but I keep hearing from fishermen in Gold Beach that that there's foreign vessels out there trawling, persenning or whatever within the territorial waters. And I'm just wondering if there's any information on that. I know the Coast Guard can't be everywhere at once, but if there's any information on that and what they're catching.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz. We occasionally also hear those rumors, and they are not true. There are not foreign vessels fishing in U.S. waters off of Oregon. We occasionally have been able to talk to some of the folks who believe there are and really pin it down, and they are, for example, some U.S. vessels that they don't recognize because they are not from the local area. But in general, it's not happening.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, I was just going to make a quick observation. Yeah, great presentation, Maggie. Appreciate it. And but I remember when they were last being commercially fished here on the Oregon coast, when the population was, at one of its peaks. I remember, I think I was told that the mature sardine has the highest omega-3 content, fat content of any fish that swims. So eat your sardines.
Thank you. Maggie, I have 3 questions. One of them is, you said that there's only one operation in Oregon doing the catching bait sardines to use in other fisheries. The other vessels, have the vessels, I think there were 24 last count, have they gone into something else like the market squid and so there's not much action here at all?
Yes, Chair Wall, thanks. Yes, I would say most of the vessels who had been fishing sardine when the directed fishery was open are probably fishing in Oregon and elsewhere for other coastal pelagic species, or participating in other seine gear fisheries because they have the gear, the boat, the vessel is set up for that type of operation. So fishing squid here, for example, they may not all have been Oregon vessels. They may be down in California fishing for anchovy, which is currently open. Other fisheries up in Alaska, for example, they're pretty mobile up and down the West Coast.
Thank you. The second question I have, and this goes back to your list of goals that was early in your presentation, and I was surprised, actually, they did a thoughtful, great job of hitting all of the fishery management pieces, or it seemed like they really were thorough there, but I was surprised there was no goal that said something about avoid depletion or sustainable fishery levels or any of those kinds of things, and that there wasn't anything about climate change impacts. Could you just talk about the connections?
I'd be happy to. I will say the goals and objectives, I don't know that section of the Coastal Pelagic Species Fishery Management Plan has been updated. Certainly hasn't in my experience with the council, which has only been the past 6 years or so. Some of those goals do include preventing overfishing, providing adequate forage for dependent species, and trying to read the small font there, acquiring biological information, et cetera. But in addition to the goals in that fishery management plan, the council's management is always guided by mandates in the Magnuson-Stevens Act, which also include some pretty stringent conservation mandates. So those are there. These goals and objectives, I guess, aren't in a vacuum. The council is also undertaking a number of efforts on ecosystem management. It adopted a fishery ecosystem plan some years ago, and it has been really expanding its its understanding of ecosystem and climate information. I know you all have heard about the California Current Integrated Ecosystem Assessment and some of the annual reports they're providing to the council. Those are fantastic resources. And certainly all that information is informing the council's management of the sardine fisheries as well.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful for context on that one. And in the interest of time, I will save my other question and I'll just call you later. Commissioners, any other questions, or are we ready for a motion? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I will make a motion if there's no other questions.
I see none. Go ahead.
I move to adopt the staff recommended rules for coastal pelagic species fisheries as proposed in attachment 3, including the appropriate citations to the federal regulation when available.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Great. It's been moved and seconded as Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde read into the record on coastal pelagic species fisheries regulations. Are there any other questions or discussions? Seeing none, those in favor of the motion, could you give a thumbs up? Thank you. It looks like we have everybody with a thumbs up. Commissioners, it is 12:15. Travis Schultz is ready for his presentation on Exhibit E, and it has in the past been a relatively short one. If you'd like to keep going, let's do that. And then we can finish the other 3 after lunch. Okay. If that works for you, Travis, then will you go ahead, please, with your Access and Habitat Program funding?
Yes, I'll get started.
There you go.
Okay, can everybody see that?
Yes.
One second, move that out of the way. Okay. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, Access and Habitat Program Coordinator. There are 13 A&H Board recommended projects before the commission today. Most of the projects were approved by the A&H Board at the April 13th meeting, and one project was approved at the May 5th meeting. The project before the commission today represent 56% of the total access acreage of the A&H program and roughly 5% of the habitat acreage. The 13 projects are primarily from 3 A&H regions. The Northwest region has 2 projects near Newport, shown in green. The Malheur region has 4 projects south and east of Burns, shown in red. And the Northeast region has 6 projects shown in yellow near Baker City. Lastly, the OSP enforcement project covers multiple A&H regions and is shown in blue. First up, the Northwest region has 2 projects recommended by the A&H Board. Both projects make up what was once the Hancock Forest Management West Side Access Project that was started in 2018. These projects are a renewal of the West Side Access Project with some minor adjustments made on individual properties. Weyerhaeuser purchased the land from Hancock in 2018 and 2020. These 2 projects utilize $601,000 in open fields funds to provide access to over 200,000 acres for hunters for 3 years. Both projects were recommended by the A&H Board unanimously, Hancock's at the April 13th meeting and Weyerhaeuser at the April 5th A&H meetings. The projects would provide motorized access under industrial fire precaution levels 1 and 2 and walk-in access under levels 1 through 3. All access would close at level 4. The dark green in the center of the map is the existing access area owned by Weyerhaeuser. Hancock is shown in olive surrounding the access area, and some up here to the north as well. Weyerhaeuser in orange, mostly south of the access area and in the northeast corner of the map. Those properties with a red or blue boundary were sold to Weyerhaeuser by Hancock in either 2018 or 20. And that is also the reason why the orange near Newport looks darker than the orange near Tillamook, although they are both included in this project. The gray is Weyerhaeuser property that is not part of the access areas, either covered in the north by the North Coast Travel Management Area or in the south by the Willamette Private Lands, or they reside within Weyerhaeuser's fee access program. Yellow is the BLM, green, the lightest green is the Forest Service, and the slightly darker green is Oregon Department of Forestry lands. While this map is very busy, it shows how the two projects create large contiguous blocks of access between both public and private lands. The next group of projects is from the Malheur A&H region, which has 4 projects up for renewal. First up, the Jenkins Access Project is a continuation of a project started in 2008 and provides both welcome to hunt and by permission access for big game and upland game bird hunting for 1 year. The McKenzie Access Project, started in 2006, consists of 3 landowners and will provide welcome to hunt access for big game and upland game bird hunting for 5 years. The access area is very popular with upland game bird hunters. The Pine Creek Access Project, initiated in 2011, provides welcome to hunt access for 5 years for big game and upland game birds. The Alfred Access Project covers approximately 11 miles on the east side of Steens Mountain. The project provides welcome to hunt access for 3 years for upland game bird and big game hunting, including bighorn sheep. The Upland Game Bird Stamp Program also contributes $4,300 annually to the project in recognition of the importance of the area to upland bird hunters, particularly chukar hunters. This map shows the Alfred Access Project in yellow. The project improves access to the east side of Steens Mountains, which would otherwise be only accessible by the long journey crossing over the top of the mountain, which is not possible with snow accumulation. The Jenkins Access Project, shown in magenta, greatly improves access to public lands in this portion of the Steens unit, as well as provides hunting access to private land. Sorry about that. The Pine Creek Access Project, shown in green, the landowners enrolled in many NRCS programs and works diligently to conserve wildlife habitat on the ranch, including a previous Oregon Open Fields grant to protect an aspen, mountain mahogany, and mountain shrub community by removing invasive juniper. The McKenzie Access Project, shown in blue, has conducted habitat improvement projects, including those to control medusa head. Additionally, there are 2 habitat projects that will be before the A&H board at the July meeting for this access area, treating almost 1,000 additional acres for medusa head at a total cost of over $104,000. The next region up is the Northeast region, which has 6 projects before the commission today. First, Fern Mountain Access is a project returning to the A&H program and provides welcome to hunt access for big game and upland game birds for 5 years. The Iron Mountain Access is a renewal of a project started in 2011 and provides welcome to hunt access for 5 years. The project offers a variety of different hunting opportunities, including Rocky Mountain elk, mature mule deer, pronghorn, and excellent upland game bird hunting. In addition to the access area, the project provides access to the most highly desirable 4,000 acres of inaccessible public land in the Lookout Mountain unit. Owsley Canyon Access is a project initiated in 2009 that provides big game hunting, excuse me, and upland game bird hunting on a welcome to access basis for 3 years. The Schmutz Access Area, started in 2008, provides welcome to hunt access to big game, predators, waterfowl, and game birds for 3 years. The project is part of the Glass Mountain Access Area adjacent to Ladd Marsh Wildlife Area. Both projects occur within an area of chronic elk damage and provide hunter access to private lands that will assist ODFW in addressing damage complaints and elk distribution issues in the Mount Emily and Starkey units. Virtue Flat Access is a project started in 2016, offers welcome to hunt access for 5 years to hunt big game, predators, and upland game birds. This project will also enhance access to adjacent A&H program lands as well as BLM lands. The Widman Access Project provides welcome to hunt access for 3 years to hunt big game, predators, and upland game birds. An additional $20,000 per year will continue wildlife habitat improvements specifically aimed at treating invasive weeds and reestablishing perennial grasses and forb populations. Fir Mountain Access, shown in pink at the bottom of the map, and Iron Mountain Access, shown in blue, will help the Baker ODFW Wildlife District in addressing elk damage that is occurring on surrounding private lands by delivering access for hunters to address elk damage in the Sumter and Lookout Mountain units. The Widman Access Area, shown in orange, the project will improve big game winter range, enhance year-round upland game bird habitat, and directly impact critical sage grouse habitat. The habitat work will be conducted under the guidance of the NRCS Cooperative Conservation Partnership Initiative and the Baker County Keating Sage Grouse Core Area Plan. The Virtue Flat Access Area, shown in red, the landowner has been working cooperatively with the NRCS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Tri-County Cooperative Weed Management Area, and ODFW to conduct habitat improvements for sage grouse. Those improvements include the installation of wildlife-friendly fencing, noxious weed control, and completion of numerous water developments. Both the Smoots Access in yellow and the Owsley Canyon Access in green near La Grande participate in habitat improvement projects. The department has cooperatively completed the installation of wildlife-friendly fencing, forage seedings, fertilizer applications, and noxious weed control projects to help improve rain conditions for wildlife. The last project before the board today is the OSP enforcement project. This project is the first step in the process of combining the enforcement portions of the 6 A&H TMAs into one project. This project adds $625,312 to existing A&H enforcement projects to provide enhanced OSP enforcement on the A&H TMAs through the end of the next biennium. The project extends the East Lane and Willamette private lands through June of 2023. The project provides enforcement that maintains public access to private timberlands. 3 of the 6 TMA enforcement projects, Coos Mountain, Jackson, and Green Diamond, are currently approved for funding and contribute $228,198 to the overall cost of OSP enforcement. These 3 projects remain unchanged. The North Coast TMA was approved for 5 years by both the board and commission. However, it only included 1 year of enforcement funding for 2020. The OSP enforcement project provides 2 years of enforcement funding for the project. There are no other changes to this project. The last 2 projects, the Willamette private lands and the East Lane TMA, are both ending. The OSP enforcement project extends these 2 projects for 2 years to the close of the end of the biennium, June 30th, 2023. Excuse me. The project will fund 2 OSP trooper positions directly, roughly 3,400 hours of work per year for 2 years. However, to provide the coverage needed to meet TMA objectives, OSP will assign additional troopers to work the A&H TMAs. The 3,400 hours should be seen as a minimum number of hours that will be spent on the TMAs. The actual number of OSP enforcement hours will likely be higher. The ANH board passed the project unanimously due to the importance of enforcement for the TMAs. However, the ANH board expressed concern with funding OSP permanent positions through the ANH program rather than funding temporary positions, which are no longer an option through OSP. The ANH board prefers alternative funding for permanent OSP positions. Staff recommend funding the 13 projects the ANH board approved. Chair Wall, this completes my presentation on the 13 projects recommended for funding. I can take any questions that you have now or after any public testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis, for the report. Very interesting. And it looks like you already have 2 questions. So Commissioner Zarnowitz first, and then Vice Chair Woolley.
Yeah, thank you. This is just for clarification, because looking at the maps of some of these projects, they're, for instance, the McKinsey one, are those private inholdings surrounded by BLM land?
Commissioner Zarowitz, members of the commission, yes, that is correct. They are private inholdings. There are other private inholdings around them, but they are primarily surrounded by BLM lands.
Okay, so all of these projects on the east side are private lands that are next to BLM lands or something along those lines. I'm just wondering if any of these projects are done on BLM permitted lands, or if they're on private lands.
Yes, Commissioner Zarowitz, members of the commission, yeah, all of these projects are on private land. Most of the Eastern Oregon ones are surrounded by, well, many of them have adjacent BLM lands or Forest Service lands to them. A lot of the ones in Northeast, especially in the Lookout Mountain unit, also have a lot of private land that surround them. The ones in Malheur also provide access because you have to pass through public ground to get, or through private lands to get to the public ground. So they provide a means of access from a county road or other permitted road to the BLM to make access a lot easier in some of these areas.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Woolley. Looks like you're muted.
I'm keeping up with, I think I passed up Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde with the number of times starting out being muted, but so Travis, I'm looking at the budget for this OSP project, and so it's a lot of money. We're only getting 2 positions out of this. Is that what you're saying, or are there funds that are going to something beyond 2 trooper salaries?
It is for 2 troopers. That is an estimate, and that estimate is based upon the highest rank and pay for an OSP trooper. So we'll likely see cost savings in the actual bill to the ANH program will be below that. But to ensure that we could cover 2 positions to make sure that we had the hours that we needed for enhanced patrol on the TMAs, it is. And so that, yes, those funds are specific to the entirety of 2 OSP positions.
So it looks like it's also allowing for overtime as well. It's a lot. How long have we been funding troopers this way? Is this new with this project, or has this been going on for a while?
This is the, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission. This is the first project that we have done that is combined projects and funded and specifically aimed to fund OSP permanent positions. Last year was the first year that we utilized this model. we were under, previous to that, so up until 2019, OSP provided temporary sworn employees, so generally retired OSP troopers that would work on these areas. For a variety of reasons, and OSP can explain it far better than I can, that program has gone away, predominantly just keeping up the requirements for training for law enforcement employee made it very difficult. But they may have other reasons as well. And so as that went away, the COVID pandemic kind of forced their hand on some things. And so we worked with them last year to combine all of our projects into permanent employees as well. So this is the second year, if you will, but it's the first time we've ever come forward with a project specifically aimed at a permanent employees.
Okay, thanks. And then a question on the Weyerhaeuser project, and I may have missed this on your slide, but I mean, are the applicant and the cooperator one and the same? Or is the cooperator different from the applicant?
Sorry.
They're cooperator funds, and then their applicant, and then there's the listing of the applicant, which is someone for Weyerhaeuser. So are they the same? Are they different? I don't understand.
Sure. In the case of the Weyerhaeuser project, they are one and the same. It is Weyerhaeuser that is footing the bill for their road maintenance and their gate maintenance and increasing their patrols and their own private security for that. In some cases, it is different. So for some of our projects, the cooperators may be in addition to the landowners as far as, especially on habitat projects, we have a lot more people willing to step up and kick in cash and time on a habitat project.
Okay. So, as you know, we have gotten complaints from hunters in the past of private companies like Weyerhaeuser closing access to hunting that was previously available. So now it looks like there's some land being opened up. So are they less concerned about liability now, or is, money, funding kind of sweetening the deal? In incentivizing them, and maybe the liability issues are not as much of a concern? Do you have any insights about that?
I can't speak to Weyerhaeuser's motivations. Certainly, they've been more motivated for some of these as that we've gone from just enforcement to a per acre payment. However, they still have significant acreage enrolled in our TMAs that only provide enforcement. So they have multi-facets in which they provide access. So this area is one of them in which we do pay, the ANH program pays a per dollar acre fee for. The stuff to the south and some acreage to the north is also included within the TMAs, the North Coast and the Willamette private lands. And then, of course, the one that you were referring to as far as the complaints come from, their own personal in-house permit and lease areas that they run through in-house.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Travis. That's what I have.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, Travis. Hey, is there some place, like if the public wants to take advantage of some of these new access here, is there somewhere that where better maps or somewhere they can get the information on, how exactly, I have trouble on these maps trying to pick out exactly where these spots are. Is there some place the public can go to get that information in a little better format?
Yes. On our the ANH's website, as we go through and update those maps with the new access areas, that will show up there for the most recent property. So it'll give them a much better map of where we actually have that access. Some of it also falls within the North Coast, and it'll show up on that map, the North Coast TMA map as well. So yeah, these areas will have a better map that's available on our website.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Any other questions? If not, may I hear a motion on this one?
Okay, I'll move to approve the 13 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat State Board.
Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded as Commissioner Spellbrink read into the record on Access and Habitat Program funding. Are there any other questions? Any last discussion?
Mary, I didn't catch who seconded that. Can you?
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Thank you very much.
Yep, you bet. Any last questions, commissioners? Commissioner Spellbrink, you have your hand up. Is that just because you left it up? Okay. Seeing no other questions, those in favor of the motion? Looks like everybody's in favor of it. Thank you. And thank you, Travis. So commissioners,
Thank you.
we're at 12:40. Let's come back at 45 minutes plus a little buffer, 1:30, and we will hear again from Travis plus Dr. Don Whitaker to start with. We do have a full afternoon, so let's be sure to, let's go right at 12:30 or 1:30. So see you then. Thank you all.
Hi, Dawn.
Good afternoon, Michelle.
Sound is working good.
Yeah, I was just making sure my video was pointed roughly the right direction.
Good deal. See you back at 1:30.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Working on other stuff. What do you want, Grog?
Hey, Jeremy.
You inspired me to make sure my camera was looking at me. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that. This laptop works in like 6 different locations. Like, this is a good idea. Thanks, Don.
Well, you know, some of us have already made the stupid mistakes.
Well, no, I'm pretty skookum on the Zoom, buddy. I just got to figure out. It looks better to do it this way than be moving myself around like I do. Okay, I'm signing back out.
I checked
Going
all
back to
this.
my biscuit.
You know, I checked it all last week, but I'd like to check it before we start too.
Makes sense.
Welcome back, everybody. It looks like our presenters are here and our commissioners are here, except maybe one, but let's go ahead and get started. For those of you following the agenda, we're on item F, Exhibit F, the auction and raffle tag allocations. And we have Dr. Don Whitaker and Travis Schultz again. And I don't know which of you will start, but go right ahead.
Gotta unmute yourself first there, Don.
There we go. Thanks, Travis. So I would like to confirm the presentation is showing.
It does show. Yes. thank you.
Okay, well, I'm starting this one. We'll try to make it fairly brief since we do still have a full afternoon left. I'm Don Whitaker. I'm the ungulate coordinator for Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife here in the headquarters. And my partner in crime for this one is Travis Schultz. We're gonna go through quickly the auction and raffle tag allocation. I can get it to work. There we go. We'll quickly cover what's some short, brief program overview and then an idea of what happened this year and what we're proposing for next year. The auction, the big game auction and raffle tag program in Oregon is kind of a critical source of funding for several programs. The tags are separated into two main programs. I oversee the Bighorn, Pronghorn, and Rocky Mountain Goat Auction program. And then Travis is in charge of the Access and Habitat program. These tags are quite popular. They offer expanded hunt areas and an expanded season length. And just between 2020 and 2021, we saw a $300,000 increase in our annual net income to the agency and those two programs. It's been a pretty good year. This is in spite of all of the challenges that the organizations have faced trying to conduct their auctions and and for us trying to conduct the raffle. We would like to very much thank those organizations that participate in this program for their extraordinary efforts to make the auction part of it work especially. The Bighorn Sheep Auction and Raffle was the first established in the state of Oregon. It's been around for about 35 years. In that time frame, it's pushing $5 million worth of income just for those two tags alone. We tend to average a little bit more than $250,000 a year. In 2021, we tied our record auction price and did very well in the auction, and our net income just for 2021 was a little bit more than $300,000. Those funds are dedicated to bighorn sheep management and research in the state of Oregon. We're proposing to maintain this program with one auction tag and one raffle tag. The auction tag will stay with the Wild Sheep Foundation at their national convention. The tag always does fairly well there. And hopefully we'll be able to draw the raffles at the OHA State Convention, which is the department's tradition. The last couple of years, we've done that at our department headquarters and live streamed it, trying to keep everything as open as we possibly can. For the pronghorn auction tag, that program has only been around for 18 years for those two tags. The total income to the department from those two tags in that time period is just slightly under $500,000. In 2021, the auction and raffle netted the department just under $57,000. The raffle sales was pretty high, but the auction tag was about the second highest that we've seen in the state for the auction. Again, we want to maintain that one auction tag and one raffle tag for 2022. We'll have the auction host for that tag selected by July before the A&H board meeting, with the raffle being conducted collaboratively with Oregon Hunters Association at their state convention. For Rocky Mountain Goat, this has been one of kind of the surprising auction and raffle programs. It was established 18 years ago at the same time that pronghorn was established. It's actually doing quite well. In that time period, the two tags have generated about $650,000. Our average income is $83,000 over the last 4 or 5 years, but 2021 was a big surprise for us. We set a dramatic record in the auction price, and our raffle sales were incredibly strong with a net income of about $136,000 for 2021. Similar to bighorn sheep and the pronghorn, we're proposing to maintain one auction and one raffle tag for 2022. We'll have the host organization for the auction tag selected before the July A&H board meeting. And again, we'll do the raffle with the Oregon Hunters Association. With that, I'll turn it over to Travis for his part on the A&H, and I will be driving the screens, I hope.
Thank you. For the record, this is Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Coordinator. The A&H Board recommends the Commission allocate 10 deer and 10 elk tags to be auctioned or raffled as a fundraiser. Deer and elk auction and raffle tags have raised over $9.3 million for the A&H program. The funds raised through the auction and raffle are dedicated to providing access and enhancing wildlife habitat. All expenditures of funds must be recommended by the A&H Board and approved by the Commission. Next slide, please. $2021 revenue from raffle ticket sales is up about $50,000 over last year and well above the 5-year average. 2021 revenue from auction tags was also way up, over $119,000 from last year and well above the 5-year average. It was a record year for A&H auction and raffle tags with continued growth in revenue. The combination hunt, 3 of the deer hunts and all 4 auction elk hunts broke sales records this year. We only had one hunt that wouldn't be in the top 4 all-time sales. So it was an amazing year. Next slide, please. Here are the proposed 2022 auction tags. There are there are no changes from last year's proposal. And next slide, please. Here are the A&H portion of the raffle tags proposed for 2022. Again, there are no changes from 2021. And next slide, please. This table shows the 26 big game tags the department recommends your action to allocate to the big game raffle and auction program for 2022. And with that, we can take any questions you have now or after any public testimony.
Thank you both. We, to my knowledge, we still don't have any public testimony on this one, but we do have a question from Vice Chair Woolley. Whoops, you're muted.
Travis and Don, what do you attribute these increases to?
Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, that's a really good question. We think it's just an interaction with the economy being very, very strong in the last few years. Many of the purchasers of the auction tag are quite vested in many of the investment programs nationally that have done very well for the last 3 or 4 years. The raffle program, I think, has been strong because there's, you know, a side benefit of the COVID is people have lots of free time and they're going outdoors, and a number of other assistance checks from the government. They've been directing some of those toward these outdoor programs, and it's very similar to the increases we saw in our application rates and all of that stuff. Hunting is a very desirable outdoor activity right now. And there's also for sheep and like Rocky Mountain goat, the animals that have been taken recently for that species have been what would be considered very high quality or very high trophy quality. And when they get into, you know, we had 5 of our, I think 24 goats were harvested in 2020, make score-wise the Boone and Crockett record book, and that's what many people do look at. So it draws scrutiny from folks that are interested in those types of opportunities.
Okay, thanks.
Other questions? I'm not, I see no other hands up. So it's either lunch lull or great job on the presentation, and we'll assume the latter. So is there a motion on this one?
I can make that motion if you want.
That would be great.
I move to approve the 2022 auction and raffle big game tag allocations as proposed by staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded as read into the record by Commissioner Hatfield Hyde on Exhibit F 2022 auction raffle tag allocations. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, could I have a thumbs up if your vote is yes? Looks like everyone is a yes. Thank you both for your presentation and congratulations on your outcomes this year.
Thank you very much, Chair Wall and members of the commission.
Thank you. We'll go on then to Exhibit G. And we have Kelly Reese and Jennifer Ringo ready to talk about Fern Ridge Wildlife Area property acquisition within the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program. And these are the South Coyote additions. So it looks like Kelly's ready to go first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission. Oh, sorry, hold on just a second. My screen just, there we go. and Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Kelly Reese, the Willamette Fish and Wildlife Policy and Program Manager for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I'm here with Jennifer Ringo, the Acting South Willamette Watershed Manager, to provide a brief overview of the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program and to share details on 2 proposed acquisitions adjacent to Fern Ridge Wildlife Area near Eugene. I had the opportunity to present the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program to the Commission last fall, so some of this might be familiar. The 2010 settlement agreement between BPA and the state of Oregon permanently settles the wildlife mitigation responsibilities for the federal Willamette River Basin Flood Control and Hydroelectric Project. The agreement includes approximately $117 million over 15 years to protect at least 16,880 acres of Willamette Basin wildlife habitat. In addition, another $26 million is paid to ODFW to manage the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, including running the project solicitations and developing project selection criteria to inform recommendations for habitat protection. The agreement includes a dual credit provision that requires 10% of project funding goes towards projects that also provide benefits to ESA-listed anadromous fish in support of the 2008 Willamette Biological Opinion. The agreement encourages participation by the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde, Siletz, and Warm Springs. And finally, protection priorities are based on the Oregon Conservation Strategy. Conservation opportunity areas and strategy habitats are emphasized for protection. In addition, protected habitats should support conservation strategy and ESA-listed species. The program has protected 48 properties and nearly 12,000 acres since the 2010 agreement, shown here in the orange dots on the map, and includes the amazing turtle site that Susan mentioned this morning. Properties may be protected by fee title or conservation easement. BPA is granted a conservation easement for fee title acquisitions or a third-party right of enforcement in the case of conservation easement acquisitions. The program relies on partnerships and willing sellers for habitat protection opportunities. Most acquisitions are held by tribes, land trusts, soil and water conservation districts, or local governments. However, ODFW has acquired 4 properties to date as well, highlighted by the stars. From north to south are Flight's End at Sauvie Island Wildlife Area, Gale Ackerman Wildlife Area near Salem, and Northeast Coyote and South Coyote units of the Fern Ridge Wildlife Area at the southern part of the map. Today, we're focusing on the 2 proposed acquisitions shown on this map in blue, adjacent to Fern Ridge Wildlife Area west of Eugene. South Coyote 2 and 3 are located in the West Eugene Area Conservation Opportunity Area, or COA, identified in the Oregon Conservation Strategy. COAs are noted in tan on this map. This COA includes the West Eugene wetlands, which are some of the largest remaining fragments of the Willamette Valley's native wet prairies. This map shows how the 2 proposed acquisitions fit into the larger context of previously protected WWMP projects in the southern Willamette Valley. Purple projects were protected prior to the 2010 agreement, and orange projects were protected after the 2010 agreement. The West Eugene Area COA benefits from multiple existing habitat protection and restoration partnerships. Protection of these 2 sites will facilitate several of the recommended conservation for this COA, including maintaining and restoring ecological function and connectivity of wetland and riparian habitats, thereby improving habitat complexity and resiliency in the face of climate change. Jennifer Ringo will further describe the proposed acquisitions and plans for these properties if acquired.
Thank you, Kelly. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the Commission, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Jennifer Ringo, and I'm the Acting South Willamette Watershed Manager. Today, I'd like to tell you more about the 2 proposed acquisitions and how they relate to our existing wildlife area, Fern Ridge. Fern Ridge Wildlife Area is managed by ODFW and is largely under Army Corps of Engineers ownership, which is the 5,298 acre area outlined in yellow. ODFW owns and manages an additional 533 acres outlined in red. The two proposed acquisitions, shown in solid red and blue, are adjacent to the department-owned properties and will add an additional 140 acres to the wildlife area. In March and April, staff conducted 2 public meetings to gather input about the potential acquisitions. Staff also reached out to elected officials, the local farm bureau, and used the Nextdoor social media app targeting the nearby town of Veneta. Comments were generally positive and in support of the acquisitions. Questions tended to be about public access for various purposes, including hunting, as well as future management of the properties. The first property I will discuss is South Coyote 2. South Coyote 2 is a 40-acre property currently used as a horse pasture. It's comprised of wet prairie and grassland or upland prairie habitats. The property borders the South Coyote unit of Fern Ridge Wildlife Area to the north and east, and will be accessed by the public and for habitat management directly from the South Coyote unit. Acquisition of South Coyote 2 presents an opportunity to restore more natural water flow across this property and onto the neighboring South Coyote unit, which is pictured here with restored wetland swales. In addition, by replacing non-native vegetation with natives, we will protect habitat investments in the South Coyote unit of Fern Ridge Wildlife Area as well. These habitat actions are expected to benefit a variety of strategy species, including grassland birds such as streaked horned larks, Oregon vesper sparrows, grasshopper sparrows, and western meadowlarks. In addition, red-legged frogs, western pond turtles, and migratory waterfowl, including dusky Canada geese, should all benefit from this protection and restoration effort. Next, I will talk about the South Coyote 3 property, which presents some different habitats for protection and enhancement. South Coyote 3 is a 100-acre property that shares the southern border of the current wildlife area boundary. This property has a more diverse range of habitats, including upland forested habitat, compared to South Coyote 2. South Coyote 3 consists of oak woodlands, wetlands or wet prairie, flowing water and riparian, and mixed conifer habitats. A small disturbed area will be restored to grassland if acquired. Restoration opportunities include removal of Douglas fir and oak woodland habitat, restoring wet prairie from pasture grasses to native vegetation, and selective thinning to establish healthy conifer habitat. The flowing water and riparian area is in relatively good condition with the sinuous channel of Coyote Creek. In addition to the species listed for South Coyote 2, the protection and enhancement of South Coyote 3 is likely to benefit multiple strategy species, including western gray squirrel, white-breasted nuthatch, willow flycatcher, yellow-breasted chat, and acorn woodpeckers, such as the one pictured here. Public access will be consistent with the conservation values of the properties. Access is from Halderson Road, where limited parking is currently available. We anticipate these acquisitions to be managed with the same rules and regulations as the South Coyote unit. As an example of what these rules and regulations might be, this slide shows the 2020-21 regulations for the South Coyote unit. This includes a waterfowl reservation hunt that allows up to 2 pairs of roaming hunters a day for 3 days a week during the season from late November through January. The unit is then open to the public from early February through April on Saturdays only, and then from May to mid-October, the unit is open daily. If these properties are acquired, ODFW will develop a management plan for each property that will prescribe how it will be restored and managed to be consistent with the purpose of the WWMP program. The management plans will describe what types of public access and activities will be allowed. These plans will be reviewed by BPA and other conservation partners and neighbors. Following approval, the management plans will be incorporated into the Fern Ridge Wildlife Area Management Plan. Long-term management will be administered by Fern Ridge Wildlife Area. BPA provides a lump sum stewardship payment for each property to offset management costs. The staff recommendation is to approve the acquisition of the South Coyote 2 and 3 properties, approximately 140 acres in Lane County, and direct staff to proceed to escrow closing upon completion of all processes required under Oregon law for land acquisition. This concludes our presentation, and we can take any questions.
Thank you. Let me see if I don't see hands up yet. I do have one question. It says that well, first let me just check. You said that there will be hunting on certain months where where hunters will be there and others will not be there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it that we were so careful to make sure that no department license funds would go to this? Is there a history there? Because there is access.
So the funding for these acquisitions is entirely from BPA. And so license dollars are not needed for the acquisitions themselves. It is possible in the future that we might use PR and license to do some restoration actions or something like that. But as far as just the acquisition and the maintenance of the properties, we just don't need to use our license dollars for that.
Great, thank you. We do have a question from Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, thank you. I saw the email from Commissioner Bosevich, Lane County, but I couldn't tell, did the Lane County commissioners weigh in on this, pro, con, or indifferent?
Jennifer, you want me to take that one?
Yes, please.
So what Commissioner Bosevich did was he connected me to Oregon Department of Transportation to see if there were opportunities to coordinate for mitigating for the Highway 126 expansion. And so we met out on site to look at opportunities, and it's promising, and it's just a matter of timeline for when they might get mitigation funding, but they could be a potential opportunity for restoration dollars. We would just make sure that the mitigation for their project is independent of the BPA mitigation needs.
Okay, but the commissioners didn't weigh in any way with a letter or anything of support, neutral or whatever?
Correct.
Okay, and I see we're paying in lieu of taxes here for the property.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I guess this means the time to do a presentation is right after lunch.
I'll remember that.
Yes, indeed. Seeing no other questions, commissioners, do I have a motion? Can I get a motion from one of you?
I can move. I move to approve the acquisitions of the South Coyote 2 and 3 properties and direct staff to proceed to escrow closing upon completion of all processes required under Oregon law for land acquisition.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on Exhibit G, Fern Ridge Wildlife Area Property Acquisition within the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, as read into the record by Commissioner Zarnowitz. Are there questions or comments? It's a very quiet group for a really great project. So thank you for your work on the project. Let's go ahead then, commissioners, and vote on this one. Those in favor of the motion, could I see a thumbs up? It looks like we have everybody on that one. So thank you both and for your work on this one. This is great. So we will go on to Exhibit H. And on this one, we do have a list of people who will be doing, who would like to testify. So when we get to that point, we will hear from them. And there are about 10 or 12 of them. And it looks like Jeremy Thompson is ready to go to our big game hunt review. And we have quite a bit of interest in this one. So Jeremy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Okay, my screen came up all right for everybody?
It shows up.
Awesome, thank you. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Jeremy Thompson. I'm currently serving as the lead for our big game regulation review team. And today I'd like to provide you with an informational briefing on our 2022 archery regulation proposal development. So first, I wanted to provide you with the regulation review team goals. These goals represent the overarching directives that have guided the regulation review team for the past 5 years. The ultimate goal of the team was to look at Oregon's hunting regulations and assess how to provide the best product for our constituents while addressing the realities the agency faces today. One of the many concerns staff hear from the public is the complexity of Oregon's regulations. Goal 1 is specifically targeting this input we constantly hear from our new and experienced hunters. In order to better understand what our hunting public desires, a series of human dimension projects were undertaken, with 2 statistical surveys and 1 public forum incorporated into the decision process. Goal 3 directly ties to 1 and 2. Hunters need to have opportunities that equate to their preferences, and they need to be able to easily understand how we communicate the opportunity annually through our regulation process. And meeting ODFW's biological objectives is the cornerstone for all regulation work done annually by staff. Communicating the biological basis for the team's proposal has been a focal point for this year's review. As mentioned in the previous slide, these surveys conducted by Responsive Management, the leader in natural resources human dimensions work, provided an unbiased look at the preferences of Oregon's hunters. This data informed the decisions regarding regulations made by the team as potential changes throughout the regulation review process were assessed. This is the archery proposal that the team put forward for review in conjunction with the archery deer changes that the commission adopted last September. Creating controlled hunts throughout Eastern Oregon for archery elk would have been consistent not only with the adopted archery deer regulations, creating one management system for all of Eastern Oregon, but also with the overall desire of Oregon's hunters as displayed through the work done by Responsive Management. But based on concerns heard through the public outreach conducted last year, the agency decided to delay carrying forward the archery elk proposal until this year for the 2022 hunt regulation cycle, in order to allow more time to work with the public and better address and communicate the need for management change to the current archery elk regulations. In order to communicate why the agency was pursuing a change to archery elk season, the team defined a set of goals that needed to be met by a draft elk proposal. These targets were meant to clarify and better refine the process of meeting primary regulation review goals. They consider feedback received in 2020 through the regulation public review process, input received from our district biologists, from landowners, and from constituents at large. The team created an initial draft proposal to provide a starting point for public input for the 2022 regulation cycle. The proposal looked at existing public-facing data sets to define wildlife management units, or WMUs, that were most in need of a change in hunt management strategy, while incorporating input from the public received over the previous year. This proposal is the result of the regulation team's analysis of data to identify WMUs of concern, coupled with collaboration with agency biologists to understand the realities witnessed by local staff during the hunting seasons. Units in red are those identified by staff as most in need of change in hunt strategy, with the green and tan units representing a proposed split in the residual units available for general season hunts. Under the initial proposal, each specific hunt would not be portable, meaning each tag would only be valid in the area or unit for which it is issued. The goal of removing portability was to increase the likelihood of archers being able to draw their desired controlled hunt and to be consistent with how other controlled elk hunts are managed. The primary data used to identify WMUs for inclusion within the initial proposal for controlled hunting centered on current relation to management objective and the needed harvest reduction. The team used the average bull ratio from 2015 to 2019 as the basis for analysis when determining the WMUs to include within the proposal, as the proposal process was initiated prior to the compilation of 2020 data. Also included were units where shifting participation due to adjacent units going to controlled hunts would likely create an MO-related issue in the near future. These units show the highest likelihood of hunter participation increasing based on current hunter data. This concern is based on the agency experience with past WMU shifts to controlled hunts, such as the Ochoco and the corresponding increases of hunters encountered by district staff during archery season pressure routes in the grizzly and the Maori units. I've also included the 2017 to 2021 data on this slide to illustrate the trajectory that we are seeing within the identified WMUs. When adding the previous 2 years, there's 3 additional units that would have been included within the list of units proposed for controlled hunts due to management objective concerns. For local biologists, overall trend and elk survey data are a primary factor in determining the need for management change. The second criteria utilized by the team was a comparison of harvest proportion between archery and any legal weapon or rifle hunts during any bull season. WMUs with a 35% branch bull harvest in archery were noted as a management concern. In the units denoted in this slide, approximately 43% of the total bull harvest occurs during the archery season. The management challenge this provides is limiting the ability to reduce harvest on bulls when deemed necessary by district biologists. With a significant proportion of the harvest on bulls occurring during a general season, controlled tags must be reduced disproportionate to user preference in order to meet management needs. This scenario has led to units where any legal weapon tags have been reduced in part due to harvest occurring during the general archery season. And while we see a negative trend in bull escapement and the bull ratios, it's important to note that overall elk populations are doing well in Eastern Oregon. 18 of the 35 WMUs are at or above the population management objective as of 2020, showing an even greater need to add harvest control tools to ensure bull ratios can be achieved should populations fluctuate or decrease. Elk population trends are different than what we've seen from mule deer, primarily due to the pioneering nature of elk, but also due to a greater ability for elk to utilize forage with lower nutritional value. It's also important to note the agency is focusing much of our current elk work on managing all disturbances on public elk habitat, of which archery season is only a single component. This overall pattern of disturbance has led to a shift in elk utilization from public to private land habitats. When looking at potential impacts to public land habitats from climate change, it's going to be even more important for district staff to be able to manage harvest from all users and to ensure that disturbance does not limit access to essential public land habitats. This slide highlights the public outreach and input we've received to date. One of the goals for this year's process was to engage the public at multiple levels. This list is in addition to all input received in 2020 through the outreach efforts that occurred during the last regulation review cycle. Much of the input received on the project has been in support for the direction or request for greater control. Many commenters self-identify as archers. This slide highlights the most commonly received inputs we've received during public outreach. These potential modifications to the draft proposal would still allow the regulation team to meet the goals outlined for this process. The last 2 items will be incorporated into ongoing process with modifications to an existing traditional hunt within the area proposed for controlled hunts made as a part of the current hunt modification, and additions to existing fire policy incorporated by staff to address potential loss of opportunity during the fire season. The first request that we received during public outreach was for a modified youth opportunity. This modification received during the outreach campaign would essentially allow youth archers to hunt the newly adopted controlled units, if they are approved, with a general season tag. The challenge is overlaying a general season youth tag with a controlled adult tag. This is also not consistent with current youth tags, as nearly all elk and illegal weapon tags offered for youth are antlerless only. It's also important to note that while most youth choose to use a rifle with any illegal weapon tags, those tags are also valid for use with archery equipment. Equitability between the current youth opportunity for rifle hunters and a potential expanded general season tag for youth archers comes in participation, which is approximately identical between the 2 weapon types. Harvest and existing opportunity is higher for the any legal weapon tags, albeit any legal weapon is antlerless compared to the requested bull bag limit for the youth archery tag. The next 3 slides will highlight different general season scenarios and pathways in allocating those opportunities. In the initial team proposal, general seasons were split in part at the request of wildlife districts, where additional controlled hunts were requested by the local staff, but not included by the team. The request was made in part to reduce the potential for more WMUs moving to harvest levels that would warrant controlled archery. With the first scenario, again, the split was proposed to exist at the crest of the Cascades. Within the first proposed modification to general season, the shift for the split between the east and west general season would be moved approximately to Interstate 5. The primary driver behind this request received from the public is the ability to hunt the wilderness areas along the crest of the Cascades with a single tag, regardless of WMU boundaries. Also during public outreach, many hunters have asked that with all the proposed changes, the agency maintain simplicity within the residual general season units and offer a single general season archery tag. This scenario would still allow hunters to continue to hunt across unit boundaries within the Cascade Mountain wilderness areas, as well as provide another option for Western Oregon archers that are affected by fire closures. This simple option maximizes opportunities for archers in the general season. The team evaluated multiple different alternate hunt strategies in the development of the initial draft proposal. Many of these strategies have been discussed within prior archery work groups and have been explored by the agency in the past. Concepts that were evaluated by the team included scenarios designed to have hunters choose a weapon by the controlled hunt application deadline, or dividing the state into smaller general seasons or zones. Looking at current hunter participation data from mandatory reporting and hunter preference data from the human dimensions work, as well as the needed reduction in bull harvest through many of the Blue Mountain units, the team determined that controlled hunting was the only solution that allowed harvest to be managed by local staff. The team proposed single unit controlled hunts as the preferred method on regulating harvest, considering that the management objective targets are based on the WMU. Given that, a controlled zone would also provide the management tool necessary to meet the goals of the team, as it provides the ability to regulate harvest. The concern with the zone is that tag allocations may be less than could be available in single unit management strategy, given the need to reduce harvest in a larger landscape to meet the needed harvest reduction in a single WMU. Due to the wilderness component, the Eagle Cap wilderness area has been requested by our partners to be looked at as a potential target zone to test the zone concept theory. This table illustrates the loss in allocated tags with the zone system. This example scenario sets allowable harvest for the Keating unit and builds a zone tag allocation based on the current distribution of hunters within the general season. Column 2 highlights current participation by WMU within the existing general season, while the third column illustrates tags by WMU that would be proposed if the commission adopts a controlled hunting strategy for elk in the proposed units. Tags for the Eagle Cap zone would approximately be 1,890 based on the needed harvest reduction in the Keating. Tags for the zone could either increase or decrease in the near future based on hunter participation by WMU within the proposed zone. The greatest challenge to management within a zone, again, is the loss of tag allocation when adjoining units are managed for needed reductions within a single WMU. We must also remember that that data that's currently collected is managed on the WMU scale, and so is the management objective. And that's dictated by the commission adopted elk plan. Ultimately, the department would need to identify when a test zone would have to move to single unit management if the MOs and units such as the Pine Creek and the Keating, which are included within this proposed test example, continue to struggle and harvest reduction needs dictate lowering tag allocations. In order to best refine a proposal for rulemaking in the August commission meeting, the regulation team is asking for input today regarding these 3 questions. First, should the final proposal include a youth general season that would also include most of the units that are moving to controlled hunts? Second, should the final proposal include a single general season or some form of split among that residual opportunity? And finally, should the final proposal include a zone hunt option, accepting a loss in tag allocation to test an alternate hunt structure? And with that, Chair Wall, members of the commission, I can answer your questions now or after public testimony.
Thank you, Jeremy. Let's see if there are just a few questions from the commission that they would like to ask now, and then we can go to the list of people who would like to testify. So commissioners, do you have questions at this point, or do you need Jeremy to go over that last slide again, since those are the things he's going to be looking for some sort of sense of the commission on? Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, okay. I guess if you're just looking for answers on those three things, on the youth, I don't know. I know my grandson took advantage of some youth tags that are available, and I thought, he had a couple different hunts that were great that were already youth hunts. So I don't know that we need more access for youth, because like I say, I know my grandson took advantage of a couple of them and had great hunts. On the east, I guess I would be in favor of an east-west split, or splitting the general season, just to see what that does. My idea was maybe to come up with a program here that, and this is just, thinking out loud, that we could look at for a couple of years and see what the effects were. There's an awful lot of people I know, having lived in Western Oregon, and my grandson's a bow hunter, my son's a bow hunter, off and on, depending on how much time they have available. But a lot of people, almost, I would say at least 50% of the people that hunt Western Oregon also take advantage of Eastern Oregon, and they will go, to Eastern Oregon during the rut, or sometime they'll take a week and go from Western Oregon to Eastern Oregon. So I think if you split the seasons, the general seasons between Western and Eastern Oregon, I think you'd see that would have quite an effect as far as reducing pressure in one area or the other, if the archery hunters can't move back and forth. I know, and like I say, it doesn't sound like we're really looking for any other compromise plans. Having talked to quite a few people, called me, and it seemed like there was a lot of people on one side of the fence or the other. A lot of them weren't happy with, archery going to controlled hunts, and some of them, of course, are on the other side, thought it ought to go controlled. I was wondering about another, compromise plan option, as far as splitting those unit boundaries. And what I ran by some people, and they seemed to be receptive of, was if you made controlled hunts for all units 49 through 64, you can bring that back up, and then did the east-west split along unit boundaries near the crest of the Cascades for the general season. And I guess my question would be, is that something like that acceptable, or are we past looking at other options?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, we can look at those other options. One concern we have when we look at harvest in some of the units that wouldn't be included if we looked 49 through 64 by your example. There's some very high participation units when you look at Unit 46, Unit 48. We would likely see most of the Eastern Oregon participation occur within those specific units. And that's why those units, while Unit 48, for example, is not one that's currently below management objective, it's one that has one of the highest archery participation rates. As we look at a potential split for East and West, looking at the data acquired through the responsive management surveys, we actually see a higher percentage of hunters that have an interest in hunting in Eastern Oregon than currently participate in Eastern Oregon. So one concern as we ran through potential scenarios, looking at how to split the opportunity, would be in asking residual archers to choose East or West. We may inadvertently increase participation in Eastern Oregon and force some of those units that are on the precipice of having management objective concerns into a depleted harvest scenario pretty quickly. So we
I guess
that was the concern, man.
And I guess my response to that would be, most of the ones I know that hunt Western Oregon, if they had to choose because of the location where they live, they would probably choose Western Oregon just because, you know, on a given year, they don't know if they're going to be able to take the time to actually leave, you know, the area they live in. And then the other thing, I guess haven't talked about, and we're probably going to bring that up about the cap on non-resident hunters. Was that part of something we were going to talk about today?
So, Commissioner Spellbrink, currently under agency statute, the non-resident limitation comes into play with any controlled hunt scenario. So we don't currently have statute to limit participation within a general season, but anytime we move a hunt into one of our controlled hunt structures, it automatically becomes part of the 5% non-resident cap.
Okay, so on the general season hunts, if you took right now, we don't have the ability to limit non-resident hunters.
Commissioner Spellbrink, that's correct.
And what would it take to change? What would it take to change that?
Specific mechanism for that, I'd have to look into to see what it would take to change that, to see if we could do that by rule or if that would take a statutory change.
Okay. Anyway, I'd be interested to, you know, when we hear the public testimony, maybe they can respond to some of the things that I mentioned here, because like I say, you know, the group, I didn't talk to obviously everybody, so I'll be interested to see what they think about it also. And I would suggest, like, if we went to a program like something I was suggesting, that you had maybe a 2-year period where, and then revisit just to see what the ramifications were, exactly what kind of shifts we had, and be able to actually look at it and see if we need to make more changes. But anyway, let's go from there, I guess.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. If it's okay with you, I would like to comment, but I would like to wait until after I hear from the public comment and then comment, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then let's just check if there are any other questions that are especially just clarifying things, like Commissioner Spellbrink asked one question about what was about the 5% and where that applied. Are there others of those kinds of questions that you just want clarified before we go to public? And let's go Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and then Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Okay, thank you, Jeremy. I'm going to bungle this, and this was probably you just answered this, I think, but it's still confusing to me. If we, as it stands, the way it is right now, we don't go into a limit of out of state, but if we change to one of these options, that's what triggers it going into a limit of out of state.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, that's correct. I think it's also important to note, looking at current participation, even if we limited statewide the current non-resident participation, we'd only be looking at a limitation of about 700 hunters based on 2019 and 2020 hunt data, looking at total archery tags sold and what percentage of those went to non-residents. So we're talking about a reduction in overall non-residents statewide that doesn't come to the same level that we're looking at to meet the harvest reductions in the units we've noted in this process.
Okay.
Even if we made that switch, it may not get us to the point we need to be to meet the harvest reduction goals that we have.
Okay, that's important that we all hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I just have a question about the including the youth hunts into excuse me, into the controlled hunt areas, because youth hunts would involve having to have an adult with them, I assume, to go into those areas. So you'd have more people going into those areas with the youth hunt.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, we still haven't ironed out all those fine details, but looking at the proposal as it was brought to us by our constituents, that's how we understand it, is allowing that youth with a general season tag to still be able to hunt the general seasons at home, recognizing that 2/3 of our archers live in Western Oregon. But if they have an adult mentor that draws one of the proposed controlled hunts, they'd still be able to go along and participate and have that opportunity as well. So I think as we look at the concept, if we move that forward, it would have a tie to an adult mentor with the controlled hunt tag. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thanks.
I have a couple clarifying questions as well, Jeremy. One is, could you clarify whether in the proposals as they stand now, we have any of the controlled hunts that are just traditional bow hunts?
Chair Wall, currently we have one controlled hunt for traditional archers within Eastern Oregon. It's an extension of a general season area that exists currently. As it stands, we don't have any unit-wide controlled hunts specifically for traditional archers in Eastern Oregon.
Okay. And could you describe where there were a lot of comments about, depending on, almost regardless of which kind of proposal we were talking about, there were a lot of comments about choosing your weapon, choose your weapon, and that will limit some of this. Where do we stand on that one in terms of where it is in the proposal?
Sure. Well, as we look at the data currently, as we look at archers and how they participate within the controlled hunt draw, I think it's important to note that 2/3 of our archers just buy an archery tag to go hunt.
Okay.
Of the overall archery community, about 14% of archers first apply for a rifle tag. And I think much of the increase in archery hunting participation has been attributed to rifle hunters taking advantage of the opportunity that exists with that general season tag. Looking at the data, it suggests that many of those converts from rifle hunting to archery hunting have fully stepped over into the archery hunting world. So providing at this point a choose your weapon scenario most likely would not see a massive reduction in archers. Additionally, proposing controlled hunts in essence is a choose your weapon scenario because we're asking archers to intentionally choose between controlled rifle hunts or controlled archery hunts prior to the May 15 deadline. So simply looking at choose your weapon, as we've gone through the data, it suggests that we likely would not see the reduction in archery hunting pressure within the specific game management units of concern.
Just by extension, does that also mean that, I thought they were talking about choose your weapon would apply to everybody. And if you applied it to everybody, then not having rifle people be able to come into archery controlled hunts would not be, so if the rifle people had to stay with rifle, that it seemed to me that people were suggesting that that would limit the numbers.
And Chair Wall, that's how it's been presented to us through our public outreach campaign. But looking at the human dimensions work and looking at the participation data, we can't see the realized reduction in archery hunters that we're trying to target in these specific WMUs.
Got it. And I bet we'll hear some more about that one as well in the public comments. Anything else? Any other clarifying questions before we go to the people who'd like to testify? Then I will start calling names, and we'll start with Mike Slinkard, then David Wiley, Victor Coggins, Craig Foster, Ian Isaacson. So if we can hear from those folks first, Mike Slinkard.
Chair Wall, I appreciate and the commissioners, I appreciate the chance to talk to you guys about this. I live in John Day, so I'm right in the middle of this mess. And I'm a lifelong bow hunter. I took my first elk with a bow in 1982. I've actually been lucky enough to be able to make my living in the archery world, archery hunting. I've had several companies that are involved with that. So I've been very passionate about bow hunting. And like I said, I think you'll find most actual bow hunters are the most passionate group you're going to find among hunters for the most part. My problem with the proposal right now is really, we seem to be focused, instead of on management objectives, we're focused on these other units. So the tier 2 units, in my opinion, the ones that have already reached management objective, there's not really a reason to go to a draw on those. There are other ways, much easier, much better, much more effective ways to control the overflow of hunters out of those controlled units. Some of these were addressed today, and I'm going to argue with a couple of them because I've lived this thing personally myself for about 20 years. I like the idea of the east-west split. You know, I looked into a lot of these surveys and that, and I know it was some of the surveys said that, you know, that a lot of people would rather hunt the east side, but as Commissioner Spellbrink said, the people who live on the west side, if they had to choose, because it was never asked to them like that, if you had to choose where would you go? I don't believe that the majority of the western guys are going to come east just because of logistics. So I believe we should stick to biological reasons. We should find these better ways. The other one is the non-resident issue, and the commission or the department refuses to acknowledge this, in my opinion. Again, I've lived here in the north side Murders Creek, Beulah unit. We are inundated every year with non-residents every year, and it has been for 20 years. The Oregon bow hunters have multiple times came in front of the commission and asked for a cap. Oregon is the only state that does not have some sort of a non-resident cap, as far as, you know, they actually offer a general tag open to every non-resident can buy a tag. It's number one, it's not fair. As some of us that travel outside of the state, you know, I think our other non-residents should have to be cut back as well, but it is a major problem. The third one, and it was also mentioned, is this choose your weapon thing, and I refute the findings, you know, with all due respect. The choose your weapon thing, if you said, okay, I have to choose which one I'm going to hunt, the majority of the guys are going to choose a rifle hunt. If they're a rifle hunter, again, because passionate bow hunters wouldn't even consider it. And granted, I'm sure that this thing has made some new passionate bow hunters, but again, I just don't believe that to be the theory. If we were to eliminate, just leave the units that have a problem, leave them at a draw, I have no problem with that. But leave the rest general, implement these three things, and you won't have an issue with overcrowding. To be honest with you, I feel if you implemented these three things, you wouldn't have to do a draw anyway, because it's going to eliminate a lot of bow hunters out there as far as, you know, that crowding issue that we see. So, like I said, I see it. I've lived this my entire life pretty much. And when we start saying, well, non-residents are an issue, and, you know, choose your weapon, they're going to make a difference. And personally, I've lived it. I don't believe it. And I think we really need to think hard and long about this, because what's going to happen is,
Mike, if you could get to wrap up.
Okay, yep, I will. What's going to happen with what we're doing right now is it's going to crowd the other units. Even with the east-west split, it's still going to crowd the other units. And we're going to be right back to where the department wanted to be originally, and that's a total draw for archery. It's not biologically necessary or feasible. So I appreciate your time, and thanks very much.
Thank you, Mike. I think we'll hold questions till the end of the first group of people. So let's go to David Wiley.
Am I on?
You are.
Hi, thank you, ma'am. Chairman Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, my name is Dave Wiley, for the record. I live in Sublimity, Oregon. I'm a native of the state of Oregon, and I got my first hunting license in this state in 1952. So I'm a geezer. I belong to a number of hunter-sponsored wildlife conservation organizations, and I've appeared before you representing some of them. However, today what I say is my own comment and my own comment. Remember that, please. I have submitted written testimony to you, and I will therefore summarize. I'm before you today to speak to this issue of archery elk moving from general to controlled. My interest in this is fair and equitable allocation of hunting opportunity between the two hunter groups. For regulatory purposes, there's one body of elk out in Eastern Oregon. That's my assumption, or my belief. The body of elk is, that one body of elk is pursued by both hunters, and the current hunter regulations have ramifications that mitigate against a effective management of elk, and and equitable allocation of opportunity. For the past 25 years, rifle elk hunters have been regulated by a controlled hunt system, which is specific to riflemen and to wildlife management units. In this mechanism, a specific number of rifle tags are allocated to each wildlife management unit for rifle hunting and are distributed by the process of preference points and lottery. And that's got us down to a position where a rifle hunter in this state can't draw his preferred unit in less than 2 and sometimes as many as 6 years for most wildlife management units. There's a couple of them that are high value. By the same token, the archery community has been regulated for elk hunting of the same body of elk using a general permit system whereby there's an unlimited number of archery tags issued. And archery hunting takes place before rifle season and is 30 days long. And archers may, with few exceptions, hunt across the entire Eastern Oregon landscape. The choice of hunting regulatory technique or method applied to the two different hunting groups, rifle and archery, has ramifications with information gathering, which lead ultimately to the unfortunate fact that for the last 25 years, virtually all regulatory activities that affect hunting opportunity have been applied only to the rifle side of the equation.
Mr. Wiley, if you could begin to wrap up your.
Yes, ma'am. With that said, and I'll jump to the end here. Take a quick look at figure 1 in your staff report. It tells the story very greatly, or very well. And I suggest that when the staff comes to the commission with its recommendations, that you listen to them, because those guys have really done a heck of a job looking at all the angles. Thank you very much. Have you any questions?
Thank you. We're going to hold the questions till we finish this first group of people, and then we'll give everybody a chance. The next person is Victor Coggins. And after that is Craig Foster.
Okay. Am I on?
We can hear you, but not see you yet.
Let's see it. Let's see. Unmute. I mean, video. Oops. We're having a little technical difficulties here. Let's see.
While we're waiting here, Craig Foster was with us this morning, but I haven't had him come back into the room yet. So we'll go to Isaac. Isaacson after.
Okay.
Okay.
Where did it go? Video. There we go.
I think we're about there. Michelle, is Ian Isaacson here? Maybe we could go to him and come back to Victor Coggins.
Yes, he is in the room.
Let's do that. Let's go ahead and go to Ian Isaacson, and Victor, we'll come right back to you, and
hopefully we're there. Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ian.
All right, thank you very much. Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Ian Isaacson, and I am the board co-chair for the Oregon chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. Our organization seeks to ensure Oregon's outdoor heritage of hunting and fishing in a natural setting through education and engagement on behalf of wild public lands, waters, and wildlife. On behalf of Oregon BHA, our members, and conscientious public land hunters everywhere, we are grateful for this opportunity to testify and help guide this specific dimension of elk management in this state. We approach you here today, as we did with staff during the work group process, with the keen understanding that the proposed plan is limited in scope, but recognizing that the challenges that face our Eastern Oregon elk herds are many. After careful evaluation, Oregon BHA strongly encourages the Commission to adopt the following concept amendments to the staff's initial archery elk proposal. Number one, we encourage adoption of the creation of the Eagle Cap Zone. Number two, encourage the creation and adoption of a statewide general archery elk season. And number three, we encourage the adoption and creation of a statewide general youth archery elk season. Adoption of these amendments not only achieves the stated goals of ODFW's project team, it will be proof that ODFW and the Commission truly value Oregon's wild public lands, the wildlife that live there, and the experience of the archery and rifle hunters who seek the opportunity and challenges associated with Oregon's largest blocks of intact wilderness. We have and will continue to hear a wide range of arguments, both for and against any changes to the current system. But it is our desire to add a measure of support and allow science, I reiterate science, to prevail in the hopes that all current and future actions will only improve archery and rifle elk hunting prospects in Eastern Oregon. We hope that a vote of confidence in ODFW's proposal with the suggested modifications can directly address the issues this plan seeks to fix without creating additional and unintended impacts that would otherwise burden those Oregonians who enjoy this resource. Once a final decision has been made at the August 6th rulemaking meeting, Oregon BHA looks forward to working with ODFW staff, the Commission, public land management agencies, and the sport groups in the state to address the host of other challenges facing our game populations in Eastern Oregon today. Thank you for your time, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ian. We'll do one more person, and then we'll see if there are any questions for the first half. And the next well, let's go back to, is Victor Coggins ready? Michelle, can you see there anything from them?
You know, we have Victor in the room. I'm not sure if he's still having some technical difficulties.
Then let's check with the commissioners. Are there any questions for the people who have spoken so far? If not, I will just keep going and we'll give a little more time to Victor Coggins. So the next group is Jim Atkinson, Don Moncrief, Wayne Endicott, Matthew Sprague. So if we could have Jim Atkinson first.
You know, I had Jim in the room just up until a few minutes ago. I'm not certain where he's dropped off to, but let's go ahead and pull.
How about Don Moncrief?
I just had someone return to the room. This may be Jim. Dan is also dropped, and I had him right up until just a few minutes ago. I'm
I
going to,
wonder if it's our EONI. I wonder too. I don't know how to unmute it.
Victor, you might, you're unmuted, so we're able to hear you. So if you would like to just put yourself on mute until we get the picture.
Oh, okay. We could just go without the picture if you're willing.
We are. Go right ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, that's the other two you just called are from Wallowa County too, so I don't know, there might be something going on. Anyway, good afternoon, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I'm going to read a letter that the commissioners have, and it's from 5 retired Eastern Oregon District bios, and I'll name them when I get done with it. And basically, we support total limited entry archery regulations for elk hunting in Eastern Oregon. As a group of retired wildlife biologists who spent all of their careers managing wildlife for ODFW in Oregon, we would like to express our support for the proposal to adopt limited entry regulations for archery elk hunting in Eastern Oregon and provide the following comments for Commission's consideration. Archery hunter numbers and harvest have grown significantly in the last 30 years. This is due to the continued restriction to rifle hunting opportunity through limited entry quotas during that period, a long general archery elk season, and advancement in archery equipment, which has made it easier to shoot a bow effectively with minimum practice. As identified in the department's proposal, the increased participation in archery elk hunting has resulted in several biological and social problems. The biological problem of not meeting bull ratios and/or population MOs in the 23 management units selected for limited entry archery has been occurring for more than 3 consecutive years identified. And these problems cannot be corrected without all elk harvests being regulated using limited entry rules. Controlled archery hunter numbers also will help alleviate the problem of increased harassment to elk herds during late summer, early fall, which coincides with significant shifts in distribution of large numbers of elk from public to private lands in many areas of Eastern Oregon. In addition to our own personal experience, research in Colorado has shown that the timing of archery season can determine the timing of elk movement to private land and the subsequent damage that results, which I have personally experienced. We have 2 concerns with the current limited entry proposal. Enforcing the new limited entry regulations for archery deer hunting is going to be extremely difficult in the units that remain under general archery elk regulations. Our experience is that catching those intentionally violating game laws is extremely difficult when a general season runs concurrently with a limited entry season. In our experience with rifle season, that adoption of limited entry regulations in only a portion of Eastern Oregon units will result in all of the biological and most of the social issues identified being displaced along with hunters to neighboring units. Although the current proposal has been needed for years, its adoption will necessitate additional units needing limited entry regulations in the future. Rather than the incremental adoption of limited entry, we would recommend that the Commission place all Eastern Oregon units under limited entry regulations for archery elk hunting at this time. Sincerely, Craig L. Foster, retired Lake and Grant Wildlife Districts. George Keister, retired Baker, Harney, and Douglas Wildlife Districts. Ron Garner, retired Harney and Grant Wildlife Districts. Myself, Vic Coggins, retired Wallowa Wildlife District. Steve Denny, retired, Lake and Douglas Wildlife District, Southwest Regional Administrator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coggins. Let's see if Jim Atkinson is available now. And then Don Moncrief. No.
So Jim, you're going to use *6 to unmute your phone.
Yes, yeah, I'll do that.
Is that for Don Moncrief?
Okay.
There we
Can
go.
you hear me now?
Hello.
Yeah, we're having some kind of a far northeast corner anomaly with the internet. So
Uh-oh.
Anyway, if you can hear me okay, I'll just proceed on the phone.
We can hear you. Could you introduce yourself? And if you are able to keep it to 3 minutes, that would be really helpful in the testimony.
Yep, beat that. Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, my name is Jim Atkinson. For the record, I am the Northeast State Board Director, and previously I was the Conservation Director for OHA, for Oregon Hunters Association. And I know you all are familiar with our organization. We have approximately 10,000 members, spanning pretty much all corners of the state. And yeah, this issue is obviously a complex one. Jeremy did a really good job in his presentation of laying out where we have gotten to through multiple Zoom stakeholder meetings and other opportunities for input. And just for a little bit more background, OHA is hunters of all weapon types. So we're not just archers, but we're rifle hunters, muzzleloader hunters, and combinations thereof. And our fundamental premise in accord with our mission is we believe in sound biological-based wildlife management that really puts biology first and foremost, but with hunter opportunity being a close second. So these changes going to controlled hunts, it's kind of obvious why, I guess, when you look at some of the crowding issues and in some cases the biological situation, but in not all cases. But we feel there are other factors that should be looked at in concert as we look at the archery situation, such as spike hunting, spike rifle hunting, various antler restrictions, predation effects, something that is obviously in the equation, and hunter distribution factors, and redistributing game, i.e. the elk, and also record keeping capability that's done through the department. And I think Ian Isaacson came up with a good example, the BHA spokesperson, about the zone concept. And we like this approach and idea because it meets some changes needed biologically, yet it maximizes opportunity and challenge in bow hunting, which is one of the fundamental principles of why we do bow hunt, is for the challenge. And having this challenge occur in wilderness areas seems the most appropriate. And I'm not going to go into any more detail on specifics, but I am going to have an ask, and that is that the sport groups, which OHA is a participant, as are a number of the other organizations you have and will be hearing from, would like to have a longer in-person meeting, and we're looking at having that in Bend. And ideally, we would involve Commissioner Labhart as a leader in those discussions that we would like to conduct. We could talk all day about all the scenarios that could be spin-offs from what Jeremy presented. But we as a group really need to get together with staff, ODFW representatives, our sport groups, and led by Commissioner Labhart, taking us through these challenging decisions to see if we can't come upon some better consensus. So that is my ask, is that Commissioner Labhart could help us with this meeting. And we're actually getting to the point of pinpointing a date, which would be July the 19th. That's getting very close to the time at which Jeremy has to submit his packet of recommendations, but that's the date we've kind of nailed down. So I'll end it with that ask in regards to Commissioner Labhart.
Okay. Thank you, Jim. And Jim, if you can stay available, what we're doing is going through a small group of people, and then we'll open it to any questions from the commissioners for those 4 or 5 people. So if you could just stay available, that would be terrific. And then we'll move on to Don Moncrief if he's here. And if not, then Wayne Endicott.
Am I on?
I can hear you.
Chair Wall, commissioners, for the record, my name is Wayne Endicott. I'm Vice President of Oregon Bow Hunters. I want to speak frankly today, kind of from a user group standpoint. I work every day in an archery pro shop. I've owned one for 31 years, and I've been involved for, almost 3 decades, at commission meetings and served on landowner preference committee meetings, served in budget committee meetings. I've been blessed to serve many times and have attended many meetings as I can with a busy schedule at ODFW. But I kind of want to just reiterate our process. This process started with a recruitment and retention program. And, I was never more excited to be involved in that program. And like many of the programs in the past, it always called for, a blank slate user group, in participation. And none of that took place with this process. And second year went into simplification. A lot of the same type of things were applied there. Fast forward to March of last year, we had our first meeting, and we were, after the announcement that all of a sudden we were going to have a reduction in opportunity with archery, and that there was archery problems, based on a hunter survey that was conducted, that was written by staff, and 4,000 hunters were surveyed. It seems like always archery, I've been involved with 3 archery review committees, and all 3, somehow there was always a problem with archery, and now, with what we have here, for probably 2 decades, we have suggested a simplification process that, simply would be choose your weapon. With this process, east, west, and choose your weapon would easily, and that was one of Jeremy's proposals, was to have, a simplified process here. And we've suggested that for years, and it's always been, rejected. And that would easily solve our problem, as well as, a limit, on out-of-state hunting participation. But, with no vehicle to track this, process suggested, no pilot program, suggested, this is just a giant loss of opportunity for bow hunters. I work with the general user group every single day. And from the perception that they see, with 113% of management objective, with the commission 2 years ago ratifying, 4,000, antlerless cow tags over the counter for rifle. I mean, it's just hard for the user group to really swallow the fact that we need a reduction to this level and going to all units. Wildfire, there'll be a loss of opportunity because of unit closure. And I want to cover one more thing. We've always been blamed for elk dispersion on private property, but if you go into the north side unit, if you go into any of the units that they have tremendous grazing, from cattle ranching on Forest Service ground, it's no secret elk do not like cattle, and they will move back to the land where there is no cattle, which is the private lands, because the cattle are on the grazing lands. Also, with those earthly rifle youth hunts that start August 1st, that is a giant dispersal as well, from, public to private. And there's over 800 tags available for youth, in Eastern Oregon, for youth early rifle hang tags that start August 1st. So with that, I'm going to conclude, my testimony, but I'm just like Jim Akinson. I really am anxious to have a blank slate, a start over, so to speak, because this is too much loss of opportunity too fast when, the general user group really does not see, the purpose for this with 113% of management objective and population counts as of one flyover, 1 day, 1 year for the unit to count bull-cow ratios and a little bit of on-the-ground observation. That's not sound science for counting population dynamic and to make this kind of reduction at this time. So with that, I appreciate your opportunity to testify and would just really, push for a user group and a reset on this program.
Thank you, Mr. Endicott. We'll go on to the next person, Matthew Sprague. Matthew?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, and if you can try to
There
keep
we go.
in the 3 minutes, that would be terrific.
I will try my best. Thank you all, commissioners, for being here this afternoon and listening to us. Quickly, I think Jeremy is an outstanding employee of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and you should all be very proud of his hard work and his efforts. We agree on a lot of things. I hope he doesn't hold it against me that we're not going to agree on some. What I'm concerned about is the limited guidance that the commission is receiving today. I've heard a number of people bring up individual items and combinations of items that in themselves may not resolve the department's issues, but in combination, they could definitely lead us down the path where we don't have to go to a draw for archery. The problem with going to a draw is once you go to a draw, you never get back. History has proven in the state of Oregon over the last 40 years that when you go to a draw, you continue to lose opportunity and you never gain it back. And it's a problem that I think we should avoid going down that path. I did provide a 5-page letter with more detailed information. I think there are things that we can implement now. I hope you have an opportunity to read that. And we also need to look at a longer term solution to all of these issues. As staff has said, we're not in a management crisis situation. So let's implement a few ideas that will allow us to see what happens over the next few years rather than going just to a draw. The one thing that concerns me is the ability to limit non-resident tags. I know all of the other states do it. I'm sure that Oregon, we're smart enough, we can find a way to do it as well. I just don't think it's too late in the process to start with some of these other tools from the toolbox in order to avoid going to a draw. Please read my letter that I sent in, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sprague. And there were, as you can imagine, a very high number of letters and that sort of thing, but yours did come in, so thank you. The next person is Tim Barbalides. Tim.
Yes.
Are you there?
I am.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Well, okay. My name is Tim Barbalides. I live in Bend. I'm a multi-generational Oregonian. I'm retired OSP game cop, so don't hold that against me. I submitted a letter, and I'm not going to review all of the stuff in this letter. Part of some of the concepts in it address some of the concerns that have been spoken about here today. So if you take the time to read it, I'd appreciate it. I'm not a member of any group at all, just myself and speaking my mind. I support this Eastern Oregon going to a single unit management scenario for archery hunters. I have nothing to gain by it. I've never have archery hunted since the 70s when arrows were made of wood. So it's not going to change what I do. It's just I think that it's an appropriate thing to do for the management of wildlife, to give the biologists a method and means to control the harvest on individual unit basis. Something brought up today was the choose your weapons concept. Well, I understand that. I don't see how that's going to allow the control of hunter numbers, hunter concentration, over harvest in any one unit. Just because you have a bow and you can, or a rifle or whatever, you can go whatever unit you want, doesn't give the biologist the power to control and adjust accordingly. A comment that Jeremy made today was on youth opportunity with a youth bow hunt tag general going statewide. The question would be, would you offer that same opportunity to rifle hunter youth? And I disagree with the concept of starting over. We have been at this for quite a long time now with lots and lots of time, opportunity, and input. And at some point, we're going to have to put a period and move on. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being so concise on that. I think we also now have Don Moncrief ready to testify. Is that you, Don?
Yeah, it's Dan. Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Got your name wrong. Yes, we can hear you, and go right ahead. We can see you as well.
Okay. Thanks for letting me join in on this. I'm Dan Moncrief from Joseph, Oregon, Northeast Oregon. I have a taxidermy business and avid archery hunter. And I just wanted to express my views, and I don't know if this is the right format to ask some questions, but in my opinion, these general archery units that I am acquainted with in the extreme Northeast Oregon, Imnaha in particular, are overrun by archery hunters. And I think it's a good thing that you're being proactive on dealing with this problem. But I will say that most of the people I talk to have a negative opinion of what you're doing. Contrary to my opinion, I think it needs to happen. There's more archery hunters out there than there is rifle hunters. And when you're archery hunting and you're trying to bugle a bull in and 4 other people show up at the party, it's not a good deal. So anyway, I just wanted to express a little positive input on what you're doing. But I did want to ask a question here real quick, is why are you doing it? What's the motivation for this change?
There are several, and I would let the director answer that for us. Would you like to finish your testimony, and then we can
Okay, so my question is, why would you implement this? I understand that, you know, most of the negative stuff I hear is people want to hunt every year. They don't want to give up that. And to me, it's there's too many people. There's too many folks that want to hunt, and you guys have to manage them somehow. And I would rather have a quality hunt, and maybe not every year, but and by quality I mean not just antler size, but the ability to go out there and have a hunt that's not interrupted. And so that's my point on it. And getting back to you know, why you're doing it. Most of the folks you run into out there, I know you people on the west side probably don't want to hear this, but most of the folks you run into out there are from the west side. And from what I understand, they can still buy an over-the-counter elk tag for Roosevelt and come over here. So it's like we're on the east side here, we're paying the price for all that. It should be more across the board, even to where if they have to draw over here, they should have to draw over there. And another thing that, and this is just me speaking, but a county preference point to where we live, and I live in Wallowa County, give those folks that live there something a little, not a guaranteed tag, which everybody thinks they need. And I understand there's too many people hunting, you can't do that. But give us some kind of a step up on the preference point system. And I assume you guys will fire back at me here on that. But anyway, I just wanted to thank you for actually doing this, because I think it's going to be a good thing, even though there are going to be some people that don't draw a tag, but we're kind of living that world right now. I had a list here. I've been on this. I've never done this before. I've been on this since 8 o'clock this morning, and I learned a lot about sardines and turtles, and it's an all-day deal for you guys. But anyway, that's mainly what I wanted to throw that out there and tell you that I'm glad you're doing it. And from the people with my taxidermy business, the people I talk to, it's 90% negative. Everybody's afraid of the change. So that's all I have to say about it. And if there's anybody there that can answer my questions, I'd appreciate it.
We do have somebody that can give you a summary of that, and it'll either be it's not fireback mode, it's just answering your question mode, but either the director can, or he can ask one of his staff too. So Director Melcher.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair Wall. And, I'm going to be overly brief here, Dan, just in the sake of time, and we don't typically do discussions during public testimony, but the short answer as to why are we doing it is, the short answer is we have management units that are below the bull to cow ratios that are adopted in our elk management plan. We continue, and over the last 3 decades have continued to reduce rifle elk hunting opportunity in those areas to improve the bull management objectives or the bull ratios. In those same units, the archery activity has continued to increase. So it's really a matter of equity and equitable, as we're charged under Oregon statutes, equitable sharing of opportunity. And then it gets more complicated in that we also recognize that everything we do has, what I refer to as the water balloon effect. You can't just regulate, a small area without impacting other areas. So when we look at units, we're looking at units that some of the units do not have management objective issues, but we also recognize there's a social component to shifts in effort. And as far as giving priority to residents of certain counties, I believe that there is statutory and perhaps also constitutional issues with that. We do not have the latitude to allocate state resources and discriminate based on county of residence. So that's the short answer. And also, Chair Wall, I just wanted to note that Commissioner Zarnowitz, her camera is frozen, but she is still receiving video, and I've been receiving chat messages from her. So she still is on, but she has no video right now. And so, and there is no vote on this, but it may complicate her ability to communicate during the discussion.
And I have seen the messages, and so Commissioner Zarnowitz, maybe if she has questions, you do also have the chat if you want to do them that way, if you can still do that. And we have a hand up from Michelle Tate. She may be ready to help us with that.
I realize we do still have one more person that'll be on public testimony, but I did want to mention that Jill was having issues with unstable internet, and it appears that possibly over in the east side were. So if you have an issue with your meeting freezing, go ahead and leave the meeting, come back in on the same link that you joined this morning with, and that seems to be resolving most folks' problems.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll go to our last person then, who is, and it looks like Commissioner Zarnowitz might be back, Robert Borland. And that is our last person. So go ahead. And if you can keep it to 3 minutes, that's terrific.
I will do my best. Can you guys all hear me?
We can.
Okay, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, thank you for your time. For the record, my name is Bob Borland. I'm the field governor for the Traditional Archers of Oregon. And I think you guys have kind of got the gist of what's going on with the Eastern Oregon Archery Elk proposals. To give you guys some history, the Traditional Archers of Oregon began back in the mid-'80s. We began specifically for the reason of our founding members were worried about the technology, and the invention of the compound bow and the future loss of opportunity due to the technology being implemented into our archery seasons for the last 35 years. My predecessors have been attending these meetings and trying to limit that with arrow weight, mechanical broadheads, percentages of let off, the whole time worried about loss of opportunity due to these increases in technology. And I know Jeremy and his staff have done a great job with all the public input and teaching us all how to use Zoom and all that stuff along the way. And Commissioner Labhart and his time spent in these meetings is just impressive, especially after listening to a day of, like Mr. Moncrief said, learning about turtles and everything else. Thank you guys. But this is, for us, it's a issue with bow hunting. I mean, the reason that bow hunting has exploded in the last 35 years is because of the ease of equipment, as some other biologists on here have said. And that's a good thing. We want hunters. We want as many hunters in the field as we possibly can. But we do believe we can use this as a management tool to start taking steps back here and there in these issues where we're having bull management objectives or overcrowding and overharvest issues. We have a very simple solution of just limiting that equipment. We already have some few little traditional hunts here and there. It's a great way to maintain our general seasons and maintain opportunity, you know, for the youth. Fire closures, all those are very valid points. This will allow you to keep the season general and be able to move around, be able to keep the families together. I was born in 1980. 1981, I believe, was the first year of our general season. It's also the year my dad graduated from his plumbing apprenticeship, and I took my first steps that year on the Middle Fork of the John Day River in that general season. And since then, you know, it's been how our family has made it a point every year to get together on these general seasons. And I know there's a lot of other families that do, to go hunt Eastern Oregon. So as I said, I applaud the ODFW and all the work they're putting in. Our organization would love them to see the use of traditional archery used instead of controlling these hunts. Because like Mr. Sprague said, as soon as we start going down the road of controlled hunts, it just leads to more controlled hunts and we never get them back. And if we go down the road of traditional archery, it might lead to a few more traditional archery hunts. And, you know, I've talked with Wayne, with OBH, about all kinds of ideas. There's a lot of routes we can go with using this. And again, I'd love to see it used. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Borland. Commissioners, any questions to any of the last few people who testified? Seeing none, let's close this part and go back. Oh, wait, we do have a couple questions. Commissioner Spellbrink, do you have a question of somebody or would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I actually would like to ask, talk to Wayne Endicott. I know he's got the bow shop and knows all the intricacies of bow technology and everything. And you know, I do have a concern with that too, bow technology, because you know, I'm not an archery hunter just because I'm a fisherman. I'm fishing that time of year. Otherwise, I'd be a bow hunter if I was a hunter, because I watch my grandson and son and they really enjoy it, you know, and it's not just the killing they enjoy being out there and being close to the elk, and most things don't work. Most of the time it doesn't work out, you know, but anyway, on technology, I know that's one thing that my son and grandson have brought up, that, you know, they have new entrants that are talk about, wow, they can, you know, with the new technology and bows, they can put, you know, keep arrows in a pie plate at 100 yards. And, you know, so what do you have any input on that, as far as, is there something to look at here as far as limiting, you know, bow technology that would help as far as, you have an opinion on that, Wayne?
Commissioner Spellbrink, as far as technology goes, I mean, yeah, there's been, you know, great increases in technology in archery. You know, I shot tournaments for years, you know, just loss of eyesight. I don't shoot tournaments anymore, but, you know, my tournament days, I mean, to be able to put, you know, 4 or 5 arrows in a pie plate at 100 yards, I shoot with a lot of good tournament archers, and they post their, you know, they post a lot on social media, and to be able to do that at 100 yards, maybe 40 yards, maybe 50 yards, but 100 yards, I'm going to call bunk on that, because there's a lot, that's a long distance. I'll tell you, you can do anything to bows and arrows you want to do, you know, but 50 yards is always going to be a long shot with a bow. There's no changing that. You can make an arrow out of whatever you want to make it out of. You can make bows, and you can change anything you want to do with that. And we have limits on electronics on sites. You know, we can't have electronics on sites. Only electronics we can have on that bow is cameras. You can have a camera mounted on your bow, but as far as technology goes, bows are smoother. They're more user friendly. You know, you can create accuracy there, but you know, to shoot that kind of distance, I mean, an animal can react in like a 64th of a second. You know, 60, 70 yard shot. I mean, an animal can jump the string and be completely out of the way of any bow, and regardless of what, you know, what kind of speed that bow shoots. You know, as far as, you know, situational ethics in the field, I mean, we try to educate that. If you look at your high success rate on these units in Eastern Oregon, they're brushy units. 19 bulls were killed in 2019 in the Snake River unit by archery hunters. 200, I believe, is 219 or almost 220 by rifle hunters in the snake unit. Same thing with Catherine Creek. I think bow hunters killed 59 bulls in Catherine Creek. There's almost 200 and something killed by rifle hunters. I mean, the units like Desolation are extremely brushy, and bow hunters can get close. North Fork of the John Day is extremely brushy. Hepner unit's brushy. I mean, a lot of these units where there's high success rates, the only units that have high success rates are brushy units where archery hunters can get close. They can get within 50 yards or under of an elk, you know, and honestly, you know, 50, 60 yards is an ethical shot, you know, for, you know, modern compound, you know, traditional archers with, you know, a lot of practice, you know, 20, 30 yards, you know, you're gaining 20 more yards basically with a compound bow. If you make that versus what rifle technology has done pretty much anymore, you know, with all the long range rifles, you can buy an inexpensive rifle with a turret and shoot 5, 6, 7, 800 yards. When my dad in the 70s brought me up, he thought 200 yards was too far to shoot with his 270 and 04 power scope. You know, so there is a lot of technology, you know, given to, you know, rifle, you know, the rifle technology world. I mean, 1,500, 2,000 yard shots, they make them all the time on Spring Bear and in the Coast Range. I mean, it's unbelievable what they can shoot with these rifles now. They spend $10, $12, $14,000, $20,000 on a rifle that'll do that with a scope. Archery hunters, I mean, we have bows that cost $2,000, $3,000 for a setup, and it's not going to get you any further shot than, you know, ethically 50, 60 yards outside further shot with a compound bow. Yeah, you can shoot, you know, Fred Bear. I mean, going back to Robert Moreland, you know, I've got old Fred Bear videos. I've got him shooting caribou at over 100 yards. He shoots a bighorn sheep at over 80 yards with a recurve, a 70-pound recurve, you know, and this is back in the 40s and 50s. But anyway, that's my answer. I've taken up too much time. But anyway, I hope that answers your question, Bob.
It does, Wayne. Appreciate it. Thanks.
You bet.
Anything else? Thank you, Wayne. Anything else, Commissioner Spellbrink? Then could we go to Commissioner Labhart? You had a question?
No, I thought we were done. So I'm sorry. I'll wait till everybody else has questions. I have some comments though, after everybody's done asking questions.
I don't see any other hands up. Commissioners, do any of the rest of you have questions of testifiers? One more. Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, I don't have a question, but I just want to thank all these people, especially these bow hunters and rifle hunters that have spent all day on this call with us, on this Zoom with us. And I think we're all committed to trying to do the best we can on these issues, but it's a big commitment for you all to be on here all day long. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. I think that's it on the questions. So thank you all for testifying, and sorry you had such a long time a long wait for this one. So we'll close that part and go back to the discussion with the commissioners. And is Jeremy still around? Okay. Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you. I've asked Michelle to put up my comments here. So because I'm going to be going into quite a bit of detail here, and I'm trying not to talk fast, but some of it's going to be pretty detailed. And I wanted to, some people watch virtually and other people can hear. So I'll break my comments down into 5 hopefully succinct sections. Public process, our statutory policy and policy direction, and what are the problems we're trying to address, the overarching goals for elk management, and possible ideas for the commission and the department for public consideration in addressing the 3 questions that Jeremy has outlined to us. So start with public process. I'd like to start off by saying thanks to the overwhelming amount of public and stakeholder input the department and the commission has received since last year, when it was decided to postpone the archery elk discussion for 1 more year to gather more public input. Since then, there have been numerous meetings of the department's big game review team. There's been 13 virtual public meetings held around the state to gather more detailed information from user groups and the public. I attended 3 of those virtual meetings with stakeholders and others over the last year, where a number of options were proposed, discussed, and revised based upon the input of those stakeholders. The last Zoom meeting I attended was hosted by backcountry hunters and anglers. It had 111 people in attendance. The commission has also been provided copies of the 2 responsive management statistically valid public opinion surveys, and one was a forum that was held in 2019 and 2020. The data from these statistically valid public opinion surveys was considered with other forms of public input in the development of the staff proposals before us today. In addition, we have also received hundreds, and I think we set a record with this one, Chair Wall. I think you're right. Hundreds of letters, emails up to this meeting, providing us valuable input to consider. Thank you. And I assure you, I've heard and read the passion behind the input we have received. Our policy direction. Our Commissioner's Wildlife Policy and Elk Management Plan are the overarching guiding documents we use as we review, comment, and establish our hunting regulations, and in this case, the archery regulations for the 2022 season. The Elk Management Plan sets the objectives for population levels and bull-cow ratios. Bull-to-cow ratios. The plan translates into the number of elk in each management unit, WMU, and the proposed number of bulls that escape the hunting season, or what is referred to as MOs. The commission sets MOs, and we set MOs in 1981 for elk. We revised them in 1982 and revised them again in 1994. We talked about this subject last year, and there was general agreement to move archery deer to controlled hunts in 2021. But again, we held off on the archery elk for a year to give archery elk hunters and the public some more time to meet with the department and develop some options for commission review and eventual approval. We are getting to that point with this informational briefing today, and we will finalize the 2022 archery regulations at our August commission meeting. The commission has agreed to move up the final decision of the archery regulations to August at the request of archers, as they are usually in the field during September and not able to comment when we normally set the fall seasons for the next year. First established in 1979, archers have had the opportunity to draw a 30-day over-the-counter general tag every year in Oregon, except for a few controlled hunts. Rifle hunters have, for the most part, been the ones who have taken any reduction in the number of elk tags issued where we are below MOs in specific management units. Based on the input we have received, I believe that many archers are in some agreement that some form of revision to the archery regulations are in order to share the pain with rifle hunters in order to protect and enhance our elk resource for the long term. I fully understand that when you have an open archery season for most of a month and over-the-counter archery tags for many years, any change is hard to accept. We had an archery review committee in 2003. Many of the concerns raised in 2003 appear to be the same that we are experiencing today. In 2014, Archery Review Public Advisory Committee was formed to again assist the agency in addressing archery-related regulations. Some of those same issues are again with us today. I believe it's time that we address these management challenges with this commission. So what are the social and management challenges we're trying to address? The department is proposing a change in the status quo for archery elk hunters that has been in place since 1979. Archery hunters have been able to draw a 30-day over-the-counter archery tag statewide, and now there is a proposed change in this status quo. Change is hard to buy. It's hard to buy into unless there are good reasons for a modification of that status quo that was in place since 1979. The department is proposing an archery elk season in select Eastern Oregon WMUs, wildlife management units, to provide elk tag allocations and harvest management that is equitable to all hunters in addressing the biological MOs. Reasons to modify the status quo. Management objectives are set for wintering elk populations. We are significantly below MOs in 7 Eastside management units. They are Desolation, Starkey, Snake River, Minam, Imnaha, Pine Creek, and Keating. 5 of those 7 units have been below MO management objectives every year for the last 5 years of tracking data, with the other 2 successfully beating MO in only a single year. In some of those same units, we are approaching 50% of the bulls taken are in the general archery season. The department has proposed a reduced harvest in some areas to get us back to MOs over a 3 to 5 year period. Some units like Starkey may actually take longer than 3 to 5 years to get us back to MOs. In 2020, Arch branch bull harvest exceeded the rifle branch bull harvest in Heppner, Ukiah, Starkey, Pine Creek, and Keating units. Hunter crowding in some units is an increasing concern of some archers who say they want a, quote, quality hunt where they are not seeing a lot of other archers in the field. In some areas of Eastern Oregon, these elevated archery hunter densities are pushing elk from public lands onto private lands in some areas, causing a significant economic issue for those private landowners. Equity. There has been a nearly 60% decline in total rifle tags offered in the past 25 years to try and address MOs in some management units. During this same time period, there has been a 60% increase in the over-the-counter archery tag hunting participation, which has also remained a 30-day general season in nearly all of the state. Concern has been raised by some to the question, quote, how do we allocate hunting opportunity fairly in the units where archery tags are unlimited and rifle tags are controlled? Concern has been raised as to why Oregon allows unlimited non-resident archery tags when other states limit the number of out-of-state tags they issue for archery. Overarching goals, 6 of them that I believe our primary goal should be to protect and enhance the resource by giving direction to begin the process to achieve MOs in those units where we are facing declining elk numbers and not currently meeting MOs. I believe we need to, as much as possible, maintain the, quote, archery backcountry experience, unquote, for archers seeking a level of seclusion desired by many. I believe we need to continue to support our youth archery hunts as these are the hunters of the future. I believe we need to strive to reduce overcrowding in some units where it has become an issue for some hunters. I believe we need to strive to keep elk populations on public lands for those herds that have historically resided there. I believe we need to keep our regulations as simple as possible, but I fully realize that all wildlife management, including elk management, is complex. I want to give a shout out to the department and particularly Jeremy for the efforts, including the district biologist meetings with staff to present the problems, discuss options, and most importantly, to listen. to the public as well as they have. There has, in my opinion, been movement from the department in what they had originally proposed to the options in front of us today based on these very important conversations. Considerations. In order to reduce the number of archery hunters in these units where we need to reduce harvest, I would propose we evaluate 3 options. And these are just considerations. I can be talked into other ideas too. The east-west concept, which is a number of the public have testified on that. Archery hunters would choose to hunt either the east side or the west side. Based on the public opinion survey, and again, that was a statistically valid survey, based on the public opinion survey, we may see an increase in hunter density in Eastern Oregon with an east-west concept though. If implemented, we could monitor this for a couple of years and see if it has an impact on hunter densities on the east side. In other words, they make a decision to say, well, I'm going to hunt the east side instead of, because right now I can hunt everywhere, but I'm going to choose the east side. I personally like leaving if implemented, we could monitor this for a couple of years and see if it has an impact on hunter densities on the east side. I personally like leaving the east-west line on top of the Cascades after listening to public input and talking to a few folks. The line for Rocky Mountain elk east side and Roosevelt elk west side is somewhat clear or pretty clear with the break on the Cascade summit. Choose your weapon concept. Hunters who would choose to hunt elk with a rifle or a bow. If you apply for a rifle tag and you don't get drawn, you can't then go and get an over-the-counter archery tag. A lot of folks comment on this concept, and this option may help eliminate archery overcrowding. It may not too, but there might, I think that one needs more discussion. The discussion about limiting out-of-state archery tags. Right now, as I understand it, anyone from another state can get an over-the-counter archery tag in Oregon if they do not draw a tag in their state and still want to go out and archery hunt. Their fallback is, if I don't draw in my particular state, I can always go to Oregon as they had unlimited out-of-state tags for archery general season. In 2020, for example, there were 2,295 out-of-state archery tag, or excuse me, I missed here. In 2020, for example, there were 31,940 general season archery tags issued. There were 2,295 out-of-the-state archery tag issues, or about 7% of the total archery tags issued. Total non-resident tags issued in the units proposed by staff to go to uncontrolled is 1,282. If there was agreement to accept those units going from general to control, the number of out-of-state tags would be cut in half from 1,282 to 626 using our 5% state cap statute. And that's a statute, not an OAR. So we'd have to go to the legislature to change that 5% rule. If we wish to reduce tag numbers to get us back to MOs, this option may need to be further discussed. It should be noted that non-resident tags would not be impacted in those units staying general. Based upon what I read and heard, there seems to be some degree of support for this zone concept of controlled tags valid in Northeast Oregon, consisting of 2 or more wildlife management units. As we have heard, this zone concept allows biologists to regulate tag allocations and harvest, but also an archer the flexibility to move between units in that zone in the event that the area has a fire or other closure, reduced elk numbers in particular unit, or crowding issues in a particular unit. There's a negative though. The negative of this zone concept proposal is it is likely would result in a greater reduction in archery tags when compared to an individual wildlife management unit controlled hunts if any unit within the zone requires a harvest reduction to achieve the bull ratio MO. Since most hunters, according to the survey results, pretty much stay within a particular unit anyway, it would be better for them to choose to hunt a specific wildlife management unit because they would likely have better odds of drawing an archery tag. That would mean the following specific management units would go to controlled hunt as proposed by staff: Desolation, Snake River, Starkey, Hepner, Murders Creek, Northside, Sylvia's, Ukiah, North Malheur, North Sumter, and West Beulah. I fully realize that going to a WMU controlled concept combines some units not below MO. The rationale for this concept is to try and encourage hunters to bleed over into adjacent uncontrolled unit, particularly in Northeast Oregon, where the numbers are close to, but maybe not below MO. An example of that would be Murders Creek. The Eagle Cap Backcountry Zone concept that Jeremy talked about would include Catherine Creek, Bynum, Imnaha, Pine Creek, and Keating units is a proposal that may deserve some attention. There seemed to be some support for testing this, an Eagle Cap Wilderness Zone concept, as it would be fairly simple and straightforward with the least amount of complexity built in. Yes, it would likely mean reduced tag numbers because of those wildlife management in that zone where they are below MO. Hunters would have to know they might not now get drawn as often as they would, but as this would put them on the par with rifle hunters who have to wait in some cases more than 1 year to draw a tag. Point or consideration number 4. There appears to be some level of support for a statewide general season youth archery hunt in units that are proposed to stay in the general season category. Archery hunt time period could be a factor though. I've heard concerns, people have called me about this, about hunting cows during the period when the calves have not been weaned. In order to ensure a humane period of time when the calves are weaned and on their own, I'd propose we discuss with staff a possible time period from September 15th to December 31st and hear from the department on this option as we get closer to the August final decision. Number 5, I'd like us to consider keeping Western Oregon as it is with general season hunts as they are currently meeting management objectives. In addition, those units not identified as controlled hunts in Eastern Oregon would stay general season as they are now for over-the-counter tags. Keep the fire policy, but add some internal flexibility to ensure that they can address the needs as they arise. I believe that we should consider a 3 to 5 year implementation period for this process to make sure that we get those units that are below management objectives back to consistently meeting MO. I'm hoping these concepts will have a net 0 impact on the budget, but we'll have to see how that teases out. Finally, we need to continue and in some cases expand our relationships with the landowner community, be it private, state, or federal, to improve elk and deer habitat for the long run. One very big negative for all of this that it may affect folks who have accumulated significant preference points. You may not be able to save them if you want to hunt a particular controlled archery unit now. I don't see us adding any additional hunter days for archers as a result of this new direction. If a unit moves to archery controlled landowner preference tags, they would have LOP tags would have to choose archery or rifle. And finally, we need to realize that there will be some level of harvest reduction in some units to get us back to MO during this 3 to 5 year period. We need to make sure we set up an evaluation period to track the eventual changes are in fact doing what we'd hope they would do. And if yes, great. But if they're not, revisit them and make the necessary adjustments. And we can do that on a yearly basis. One area where I don't see it being addressed is regarding the expanded window of disturbance allowed in critical winter ranges. For example, and this is a controversial one, for example, should there be a season for shed hunting, especially in winter ranges? Should we work with our partners more to implement more road closures in critical winter ranges during the period deer and elk are using these areas and reduce the disturbance and strive to keep deer and elk from moving onto private lands? I fully realize we are not addressing the predator and habitat issues with these comments today. We have with COVID found new ways to engage hunters in public through Zoom. Again, the BHA Zoom meeting in late May had 111 people on the call. I'd like to see this public process participation continue as one of our methods, along with face-to-face public meetings around the state, letters and surveys as tools to engage and hear from the public. They have proven to be very successful in getting more voices to the table. And last but not least, I fully understand that we also need to pay attention to other sources of reduced numbers of both deer and elk, including predators, poaching, the role of nutrition, and most importantly, habitat quality and quantity. And that's a discussion for another time, as it continues to be a very controversial and difficult decision. So that's my input to the department on what I think we ought to have for consideration. And I would fully support this meeting coming up in July, after we've now heard from staff, we've heard from the public, we've heard from the commission, and getting back together with staff to see if we can come up with something that can come to the commission, and most people would say, well, not necessarily perfect, but we can live with it. So that's my goal, is at the commission meeting, we can get something that most people can live with. Thank you for allowing me the most time to comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. We have one more commissioner ready to either make a comment or ask a question. Commissioner Spellbrink.
See if I can get off mute here. Yeah, no, I mean, the first thing I'd say is did a good job, Commissioner Labhart. I think, I could agree with most of what you just said. The only difference really from what I was basically talking about was, I think you included some of the other units that I thought maybe the ones that were all over MO, but I certainly compromise on that too. But overall, I thought you did an excellent job there, and you really, I think, did a good job of actually bringing everybody together there on that. And I would love to see you go to with what you wrote there to the next meetings we're talking about there.
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, my internet went in and out throughout that, and people are frozen on the screen except for whoever's talking. So whatever position you were in last, that's the one I see. And I heard most of what you put down. It was pretty complex, and I guess what I would say at this point, I'm pretty supportive of the direction the department is heading. I don't have a strong opinion about the east-west or where the dividing line is. It seems like giving the whole state, if we have these controlled hunts for archery, then it might be best just to open the whole state for the general and keep people moving around if that's what they do or are willing to do. I'm kind of up in the air about allowing the youth hunters into the control units. I see both positive and negative for that. I guess it would depend on how many youth hunters there would be, and that's an unknown. See, there was a third thing. Oh, and I do like, as an experiment, the Eagle Cap combined area. I think that given that that's a fairly rugged area, and that would allow some pretty nice hunts and hopefully protect the bull cow ratios. And I support the department for looking at those ratios and trying to find a way to correct the problem of having too few bulls, and that they're not meeting the management objectives that have already been put forward in the MOs. So that's where I'm at.
Would anybody else like to comment in a similar way of where you are, or? And we do have a request from one of the commenters, but I'm going to come back to, or one of the testifiers, but I'm going to come back to that. Maybe I'll go for just a couple minutes and then other commissioners may want to comment on it. A couple things. I agree with much of what Commissioner Zarnowitz said, that it sounds like a package that could possibly work that you have lined out. Two concerns that I have. One is that to some extent, it worries me if the commission begins to get into the role of staff, and if we start to rework everything that staff just spent a couple years working on, and we're not setting policy, but instead are doing something else. I think that makes some sense if we're in a facilitation role, and if we could find a way that everybody had a fair shot at it, and we had one more open meeting and everybody got to go and spend the time, I think that has some real potential. But if the outcome is 35 or 40% of the people feel like they did not get a shot, then we have not gained by that. So it would have to be very carefully crafted in order to have a meeting that made everybody feel like they had a fair shot at it, and that we weren't putting ourselves in the position of being the staff people instead of the policymakers. There are a couple policy issues here that seem really important. The MOs seem important, the number of elk, and I recognize that these are animals that seem pretty healthy right now, so it's primarily the MOs. And a policy question for me that's important is whether we are having these hunts in the time when they still have calves. And then we get to the equity and fairness issues, but I've already talked about those some. I think that, several of these things seem like they have promise. The package as they have promise individually, and it's the package that we put together that's going to make this all hold together. And we have some packages in front of us that it seems like we should really spend some time studying as well. If that can be accomplished in one more meeting where people actually get to be in the same room and talk to each other, that's fine with me. And I think I'll stop there. Commissioner Zarnowitz, you have your hand up. Do other commissioners have comments they wanted to make?
I hadn't put it back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I probably need to respond. I've been asked to participate in a facilitation role only at this meeting. And so the problem that I have is that I've also got some opinions. And so this is the meeting that I give those opinions because that's what staff is asking for. But I can guarantee you at the meeting, if I'm allowed to do that, I will be in a facilitation role only. Well, just to clarify. Thank you. Nope, no trying to push anybody in any direction. It's just a facilitation role. Exactly what I did with the deer discussion a year ago. That was totally a facilitation role. So,
and that worked very well as from everything we've heard. So, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. I think you might be on mute.
There we go. I would like to give Commissioner Labhart an opportunity to show up at that meeting as a facilitator. But I'm also concerned that at some point here, what we're coming to is the reality that there's going to be change. And that's hard. And I guess I just, in some ways, I think if folks come back to a meeting with Commissioner Labhart and the department, and they look at the department's options that are the choices we have laid out and what's happening, I would just encourage people to actually just really use that process to come to to really come to something and realize that when it comes back in front of this commission, we are going to have to make hard decisions. And I see that, I don't mean to go off on a different subject now, but I'm seeing that already being on the commission, even with some of our fish issues. It's kind of like living in Klamath right now. At the end of the day, there is only so much water, right? And everybody can think that they need a piece of something, but at the end of the day, there's only so much. And I think with some of these management units, we need to be careful and take care of this. And we need to not get into a situation where we have so much crowding that it's not quality. And maybe I really appreciated what, I'll try to get his name here, Dan Moncrief, I wrote it down, my bad handwriting, said, like a lot of he said, a lot of the people that I talk to don't like this at all, right? And then he kind of stood up and said, but I think we need to do some of these things. And that, I think, is where we're going to end up. And so I would give my blessing to Commissioner Labhart to go forth with the department and have another meeting. But let's realize that we're headed for change, and change is not always easy.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment? And if not, I'll come back in a minute and make sure that we have a sense of the commission on this meeting. But before that, we have not checked in with the director on this one. Is there anything you wanted to add to this, Director Melcher?
Thank you, Chair Wall. No, I think you all are right on with your comments, and just reflecting back on the discussion a year ago when we, the department, decided to punt on this issue and take a little bit more time. And I think the message we got at that time from the commission was, the statement was something like, it's not a question of if we're going to do something next year, it's a question of exactly what are we going to do. So, and we've been moving forward with that for the last year. Jeremy, thanks to Jeremy, of course, you all know Nick carried the ball, so to speak, for the previous couple of years, and then Jeremy took the ball here for the last year, and we really appreciate his work in leaving his Dallas district biologist role to take the lead on this elk issue. So I think appreciate all the comments.
Thank you. Then Commissioner Spellbrink, and then we can look for a conclusion here. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to get everything kind of written down here, what Commissioner Labhart said on what he went through. I went back through it here. So basically what you were saying was choose your weapon. So if you apply for a rifle controlled hunt, then you're going to stay with rifle. An east-west split for general season at the Cascades. Basically, you were saying controlled hunts as recommended by staff, I believe. A 5% cap on non-residents in the controlled game management units. And the only thing, I guess, maybe I would like to look at a little further would be the possibility of we talked about earlier, being able to do a cap for total non-residents for the general season. Also, I know I think we described that would be hard to do, but is there any way we can look at that? You take the amount of archery hunters, general season archery hunters for the past average for the past 3-4 years, and take 5% of that. Is there some way that we could look at maybe possibly getting that done?
If you're asking me, I that's a statute, and maybe Jeremy or Kirk.
No, I guess, yeah, I was asking that more to Jeremy or
Okay.
The director.
Well, I think Chair Wall and Commissioner Spellbrink, I think we'll have to take a very close look at this issue with regard to the question about the statute. We certainly have a statutory cap on non-resident participation in our controlled hunts. There is no explicit statutory cap on non-residents in the non-controlled hunts. And so the question is, and I'm not prepared to answer it here today, but the question is, does the commission have the authority to create that cap under rule? A whole separate issue, though, as I think as Jeremy described, is that simply capping non-resident participation in archery is not likely going to achieve the objectives that we've laid out. So I think that's an important consideration. And I guess I would just add that I know there were many comments made about Oregon's the only state that doesn't limit non-resident participation in these general seasons. And while that may or may not be true, the states that I know of that limit non-resident participation, they have a cap of 20%. So, putting a comparable cap on non-resident participation in Oregon's general season hunts would essentially have no impact on non-resident participation. So I just wanted to point that out. I think we already have the most restrictive non-resident cap in the West, at least as it relates to our controlled hunt program.
I believe I apply quite a bit in Idaho, and I think they have a 10% cap. But and then also sometimes I'm going to bring up too, actually to apply for a controlled hunt in Idaho, I have to buy a license. So I have to spend $150 some to buy a license to even be able to apply. And I haven't actually been successful in getting a tag for quite a few years.
Yeah, that's Commissioner Spring, that's the same in Oregon. You have to buy a license to apply, whether you're a resident or a non-resident, but our cap is 5% for controlled hunts. So I don't remember, was there a second question? I don't know, maybe Jeremy has something he wants to add.
Jeremy, did you have something you wanted to add?
Chair Wall, Director Melcher, no, I don't think I have anything to add at this point.
So Commissioner Labhart, did I capture that? The choose your weapon, the east-west split, the controlled hunts is recommended by staff, and the 5% cap on non-residents in the controlled management units?
I think so, but again, those are just considerations. I'm not saying I'm wedded to any of those. Those are just what I've heard and my opinions on some of that stuff. So I think we're pretty close to what you said, but Michelle has that write-up that I gave. So, and I would just like to comment on that out of state, because it seems to be there was 32,000 general archery tags issued and 2,300 out of state archery tags issued. That's 7%. So I think I would agree with Director Meltzer. It's not that big a deal. So there's not that many out of state, 2,300 out of 32,000 archery out of state archery tags for over the counter or applied. So.
One thing I might mention about the Idaho, in the past, when we first started applying in Idaho, we actually had a better opportunity to draw a tag as a non-resident, because there'd be less non-resident hunters applying for that 10%. And they finally did rectify that now that, so I'm not sure what that actually brings the percentage down to, but now that when you apply for an out-of-state tag as a non-resident, you don't, they have it set up to where you do not get better odds than what the people do in the residents. So actually, I'm guessing now probably maybe it is more down into the lower percentages what your opportunity for actually getting a tag, because they closed that window there because they didn't like seeing the non-residents being able to have it easier to get a tag than it was for the residents.
Mm-hmm. One final comment I would make. I actually think everybody knows me except maybe Commissioner Khalil. I tend to be a optimist, and so I actually think we're pretty close with the stakeholder community and the public and the department. I actually think that we're really close. So it's just some fine tuning of some stuff. So I think that we're getting really close. Thanks to good work of staff and the groups and the public comment that we received.
Which, as you said, Commissioner Labhart, was extensive. Let me try to sum this up. And since this is a group that is able to form an opinion, I think everybody will let me know if I don't kind of summarize where we are. It seems that the commission is comfortable having another meeting, that we try to have it be in person, that it be fairly soon, and it looks like there might even be a time that it be as many of the people who are deeply interested in this as possible, that Commissioner Labhart be the facilitator for that meeting. We had the situation we were in last year. We put it off and worked on it for another year. We have a lot of great work that's gone into it. We can use that as we build the options for this year and finish this. And I think Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde said it well. There will be change from what we were in before. That seems clear. And I hope your optimism is right, Commissioner Labhart, that we are close, and we may well be. So we then would have staff in the position, I believe, of needing to summarize what comes out of that meeting and what would be a proposal on the table where people seem to if we can have a meeting of the minds of what we're proposing for August. And there's not a great deal of time to get ready for that. So would anybody rearrange that summary a bit or add to it?
Chair Wall, I can't see if anybody has hands up, so I'm just interjecting here. And my only words of advice on that would be, I think the meeting that was referenced was something like July 19th, I believe it was, or July 16th. And I would just point out that the August commission meeting is early. It's on August 6th.
Wow, that's.
And we moved the archery elk decision point to August to accommodate, normally it would be in September. We moved it to August to accommodate requests from the archery community, who are many of which will be participating in the archery activity during the month of September. And so there's literally only, of course, we mail our materials to you 2 weeks in advance of the August 6th meeting. So there's really not very much time between this meeting that's been discussed and the actual delivery of materials to you all. And so I guess I would just advocate that meeting be earlier in July than the date that was referenced.
That makes sense. And I know that it's going to be cramped no matter what on time. I would look to anybody that would object to doing everything we can to move that earlier, so we don't make our staff crazy and ourselves crazy and not be able to actually meet the dates.
Well, we can sure give that a try. There's been, we did talk to Jeremy, and he thought that date was acceptable to him in order to get the staff report done, but it was right like a day before. But we could sure look for some other dates with the groups and Jeremy and staff to try to find an earlier date.
Thank you. We have another hand. Commissioner Zarnowitz, words of wisdom.
Yeah, this is probably for Kurt. When is the filing for rulemaking on this? Is that for the September meeting rather than the August meeting?
Yeah, Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz, we would have, in fact, I think we've probably already filed the notice for rulemaking in August associated with this particular package. So that we track that, and that should be already done.
So, but we might be changing what we filed for rulemaking. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, sure, Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz. When we notice a rulemaking, we don't have to provide what the final department recommendation is. We provide some framework for the rule, but we don't provide the actual details. So there's not an issue if sometime in July, the department and constituents decide on some modification to the package. That's not a problem. And if Jeremy says he can work with that date, that's fine. I have not talked to Jeremy about it. So I'm just trying to look out for staff, and I know how, what a crunch time it gets to be as we approach those deadlines.
Okay, thanks.
Then I think we have a path forward. Clunky though it may have seemed, we do have a path forward here, and great appreciation to everyone in this, to Jeremy, to Commissioner Labhart, to the director, to everybody who worked on this, and to our people who stayed with us all day long in order to testify on this issue. So how about if we declare victory and adjourn, unless there are any final comments that anybody would make? Commissioner Spellbrink, did you have your hand up still?
Yeah, so I just final comment is I tend to agree with Commissioner Labhart, is that I think maybe we're closer than we think, especially, just look how hunters react to their controlled hunt dates. Everybody piles in at the last minute, and now everybody knows it's kind of getting to that point where there's going to be a decision made. So I think it might be a little easier to maybe come to a little bit of consensus anyway, that will give us the guidance we need.
Okay. With that, then, let's be adjourned and have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Thank you all. Have a great weekend.